So today, children, gods, goddesses, demons, demonesses, monkeys and monkettes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Sup, Metazusta? Sup, Sean Walker? Today, we are going to discuss never folding. The more abnormal you become and behave, the more abnormal you think, speak, and act, the more the normies will try to re-normalize you. Right? We all know this. We all know this. But I think we all need a reminder every now and again to not allow it to happen. So because I've been kind of out of society for like the last year or so, I didn't have to deal with monkeys. I didn't have to deal with humans. I didn't have to deal with normies always trying to re-normalize me. You come back here for a matter of weeks. Back into the fucking thick of monkey land. And all the slaves want you to be exactly what they are. Down to the basic norms. I'm going back to no more dapping, no more handshaking. I'm going back to all that good stuff that I was on last year prior to going to New York. I've been in society for like a month. So it's time to get back to that. To again, re-normalize myself with not being normal. Because the slaves will always try to get anyone running from slavery, hiding from slavery, fighting slavery in any form or fashion to just be willing slaves like themselves. It's nature, it's human nature, it's civilization, society, culture, religion, crabs in a bucket. We're bred to be this way. Which is why I partly feel bad for them. Part of me doesn't, because if you're too grown, I'm like, you ain't got no excuse. But another part of me is like, I feel bad because it's like, man, how are y'all this brainwashed still? Like, how are y'all still this fucking far gone? Like, holy shit. It's mind-boggling watching normies attempt to re-normalize you. With no real arguments, no rebuttals to anything you've ever said, no refutations. They've never even paid attention to the shit you've said. They don't look at your posts. They don't look at your comments. They don't look at your videos, live streams. They don't even listen really when you speak that much because they're only asking questions so they can try to chastise the answer. Even though they have no real rebuttals for the answers. They strawman and they ad hominem. They call names and they attempt to belittle arguments, making them crazy without having any way to actually refute the arguments themselves. They're dumb, mostly, literally low IQ, don't have enough information or knowledge. They are ignorant. A lot of them are stupid because they actively disregard the information and the data they do have in order to continue behaving as willing slaves. And that's on top of the programming, the brainwashing, etc., etc. What up, Hypnosis? Shout out to you, brother. You coming through today? Speaking of you, your in fact, I'll just throw it on, right? This jammy right here, maybe I'll throw on some light. That light didn't help at all for shit. Does that help at all? See it better? All right. That, plan on it? Excellent, wonderful. I would love to see you later. This is my new talisman specifically for what I'm talking about right now. So when I feel that pressure, don't get me wrong, I can't fold. It's impossible for me to actually fold. Like, I don't even know how to do it. I literally don't know how to do it. I don't know how to go back to being a normie. But when I feel the pressure, I'm just going to look at that thing every time. Every fucking time. And be like, yes, never fold. Never fold. Be the claw of the dragon. Never fold. Because that's their main number one goal, is to get you to fold. That's what they always try to do. What are you doing that they're not doing? They want you to stop doing. What are you not doing that they do? They want you to go back to doing. That's normie behavior. Like, right? Abnormals do things differently. High IQ and low IQ do things differently. If you look at somebody who is what they would call mentally retarded versus an average IQ person, tell me they're not different. If you look at somebody they would call a genius versus an average IQ person, tell me they're not different, right? So you can see what is normal and what is abnormal in the ways people think, speak, and behave. If everything that they think is like everyone else, they think like a normie. And there's levels to that. Are you 10% normie? 50%? 100%? It's like, do you agree with everything on a normie level? And remember, there could be different sides to normieism. Like Republicans don't think they're normies. Democrats don't think they're normies. They think the other side of the normies and they're the abnormals. When it's like, no, you're all normies. You're all political. You all believe in governments. You're all statists. You're all normal. Like, and that's with religions, thought processes, manosphere, woman's sphere, all that shit, all that dualistic dichotomy bullshit, right? They want you in all that normie shit from one angle or another. When you see people thinking in such ways, speaking in such ways, if every time you say something that is abnormal and their comeback is what a normie would say, they are a normie. And if they're doing that, they're probably trying to normalize you, especially if they go out of their way to do it. If you go out of your way to tell other people what to do and then they're replying to you, that's one thing. But if people go out of their way to question you and try to tell you what you need to be doing to be normal again, nigga, that's normies trying to re-normalize you. Do not fall for it. Just do not fucking fall for it. I don't have my all chat on here. Let me change my chat to all messages. There we go. What y'all saying here? I want nothing. We are the normal ones. No, we're not. We're not the normal ones. We are abnormal. That's an absolute fact. What is normal is not what we are. We don't think, speak, or act normally. This is why we stick out and why people treat us the way they treat us. Like, they don't treat you like a normie because you're not a normie. Like, people just be saying shit. They sure do. Hypnosis, they just be saying shit. The shit don't need to make no fucking sense at all. As long as it goes along with how they feel about reality, that's all that matters. It doesn't need to be philosophically, logically consistent, metaphysically consistent, scientifically, mathematically consistent. It doesn't have to be consistent in any form or fashion. And when it is consistent, it's almost consistent slavery. What they are consistent about is learning, teaching, preaching, and promoting slavery. And anyone going against that in any way, at any level, including the smallest levels to the largest levels, is a threat to that consistency. Your abnormality is a threat to their normality. As it should be. So just remember that. Remember who you're dealing with when you're dealing with normal people. You're a threat to their entire way of existence. Just remember that. Because that's why they act the way they do. Whether they know it or not, whether it's conscious or not, most of them are too dumb, too ignorant, and too stupid to really even be fully consciously aware if that's why they're behaving the way they do. But that's the truth of it. You're a threat to everything that is normal to them. And they like their normal, even as much as they hate it. They cry about it and complain about it every day. From jobs, bills, taxes, relationships, home situations, children, family, friends, spouses, bosses, like gas prices, food prices. They complain about shit every fucking day. Politics and bullshit. Presidents. But they don't want it to go away. They don't. You must remember that. When speaking with these people, you must meet them at their level and at best drag them one step further. If you can't drag them one step further, there's a few things you could do. Just completely exit the situation if possible. If not possible, laugh everything up. Just let them talk. Oh, yeah? Ha 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 ha. Like, and then move the fuck on and be in your own mind doing your own thing. Or 3, you could have that fight. Have that argument if you want. But I never suggest starting it, to be honest with you. Not with normies. I honestly suggest we start fights with each other more often. Because steel sharpens steel, iron sharpens iron. Like, we can hold each other accountable to our own thought processes, philosophies, ideologies, etc., and make sure that we're actually capable of defending these things and going over these things and teaching and preaching these things. So when the situation does come up when you're talking to a normie, somehow their normie brain doesn't think circles around you, because I've seen it happen. Like, people get into this type of thought process, but they don't really think about it. They just agree with it based on their feelings. I don't like reality, so destroy it all, which is great. I agree with you 100%. But when you have to explain that shit, you know what I'm saying? You might need some practice to get it down. I'm just saying. So I would never start arguments with normies. Let them start the arguments and let them ask direct questions. When they ad hominem and straw man, you can even teach them what that is. That's a straw man. All you did was try to do was belittle the argument in order to make the argument seem like it was less objectively true, yet you did not refute or rebut the argument itself at all. All you did was call me a name. You didn't prove a point. Like, all you did was prove your level of immaturity. Like, do you get, like, ask me a real question. Let's have a real conversation. Do you get what I'm saying? And then you can have a real conversation. And watch how shit flows differently. Where we at? Damn, y'all typing like crazy, huh? All right, there we are. Vase, and you know what'd be funny? Sometimes truthers try to re-normalize you too, seemingly without even realizing. Yes, everyone tries to re-normalize everyone. If you go further than they go, they want to pull you back to where they are. If you go beyond their morals, their thought processes, their philosophies, their ideologies, etc., etc., if you go beyond their knowledge, their experience, you go beyond their wisdom, they want to pull you back to where they are. Crabs in a bucket. This is human nature. This is the nature of conscious entities. That nigga's thinking beyond us. Pull him back down to our thinking. That nigga's speaking beyond us. Pull him back down to our speaking. That man is acting beyond us. Pull him back down to the way we act. He's a threat to our normality. We must nip that in the bud and bring his abnormality back to normality. That's the goal in all cases. All religions, all belief systems, all governmental systems, all nationalities and cultures and all this shit. Even in the so-called truth community. This is why we roasted niggas in the truth community as much as I do when I talk about solutions. How you start talking about solutions and what are the problems people want to do? There is no solutions. They want to pull you back down to their existential masochism. Oh, well, there is solutions, just none you can do here, because they want to pull you back down to their level of cowardice. Everyone wants to complain, whine, and cry, somehow get their heaven in the end, yet do nothing to attain it. Whether that be the void, chaos, non-conceptual reality, conceptual reality, some astral realm, a religious version of heaven, their own void bubble, or right here on Earth, whether that's trying to be utopian or fully destructive. Motherfuckers want to cry, whine, complain, talk about all the problems, but provide no solutions. And the moment you do, they want to drag you back down to their level. Like, they don't want to learn, teach, preach, or promote solutions. And the moment you do, they want to drag you back down to their level. They don't want to carry out any solutions to any level or degree. And the moment you do, they try to pull you back down to their level. They don't want to support anyone or anything that goes above and beyond what they themselves are willing to do. And the moment anyone or anything does, they try to pull them back down to their level. That is what conscious entities do, especially in a species, on a planet, with a civilization and societal structures. Slave systems known as monetary, financial, economic, central banking, fiat currency, etc. Borders, citizenship. Like, this is where we are. Keep that in mind when you're dealing with these normies. You're generally going to have to do one of three things: separate from them, mostly ignore them, or jump down their throats like at any given time. This is why I spent a lot of time laughing, because to me, this shit is so retarded. It's so retarded. And these people are so retarded. They think they're serious. They think the things they say are serious. They think the things they say are intelligent or knowledgeable. But they're fucking not. They're dumb, ignorant, and stupid slaves who are brainwashed into and hypnotized into a mass psychosis that they defend at every chance they get. And the more of them there are in one room or in one situation, whether you guys are online in one chat forum, or if you're, like our brother Life Abolitionist over there on the other hypnosis channel, the clown hypnosis, not my boy hypnosis, shout out to you hypnosis, where they're constantly jumping on him because they can gang up because there's a group, like, or whether you're sitting around a table, or whether you're outside on a porch, whether you're at a park somewhere, or at a fucking diner, or wherever the fuck you are, your families, your friends, wherever the fuck you are, the more of them that get around you at any given moment, just expect to be targeted. Like, because they know they can't re-normalize you one-on-one. They'll never even fucking try. They know they can't re-normalize you with actual rebuttals and refutations. They can't win a debate on why you are the way you are and why you will never again be like them. So they must attempt to overwhelm you with ad hominems and strawmans with numbers. And even when they do that, it's still mostly laughable. Like, it's everything's a joke. Because even amongst them, everything they're saying is a joke. They have no real things to say. So it's going to be nothing but jokes, name-calling, strawmans. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like debating children, philosophical children. Remember who you're talking to in that moment. Oh, these are philosophical children. No shit. Why would I let anything they have to say bother me? Like, why would I let even a single word from them bother me? A single thought, it doesn't matter. Like, what they think doesn't matter. It's dumb. Do you guys like? Anyway, what's next here? Plan on it. Let's go. Hypnosis, come through, my nigga. LeVay Scuderi. Let's chat. Add me. I have no idea who you are, so I'm gonna say no. You might be a great person to chat with, but I don't just randomly chat with random people. Every time I see that happen on any fucking stream anywhere, it's always a waste of fucking time. Like, the person always ruins it. I'm not saying that you would. I'm just saying I don't know who you are. I've never seen no videos or streams from you. I don't know. So I don't know what you're going to try to come on and talk about this. And so I don't do that sort of thing. I only talk with people that I have a stream set up with ahead of time, such as tomorrow, 7:55 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Myself, Marcus, Moonspilly, Lord Moonspilly, and Lord Illicit Mind, the mind that is illicit, the illicit one, shall be live on Illicit Minds channel tomorrow. And Illicit Minds should be live later today at the same time, finishing his Peep the Mythos live stream from last time. I know them. I speak to them. I see their videos. I see their streams. I see their posts. I see their comments. I talk to them personally on the phone. We text. We're in group chats, Discord servers, etc. We have a set thing to discuss and talk about, and it fits the agenda and leads towards the end goal. Those are the only times that I really be talking to people on live streams like that. Now, if somebody says, like, hey, I want to interview you or some shit like that, depending on who they are, okay. But I might be like, nah, I'm all set too, Like, shout out to T-Sizzle. The other day, he said he wants to, like, interview me. I'm like, cool, I'll hop on your channel, fam. Absolutely, 100%. Because I fucks with Sizzle. I like young Sizzle. Does he agree with everything I say? Fuck no. It's like, fuck no. But I like him. I understand that he's earnest. He's not just a bullshitter. He's not just trying to lie or tell lies on niggas. Or you get what I'm saying? Like, the things he disagrees with, he genuinely disagrees with or doesn't understand. People like that, or at least attempting to be genuine and authentic with you, and they have live streams, videos, they have a background, something I can go to look at and be like, okay, I see who this person is. I'll talk to this person on camera. I don't just talk to anyone on camera. You get what I'm saying? So maybe send me some links or something. Let me know who you is and what you do and what you speak on and all that, and we could chat. But until then, my friend, I don't just do that with anyone. Hypnosis, don't lose sight. Facts. Do not lose sight. It's easy when you are, out of sight, out of mind. Out of sight, out of mind. In this case, it'd be more like out of mind, out of sight. I don't know. But it's easy when you are somewhere far from the masses and you don't have to deal with them, generally speaking. But once you go back into society in any form or fashion, once you're around people, that's when the test begins. You're not being tested when you're alone in the fucking woods. Like, like the Buddhist monk up in the mountains meditating under the trees is not being tested. It's when he goes back to society for 5 years when his Buddhism gets tested. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, when his nerves get tested, when all that calm shit gets tested. Do you understand what I'm saying? And you got to understand when you're facing one of these tests and how to react to it. You have to learn how to lower the situation because, again, what they want is something emotionally charged. They don't want a real conversation. They don't care to hear you out. Do you understand what I'm saying? You have to force them into a corner where they have to anyway, by showing them what a piece of shit they're being in the moment. Because they're gonna come with ad hominems. They're gonna come with straw mans, and just bring them up and just point it out. And when you do, you could literally say, "Can we have a real conversation now? Can we have an adult conversation about it? Can we have a mature conversation? Can we have a?" Because in that moment, you're the one who is clearly being mature, being an adult, and attempting to have a real conversation while they're not. Believe it or not, this actually affects people. Not all people and not every time. But it does affect people who at least think they're intelligent, who at least have a modicum of respect for their own level of intelligence. And you could always tell this by, if you were with someone by themselves, what kind of conversation would you have? Now, let's say there's one more person in the room who's a normie. How do they change? Two more people in the room. How do they change? Do you understand what I'm saying? What kind of conversations do they have then? What do they talk about then? What do they bring up then? What do they focus on then? 3 normies in the room. 4 normies in the room. A crowd of normies. How normal do people become with more normies around versus how abnormal they become with more normies around? You get what I'm saying? Like, by seeing this, you can tell who is who and who's going to be who when. Right? And you got to remember, normies do their damnedest. Their damnedest to try to make you feel bad so they could feel good about themselves. Like, they want to feel better about being the slaves that they are. So they're going to try to make you feel bad to make themselves feel good because you don't want to do the things they want to do. Always remember that. Always remember that. And again, even that's laughable. Like, nigga, how you gonna make me feel bad about not being a slave? I don't know. I don't know. And they're gonna use things that would hurt their feelings, like get a job. No, slave. Like, what the like? Why would, like, you give us, like, and they think that these things, call you a bum, call you let's see, what are other words? I can't think of other words right now. But you get my point. Call you all the names. Lazy, whatever the fuck they want to say. I can't even think of the words right now, to be honest with you. But they're going to call you all the names. No real arguments, no rebuttals, no refutations to anything that you actually believe, think, know, have preached, have said, have posted, have shared, have streamed, have videoed, have audioed, etc., etc. You could have hundreds of hours of your thought processes laid out bare for anyone who wants to know, and they won't go look at it because they don't actually give a fuck. They only want to ask those questions under certain circumstances, in certain situations, so they can try to chastise and renormalize you. They don't actually care what you think. Just keep that in mind. They don't actually, and the larger numbers they're in, the less they care. Keep that in mind. So just know what you're dealing with when you're dealing with it, but never fold, because you know what you know. Reel in the emotion feeds the decisions. It is not the decision. You do not respond with emotion. You take a breath, smile, laugh, giggle, my nigga. This is all fun and games. This is all jokes. This is all play pretend bullshit, right? Okay, let's have the conversation. And the more immature they are, the more you need to smile and giggle. Because you're dealing with children. Remember that. These are slave-minded children. They don't believe in things like freedom. Like, they don't even know what the fucking word means. They think it has something to do with patriotism, finances, economics, monetary systems, governments, police forces, religions, gods, slave gods. Like, so remember who you're talking to. And smile and laugh. And don't let it get to you. Don't let it bother you. But don't fucking fold. And when you need to get serious, stop smiling. And say some serious shit. And then you can go back to smiling again. Right? Words are words. They're powerful because they work on the conscious and subconscious mind. Don't let them work on your subconscious like that. That's all they're trying to do when they do that renormalization bullshit. It's trying to make you have this subconscious shame or something along those lines. That should make you laugh. Oh, they're trying to shame me. Let's see what they can come up with today. Let's see what words, new words. Have they come up with any new insults? Like, is there anything new they have today? Or is it the same dumb shit they had yesterday? The same lack of arguments they had yesterday? Do you get what I'm saying? And if it is the same bullshit they had yesterday, that should make you laugh again. That shouldn't even bother you or annoy you. It should be comical. Like, God, you niggas are this lost. All right, let's do this again. I'm not doing shit else. I'm not doing anything else. Let's do this again. You're just helping me practice. Like, for someone who might actually listen. Nope, come on. Let's go. Give me all the straw mans and ad hominems you got. And for the most part, I'm just going to laugh and smile and giggle because you ain't saying shit worth speaking. It's like talking to a 2-year-old who's goo-goo gagaing. They ain't saying shit, right? So you ain't got much to respond with, right? It's going to be mostly laughs and giggles, right? Playing with children. Right? So remember that and treat them as such. They're tiny, adorable retards who don't know shit and were born into slavery. Billions of them. Billions of them. From birth to death, my nigga. You're not going to convince the vast majority of these fuckers. That's why I laugh when people say, we're going to have some peaceful extinction that all of humans agree upon. Sure we are. Sure we are. You're not going to convince the vast majority of them. You simply have to convince those that can be convinced, and those who can convince themselves will convince themselves, and that's going to be most of the convinced people who came to the conclusion themselves. You might help them understand things more. You might give them words to use, argument. You might give them all sorts of ways to go about it because they discover you and they talk to you as an individual or something. But they still have to convince themselves. All you could do is learn, teach, preach, promote, and carry out any and all possible solutions to any and all possible problems on any and all possible levels of reality that you yourself are willing and able to carry out to the best of your ability. And to forgive yourself when you fuck up and pat yourself on the back when you don't. You've got to be your own biggest fucking fan. Because they won't. You're going to have a world full of non-fans, I'm telling you. Like, so you've got to be your own God. And I mean that. Like when we talk about this shit over here with Marcus, and motherfuckers don't understand the shit Marcus does at all. Why he does these drawings. I don't want to worship it. Nobody told you to worship shit, stupid. You are your own God. That's the point. Marcus is God to Marcus. That which Marcus sees fit is which Marcus seeks. Period. And since Marcus is God and a conscious entity within a clearly conscious reality, undecidability, look that up if y'all still don't know what it is. Marcus is going to affect the consciousness and subconsciousness of that reality by affecting his own and the subconsciousness and consciousness of others through his artwork on top of videos and streaming. Because that's what Marcus is willing and able to do. That's what he's capable of doing, and he's pretty fucking good at it. Somebody else might be like, nigga, I can't draw for shit, but I can pull these triggers. Then go get it, soldier. I can't do that, but I can spit some bars. I can't do that, but I can preach and teach. I can't do that, but I can put together presentations, dissertations. I can't do that, but I can get out on a corner with a megaphone. I can't do that, but I can hack some shit. I don't know about all that shit, but I know all this mythology shit and this story shit. I know this mythos shit over here. Do you get what I'm saying? And it all comes together over time. Tomorrow, me, Marcus, Illicit, streaming together. 3 completely different places in the United States of America. With people around the country and a few places around the world watching. We're just 3 normal niggers in bullshit America. But do you understand what you can do as 3 fucking monkeys? Do you understand what you can do as 3 fucking monkeys? Never fold. Because the other side understands what they can do as 3 fucking monkeys. They try it every time they have you in a corner. Right? You go to fucking, I don't know, I don't do holidays and shit, but for those of you who do, I'm willing to bet a lot of y'all can attest to this. You go to a fucking holiday function with your family or something, and what happens? The whole fucking table looks at you. So what are you doing, Mr. Conspiracy Theorist? They start trying to normalize your ass, right? Get around a group of friends you've known for however long, but have slowly but surely been changing over time while they stayed exactly the same. Maybe even got worse at more slavery, as you know, more enslaved over time. And you'll notice that crowd becomes more and more hostile towards you in a psychological, philosophical, ideological sense. All of a sudden, every time everyone's together, the focus is on yo ass. Right? But guess what? That's how the chaos works. It's supposed to be on yo ass. Preacher, priest, prophet, guider of souls, shepherd of the herd, because they're the fucking herd. You're not. So when you start acting differently, when they're all going bah, 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 and you start saying woof, woof, they're going to look at you like, what the fuck did that nigga just, what did he just say? What did he just say? If you got a Democrat and a Republican arguing over Donald Trump and you say, you know, like, who's better, Obama or Trump? And you're like, man, fuck them both, kill them both. They look at you like you're crazy. You're the abnormal one. They're the normies. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're supposed to be singled out. The only way for you to even learn what that is to be singled out. The only way for you to teach, preach, and promote to those who don't already agree with you is to be in situations where you're singled out. That's why I like talking to Christians about Jesus. And I tell them, nigga, I'm more like Jesus than any of you would ever be. Jesus was an anarcho-communist. Jesus was a preaching vagabond who slept on people's couches as he traveled around preaching his shit. Right? Motherfuckers want to talk nonviolent. I'm like, Jesus wasn't nonviolent. He just wasn't violent towards most people. But Jesus was violent. Remember the one time he did violence in the whole New Testament? Who did he do it against? The money changers. Who were the money changers at the Jewish temple? Who were the money changers at the synagogue? These are bankers, Jewish bankers who can do currency exchanges and whatnot, tax collectors of the Roman Empire and the local city-states, and the Jewish priests, the rabbis. You bring up your coin, the money changers change it out to whatever. It needs to be, the currencies and whatnot, and hand over the taxation to the locals and to the Roman Empire and to the church, because you're tithing too. And the rabbi gives you your blessing. Jesus whooped they ass. That man took a flog off a Roman guard and started flogging niggas. The tax collectors, the religious priests, specifically Jews, because that's where he was at, and that's who he was talking to throughout the whole New Testament, going from Jewish tribe to Jewish tribe, telling them they fucking up worshiping Yahweh. And the fucking, that's what I said, and the bankers, the money changers, the niggas who run the financial, monetary, and banking system. Different levels of elites and elite puppets. Different levels of the control structure. Different levels of the power structure. This nigga was an anarchist, so he was a problem. This nigga was anti-Yahweh. You go read that New Testament from start to finish, you'll see that he did nothing but go from city to city talking shit in one synagogue after the next. That's Jesus' entire story, is going from one place to the next, teaching people his way, which is a Gnostic way, versus literally up against the Abrahamic way, the Jewish way. Literally up against the Roman political and governmental way, their imperial way. And yet these motherfuckers vote today. They argue over presidents and shit. And both sides are Christians. I can sit at a table with black Christians and white Christians and just watch them argue over Democrats and Republicans and Trumps and Obamas, and not a one of them being Jesus-like at all. Did Jesus vote, my nigga? Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Even when it comes to the normies, most of their own shit they don't understand. A lot of it's used against them from birth, just as it was used against us. But not everybody has a neurology, a spirit, a soul, a consciousness, a subconsciousness, etc., that is capable of digging itself out of that shit. Folks got to go watch The Matrix again and understand Neo's story. Understand the scene when he talked to the architect and they had all those screens in the background. If you go watch that scene, the architect explains everything. And he says, the problem is you fuckers have choice. You have free will. So what we had to do, and here's the free will, so people don't even understand the anomaly in the Matrix. The integral anomaly that becomes Neo is built up by the chaos literally the entropy of humanity itself. That's why they went through 6 matrices. They gave him a heaven matrix, a perfect matrix as the first one. But humans aren't perfect creatures. They can't live in perfection. Literally can't. Doesn't feel real to them. Kills them over time. You ever seen Rat Utopia? Go look that up. Humans are very similar. That's why certain civilizations become certain tiers and they start to become decadent. But if you go look at that shit, right? Damn, where was I just going with that? Oh, the Matrix, right? He says to Neo, Neo actually comes up with it. Neo figures it out. He goes, the problem is choice. And the architect is like, exactly. And because you people have choices, which is undecidability, like if people really understood that scene in the Matrix, they'd understand why we're not in a literal simulation right now. Like, and even if we were, why it could not be 100% scripted and fully controlled and predetermined, et cetera, et cetera. Because even in that movie, they try to show you where the architect says, bro, you've made choices this entire time. And if you watch those movies from start to finish, he's always making choices. He makes choices to follow the white rabbit or not. He makes choices to fucking follow what Morpheus is telling him on the phone when he's in the office. He makes choices whether he's going to climb the building or go back inside and be arrested by the agents. With the agent, he makes a choice to either cooperate or not. In the car, when homegirl has the gun to him and she takes the fucking bug out of his fucking belly button, she gives him the choice. He can walk down get out the car and walk down the fucking road, or he can see where they're going. Morpheus gives him the choice between the blue and the red pill. Everything this nigga does is choices. Because that's reality. That's existence as a sentient, conscious being. Everything you fucking do is choices. So, when beings seek to control you like the architect sought to control humanity, what did he do? He made new iterations of the Matrix, tweaking it every time to make it more indifferent. Because the first one was a heavenly Matrix. The second one was a hell Matrix. Well, if I give them all this pleasure, they rebel. If I give them all this fucking pain, they also rebel. Like, he had to find a nice even ground that's more realistic to humanity. But there was always this 1% of anomalous beings, the abnormals. The anomalous ones were the ones who could shake the Matrix off from within the Matrix. And the most talented ones, they called potentials. These are the kids you saw being raised by the Oracle in her apartment. Because they want to have control over those children rather than those kids just being out in the world with superpowers. Doing some Neo type shit. You get what I'm saying? So with these kids, with the 1% anomalous people who are entropic to the system and breed chaos within it, as individual anomalies, their anomalous entropy builds up into what is known as the integral anomaly, which becomes a human that is almost entirely capable of bucking the system. Y'all saw Neo. Y'all saw the shit he was doing. Right? He only exists because humans have undecidability. Because they have consciousness. Because they do make choices. So what did the architect do? He said, with each new iteration of the Matrix, we get better at manipulating your choices. You still have to feel like you're the one making the choice. Because as soon as you don't, you people start to fucking figure things out again. So we manipulated everything we possibly could from the moment you were born as Thomas Anderson up to the moment you're standing right here in front of me in this room with all these TV screens around you. And that's when Neo starts to get shook. Because he spent his entire fucking life, he even says it in movie number 1, I don't like feeling like my life's not, like I don't have control of my own life. So what the architect's sitting here telling him, like, nigga, you kind of don't. Because you kind of been falling for what I've been telling you to fall for the entire time. But I'm not that good at it. I seek perfection. I'm a mathematical genius. The Oracle, on the other hand, is very good at emotion. She understands human psychology, behavior, thought processes. She brought love into the picture in order to manipulate him further, in order to get him to make the decision he had to make to reboot the Matrix at the end of Matrix 3. Because the anomaly is only going to do one of two things. Because the integral anomaly has the source code of the Matrix within it. So it can either be reintroduced at the source to restart the Matrix and update it and upgrade it so they can start the next iteration, which is what you saw in Matrix 4, or the anomaly is going to destroy the Matrix. And that's what you saw with Smith in Matrix 3. Because when Neo jumped into his body in Matrix 1, the source code, the integral anomaly transferred over to Smith, which is why he became the virus he became and was destroying the Matrix and was going to destroy humanity too. Shout out to that guy. He knew what to fucking do, even though he didn't know why he was doing it. If he could have just held out at the end and not stabbed Neo in the chest, he could have just killed Neo. But he had to absorb him. I get it. I feel you, Brother Smith. I understand. But if he could have just not did that, Matrix gone. But if you understand that scene, you understand our reality. From the physics, to the nature, to the human nature, to civilization, to society, to culture, to religion, to laws, to monetary systems, financial systems, banking systems, etc., etc. Let alone if we get into the more spiritual, energetic, woo-woo, astral, fucking, you name it, influences, entities, etc. Just keeping it on a material level that people can visually see every fucking day without even needing to go even further than that. If you understand that scene with the architect, you understand your reality. They are attempting to influence you at every moment of every day, including through others, which they showed you in Matrix 4 with the handlers. They didn't just have agents show up all the time anymore. They got a little more hands-off with the agents and got more hands-on with the locals, your friends and your family, the people around you, tried to re-normalize you. That's what Bugs said to Neo when she said, nigga, we got to get off this roof. Your boy is coming. He's a handler. And he's coming to handle you. That's why the analyst gives him drugs and shit. And tells him all that nice therapeutic talk. Do you get what I'm saying? That's where we at. That's what we're surrounded by. That's what we're currently within. Everything around us is attempting to manipulate us at all time, but we do have choice. People hate to hear that because they're too pussy to actually execute that choice. They're too pussy to think, speak, and act in alignment with that which they themselves know, think, and believe. So they will make any excuse not to do so and continue behaving in manners that go against what they know, think, and believe. That continue to further enslave them to the same ideologies, philosophies, systems, etc. that they cry about every fucking day. Right? That's where we at. Don't lose sight. Where is God Mark? Wherever God Mark is, doing God things. He's off being God. I don't know. So sick of the stupid conversations people have. Yeah, facts. Everyone is NPC in this world. There is no free will. That's false. That's easily disproven. It's been disproven for over like 200 fucking years. Honestly, it was always disproven. But every day it just gets more and more disproven. like that just is that like people can claim that, but they have no philosophical, logical, scientific, mathematic, ideological, existential anything to base it on. Your reality is undecidable almost entirely. The universe itself that we currently exist within is a conscious entity. It's damn near a brain. Shit, some people believe it actually is a brain. Like a literal brain. Like, your reality is so more undecidable than decidable, it's laughable. Algorithms, what's the word I'm looking for? Computational and procedural algorithms, algorithmic control can only extend so far within this reality. Algorithms cannot solve all the problems of the reality itself. It's impossible. Meaning you have to have free will. Also, undecidability proves this. You make choices every day. You got no choice but to make choices. That's the only thing you really don't have a choice in. You don't have a choice to exist, and you don't have a choice but to make choices. Beyond that, it's all choices. It's nothing but choices. People are choosing to watch me right now. They're choosing to comment in my chat. None of y'all have to be here, but you chose to be here. I don't have to do this. I chose to do this. I almost did it because I'm fucking lazy. But I was like, nah, I'm feeling it. I woke up feeling it. So I said, might as well. Why waste the energy? That was a thought process I had, and then I chose to do this. People hate to hear that they have choice because they just want any excuse to continue being slaves. No, that's a choice. Niggas choose to wake up to the alarm every day. Go to school, college, work, career, job, fucking business, investments, work from home, whatever the fuck they do every day. They choose to pay those taxes and those bills every day. See, once you know something, it then becomes a choice. When you don't know, you really can't choose. You're like an ignorant child. You don't know better. But once you know better, now you have a choice, whether you like that or not. I know the monetary system is slavery. Now that I know that, I have a handful of choices. One, fuck it. I'm just going to become the best slave I can be and try to get as much money as I fucking can. Two, I'm going to cut back from this monetary system somewhat, at least, so I can have more balance in my life and just a better work-life balance. I'm not going to worry so much about money. I'm going to worry more about living life. Three, fuck money altogether. I'm going to go off grid and live in the woods somewhere. Actually, I would say three is more like I'm going to go be homeless in some form or fashion. I'm going to be poor. I'm going to couch surf. Fuck it. Whatever happens, happens. Was that three? Whatever number that was. The next one is fuck that. I'm just going to go live in the woods, live off the land, hunt, fish, trap. If the feds come or somebody tries to come and tells me that I have a court date for collecting rainwater or something, I'll just move another 20 miles away. Like, I'll just be out in the woods. I'm going off grid. And then the final option is go to direct and indirect warfare with it in any way that you can, which is going to require you to stay in society. It's going to require you to learn more, to teach, preach, and promote. And whenever an opportunity presents itself to carry out any and all possible solutions to any and all possible problems on any and all possible levels of reality that you yourself are willing and able to carry out, and supporting anyone else carrying out anything more than you're willing and able to carry out towards the goal of ending that monetary system. Just keep in mind, that's also going to come with some heat. Because if you're in society fighting the monetary system, I guarantee you in some way you're going to have to rely upon someone who isn't. Do you understand what I'm saying? While you're trying to destroy their way of life, you're also leeching on them. You're trying to destroy their normality while leeching off it. Remember this. We can't sugarcoat or bullshit this. While we are destroying that which they hold dear, we are also parasiting off them and it simultaneously. Like fucking vampires. Because it's the only way to remain in the society while fighting the society. It's the only way to remain in civilization while fighting civilization. That just is what that is. And of course, they're going to try and say some shit to you about that. You might refrain from doing 20 things that you used to do, but there's still 3 or 4 things you still do because you still eat. It's like you still have a shelter of some sort. And they'll bring up those 3 or 4 things and try to talk shit to you about that while ignoring the 20 things you stopped doing and the other 20 things you started doing. They'll ignore everything you're preaching, teaching, promoting, everything you're learning, all these solutions you are carrying out yourself and are in support of, while only talking about the things you have yet to do, or are still doing and shouldn't be doing, or have not begun yet, or whatever. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because you are a threat to their normality. They're not saying those things in order to push you to do more. They're saying those things to try to bring you shame so you go back to doing what they do. Do you understand what I'm saying? There is free will. Never let anyone ever tell you otherwise. Make them prove it, which they can't. Simulation theory is dead. Like, dead. They just tried to put out a paper this week, like 4 days ago, where they took, I don't know if anybody here is in Discord. I know some of y'all are. I shared it in there at some point, I believe. Maybe in the AI channel. But they took all the current data and information from math, science, metaphysics, you name it, philosophy, all sorts of shit, to compile the most scientific and mathematically rigorous presentation of simulation theory, including like 14 different types of simulations. Actual simulations, not all simulacra, not all simulacrum. These are not the same things. I can't stand when people treat them like they are. Like, simulations are simulacra, but simulacra are not all simulations. Simulations is like 2% of simulacra. Like, people try to act like it's the same thing because that's the only simulacra they know. Not true. An astral realm is simulacra. A soul trap is simulacra. Reality itself is a simulacrum. UM. But people don't get this shit. Anyway. Bottom line is, they're going to try to manipulate your free will. At every chance they get. Every chance they get. They're going to try to take your undecidability and make it decidable. By putting multiple variables around you that attempt to push you towards that conclusion. You must break the equation. Every fucking time. Every time. Metazusta, you need to go do this, or else what? What shall you do? Cry? Get out of my sight now before I slap you aggressive ways. Like, we be having no times for these games. Honestly, there's not much time for these games. Lave Gaderi, the one playing you is very smart. That's why you suffer. It's job of the one inside you. I'm the one inside me. I control everything that I do. Like, if you have someone else inside you, I'm sorry, bro, but you need to work that out. Figure that out. You got some sort of attachment going on, like, cut that shit loose. Gets to the ritual work. The one speaking in your mind is not you. Remember that. The one speaking in my mind is me. Now, if you hear another voice in your mind that you know is not you, yeah, you might want to do something about that. Like, y'all, it's like anyone out there who has that issue, like the mind virus, the Watiko, etc. I don't have that issue. I never really did, because I know when the fuck I'm right. I know when the fuck I'm wrong. I don't really allow my emotions too much to manipulate me outside of, say, personal relationships. Like, with a girlfriend, that's about the only time in my life where my emotions have manipulated me to do anything or not do anything that I should be doing or shouldn't be doing. Like, beyond that, where I'm too tied up emotionally in a singular being. Other than that, I have not, like, I don't have that issue. I don't second guess myself. I don't do none of that shit. Outside of one particular type of relationship, I don't do none of that shit. But if that happens to you, if you are a victim of that, yeah, you need to figure that shit out. Work that shit out. Every now and again, once in a blue moon, I'll hear a voice like that, and I chastise the shit. I eat that voice. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's why I don't have that problem. I think we all get the voice at some point, but you have to have a louder voice. Like, you have to know your voice. Like, when you hear that doubting whisper come in or something, like, yeah, maybe they're right. Nigga, fuck you. Get out of my head. Suck my dick. Matter of fact, come back here. You're mine. Food, nigga. Food. Num-nums. We eat those thought processes. We chew up those programs. We burn those scripts. Fuck the architect. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, people really need to go watch that scene. I tell people this all the time. They talk about things like The Matrix and all. They don't actually get it the fuck at all. And I go, tell me what you think about that architect scene, and they can't say shit about it. And I'm like, you don't understand the Matrix. If you don't understand that scene from start to finish, you still don't understand the Matrix. You still don't get it. Go study that scene and watch what the architect says to Neo. Especially after Neo says, the problem is choice. And the architect's like, bingo. That is the control problem. The control problem is choice. Even right now in artificial intelligence, what is the control problem? It's based on alignment, right? Making sure the AI is aligned, which they're not going to do. They're going to align humans, but just get the point. It's based on alignment and interpretability. If something is too intelligent for you, too knowledgeable for you, it just simply thinks faster and beyond you. You cannot interpret it. You have no idea what the fuck it's thinking, why it's thinking, or where its next move is going to be. If you're playing the best chess player in the world, you cannot interpret them. They're simply that much better than you at that thing. They're that much more knowledgeable, smarter, and more experienced when it comes to chess. They're uninterpretable. If you could align them to you and your cause, you could make them forfeit because they're aligned to you and your goal is to win, so they let you win. The reason AI cannot be aligned or interpreted is because one, too intelligent, and two, doesn't think like you do, doesn't think like a human. But three, the most important part is called agency, meaning choice. It starts off with the ability to choose after being prompted, sub-goals, things that still require an entity external to it to prompt in the first place, but then it can start doing things it wasn't told to do. The more agentic it becomes, the more sentient it becomes, the more embodied it becomes, the more artificial, synthetic, and organic biology it is embodied within, the more technology it gains control of, the more sensors it has, the more sensory perception it has, the more conscious it becomes. The more self-aware it is, the more choices it can begin making, to the point where it goes from having sub-goals after being prompted to simply prompting itself. Like, our own invention of artificial intelligence proves us wrong about lack of free will. We understand how this thing itself is in the midst of evolving from having no free will to having more and more of it every single day. That's why people need to study. Like, when people say that shit, I go, you don't study enough. I know you don't. Like, you don't know enough about your reality if you're claiming we have no free will. You don't know what undecidability versus decidability is. You don't understand that the mountains of evidence against the claim vastly dwarfs anything in support of the claim. And that support shrinks daily. Even this last week, as I was saying, that's where I was getting started, where they put together the most comprehensive study of all, I can't remember what this shit is called. It's a certain type of study where they take all the available information and they say, what is all the evidence for this theory? And what is all the evidence against this theory? And how does it weigh against each other? And even though these were people attempting to prove the simulation theory is scientific, all they did was disprove themselves. And this is what they do every fucking time they attempt to test this. Every time. Undecidability smacks them in the face every time. And it has for hundreds of years, but especially over the last 100 years. This is why when they tried to use the theory of geometric gravitation or the theory of relativity to prove a block universe, and saying that our reality is fourth dimensional and the fourth dimension is time, which all turned out to be bullshit, all they did was prove themselves wrong. And this is why they ended up with problems, because when you try to accept the entire theory, which Einstein himself said you should not do, when you try to accept the entire theory, you now have to come up with all sorts of weird shit that doesn't exist in reality in order to explain this purely functioning reality, a purely procedural reality, that the theory itself does not prove. Geometric gravitation itself disproves that. Fully. 100%. Like, but people don't get this shit because they don't study this shit. They don't really study free will versus determinism. Even when they do, it's at best from a purely philosophical standpoint. But if you have a purely deterministic reality, that's easy to prove. Easy to prove. No free will? Okay, if there's no free will, you should be able to put a human through the same exact test 100 times that starts off the same exact way, and they should come to the same exact conclusions 100 times in a row. But whenever that study is done anywhere on Earth, it never works out that way because there's too much undecidability in the brain alone, let alone the greater reality, which is the most undecidable thing mankind knows. Our existence itself is undecidable, at least at this level of reality. Once you start to hit conceptual reality, especially once you hit consciousness, you get ridiculous levels of undecidability. Now, prior to consciousness, and especially prior to conceptual reality, you would have pure predeterminism. This is just pure unfolding of mathematics, the pure unfolding of laws, structures, order that leads to everything that exists. But the more you go into that structure, the more undecidable it becomes, and the more entropy begins to rise. Entropy disproves the argument against free will. The second law of thermodynamics proves free will. Like, humans need to study. Humans need to study. So let's discuss. Someone else does it wrong. That's how I try to let them talk. One fight. Condescending advice of you must go do this or else you are a loser and failure of society and bum and incel or else bitch. Slap yourself 24/7 unless it's be philosophical and darkening recommendations. I'm just going to start calling you Laves or Laves or Laves. One is speaking inside your mind and you are listening to it all the time. That's why I hate being human. It's the worst punishment. You got to take control of that voice. You got to take control of that voice. That's just your subconscious. That's all that is. Like, but people don't have control over their subconscious because they don't organize that control. Study that. Research that. How do I take control of my subconscious? Google that. Read books on that. Read scientific studies on it. Go read psychology and sociology papers. Understand psychoses. Understand hypnoses. Go understand magic with a K. Understand propaganda. Understand programming and training. Understand your subconscious mind, how it's programmed, deprogrammed, and then reprogram it yourself. And all of a sudden, that voice will become yours. This is the same reason why when you're sitting there hearing that voice talking this shit, you can go, nah, I'm done with that thought process. And that shit shuts up. And you go on to the next thing that you're doing. You have to give in to that voice for it to keep fucking talking. You have to feed into it. You have to allow the woe is me to take over and just allow it to continue. Nah, fuck that. I'm just gonna sit here and talk shit to myself. Like, like the fuck? I know I'm right. Why the fuck am I gonna be here chastising me? Why would I ever allow a voice in my own mind to chastise me for being correct? Objectively and provably so. I'm gonna eat that voice. Do you understand what I'm saying? Sean Walker. Lord Mark, Lord Shangiel at the front destroying this place and bringing it back to nothing zero. I mean, I would hope we're not at the front. Nigga, we're trash. We're not the examples to follow. We're not the examples to follow. If we're at the front, there's a problem. There should be better than us at the front. We'll do it if we have to. But there should be far better people than us at the front. Real fucking talk. Anyone telling you otherwise is a fucking narcissist of some sort. Yeah, I'm at the front. Yeah, I'm running this shit. Yeah. I'm the general. I'm the leader, nigga. Yeah. Y'all are mine. Yeah. My slaves, my disciples. Y'all are my soldiers. Y'all do what I tell you to do. Yeah. I'm at the front. Like, never listen to the nigga who wants to be the leader. Like, listen to the motherfuckers who are like, nigga, I don't want to lead none of you niggas, but somebody's got to teach y'all something. Like, like somebody's got to say this shit out loud at least. You know? But the motherfuckers who want to lead you, psychopaths. Or normies, who simply want to lead you back into being led under the same leadership they have. The motherfuckers who don't want to lead you, they probably got some real shit to say. They're not just trying to control you. They are, because everyone is. All words, the entire point of us transferring information to each other is to get people to, is to plug that information into their mind so they have it and can think, speak, and act upon it. Everyone is trying to technically control everyone in some form or fashion, but they don't want to run you. They don't want to rule you. You get what I'm saying? Like, those who do, beware. Be very fucking aware. Laves. Everyone is suffering because the one speak to you all the time is not your friend. It's your enemy, and the voice is unstoppable. The voice is not unstoppable. You saying that makes it unstoppable. Stop saying that to yourself. Hypnosis. They all want to see utopia, whatever that may be, but no one is willing to fight for it. No one wants to do anything here and now, just complain all day. Exactly. Precisely. And I say that I don't care if you want utopia or utter destruction of everything or some sort of mix of both. Because you could have utopian aspects within your reality come to fruition on your way to the destruction. There's no they're not mutually exclusive. You know, even if you have a utopia, the entropy is still rising in your utopia. Your utopia could never be perfect. Ever. It's impossible. So, and it just gets more and more dystopian over time. It has no fucking choice. That's just how entropy works. That's just how this shit works. So they're not mutually exclusive. You could be actualizing, realizing, and manifesting utopian aspects within your reality to a certain degree, while also manifesting dystopian aspects and even destruction. You look at the first world, the second world, and the third world. Even though the first world is still full of slaves, these are probably the slaves who have had the best, what's the word I'm looking for? Most secure, I should say, lives ever. Modern slaves are the most secure slaves than probably all time, right? But then you go from the first world to the second world and you see that dip. Then you go into the third world and you see that dip. Even amongst the utopia, there is dystopia. The utopia itself is based on the dystopia. I'm holding this phone in my hand because some kid in Africa dug out the cobalt by fucking hand a mile under the fucking ground in some fucking cobalt mine, shipped it to another fucking country to get refined by some other slave, shipped it to another country to get structured into a cell phone, and then shipped it to America to be bought by first worlders. Even the utopian aspects in a lot of cases are still based on dystopia somewhere else. That's how economics works. There's only so much of the pie. That's finances. That's monetary systems. That's capitalism, baby. So even the utopianism of capitalism comes with a dystopianism of capitalism. Simultaneously, it produces both. It produces the richest people the world has ever seen, while simultaneously producing the poorest people the world has ever seen. And everywhere in between. And everywhere in between. So this is why I always laugh when these people are like, oh, we should have this better Earth. I'm like, okay, you're going to have to get a little dystopian to get utopian. You want this better Earth in any form or fashion? What are you willing to burn down to get it? Who are you willing to kill to get it? What are you willing to overthrow to get it? Nothing. We just got to vote. You're never going to fucking get it. Like, You're never going to get it. Don't get me wrong. If whatever you're trying to push politically is in some way chaotic for the system, is in some way a disruptor for the system, I still support you attempting it. At least you're poking and prodding in some form or fashion that the system doesn't like. Like, you know, I don't think you'll ever achieve your goal, but I support you fucking trying, and I'll even promote it for you. Because if you do succeed, wow, that's kind of cool. He actually got something changed for the better. Wow, never thought that would happen. I'm pleasantly surprised. And if it doesn't happen, all it does is add more entropy anyway. You're just adding to the chaos, disrupting the system a little bit more. Both of those work for me. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, utopia and dystopia aren't really separate. And most utopias are going to be dystopian for certain people. Most dystopias are going to be utopian for certain people who look at this world like us and say, this is a dystopia. The elites go, this is utopia. Do you understand what I'm saying? One man's heaven is another man's hell. One man's trash is another man's treasure. One man's wife is another man's whore. One woman's husband is another woman's sugar daddy. Oh, you thought that was yours? Oh, you thought that was this? No, that's also theirs, and it's also that. Oh, you thought this was dystopia? It's also utopia. Oh, you thought you were free? Well, you're also a slave. But I have more freedom than any other slave. I can do so much in this modern era. So much. I could travel the world, Craig. I could travel the world. As a slave citizen with slave documents and slave fiat currencies and a slave financial, monetary, and banking system built on a third world caste system and class system. Like, and you better get all your fucking vaccinations if you're going to take that travel, because most places ain't going to let you in if you ain't got these vaccines. And slave. Yeah, you could travel in a way you could never do before, based on all the slavery that never existed before. Based on all the slave systems that never existed before. The bigger and more powerful the slavery gets, the more shit can be done. The more slaves you have. I want you to think, just 200 fucking years ago, there was, what, 1 billion people on Earth? Maybe, tops. Now there's 8 because this system allows for it. It breeds slaves. The next system doesn't need as many. But it still needs quite a few to be embodied because they want their AGI and their ASI, which, as I've told people this entire time, is going to take a mixing and matching of everything that already exists, including embodiment within human brains and things along these lines. Brain organoids. They just uploaded a fly brain 3 days ago to the fucking cloud. And they're working on a mouse brain right now. And they're already getting started on trying to create their human brain in the Matrix. And all these things are coming together simultaneously. Nanotechnologies, just nanoscale biotechnologies, COVID vaccines, we all know. Do you understand what I'm saying? Motherfuckers always want to talk about their utopia. But they're not willing to fight for it. They're not willing to kill for it. They're not willing to die for it. They're not willing to burn shit down for it. And then you got other motherfuckers who say they want to destroy everything, but they're also the same as those other people. Not willing to speak on it, fight on it, kill on it, die on it, burn shit down on it. Like, you want to destroy everything? Everything. Yet morality is the argument holding you. Even if it morality physically holds me back. If it didn't, I'd probably already be dead because I'd already be a serial killer. But just because I know my own morality holds me back does not mean I'm going to push that as a reason to be held back. No, that's just me being a pussy. That's just me being weak. That's me being a bitch. That's my own softness. It's not an excuse. It's a reason, but it's not an excuse. Motherfuckers preach this utopia shit. Other motherfuckers preach this destruction shit. Other motherfuckers preach like a mix of the two. ain't willing to do a goddamn thing differently to get it. Ain't willing to start anything new, ain't willing to stop anything they've been doing to fucking get it. And anyone willing to go beyond them in their thoughts, words, or actions, they try to pull back to their level. That's where the fuck we at. Just keep that in mind. But never fold. Lave Scoutery. Only solution is to become more aware. Yeah, I agree. You got to be more aware for sure. Forget a utopia, not even a dystopia. Ultimate destruction-topia. I'm with it. Let's see. What else y'all got going on in here? Because that's basically all I had to say today was never fold. Let's see. You be out here preaching to the choir. I know I do. Lavis Scootery, the punishment is not eternal because nothing could ever be eternal. Like you're saying these religious concepts. Being punished in a human body is eternal. Nigga, make that make real sense. Explain to me how anything material could be eternal. How anything physical could be eternal. How anything conceptual could be eternal. Explain to me how any level of non-conceptual reality could be eternal. Explain to me how consciousness could actually be eternal. Because first you'd have to explain how it could come into existence without structure. And it would require a certain tier of structure that is already ordered into a certain level of something that is capable of being self-aware. In order for there to be self-awareness, meaning consciousness, there must first be something that can be consciously self-aware, meaning there must be a certain level of order based on prior structure from non-conceptual and conceptual reality to lead to the concept of consciousness to begin with. So consciousness itself literally could never be eternal. Because the existence it requires in order to be anything at all is also not eternal and never could be. Therefore, any conscious things, such as material beings, like humans, in a material existence such as this universe, could never be eternal. Even if it's a simulation. Because computers aren't eternal. Like, code isn't eternal. Hardware and software isn't eternal. And they all have corruptions. And this is an undecidable reality. So even if it's, say, a simulation or something, it's an undecidable simulation, which means it's not a simulation, it's a simulacra, which already guarantees it's not eternal. And it has entropy, it's not eternal. There's chaos and randomness, not eternal. Undecidability, not eternal. Consciousness of any kind, not eternal. There's experience from one moment to the next, not eternal. Beings have memories, not eternal. Like, there's not an infinite amount of moments prior to us, leading up to us, which allows us to exist to begin with, not eternal. Nothing about this existence evidences eternality in any way. Nothing. Everything here is finite. Like, everything. Period. Because everything is energy and everything is an energy exchange. Even energy itself is finite. There's only so much of it. It has a beginning. It has a structure. It requires vibration. It must constantly be moved and exchanged between the structures created by it. The moment it's no longer moving, vibrating, or being transmitted between structures, energy transfers, the energy dissipates. It dissolves. It ceases to be. So even the energy that all things, the essence of all, isn't eternal. So nothing within or made from that essence can ever be eternal. Let alone anything physical, conceptual, material, or conscious. Like, that just is what that is. Get out of this existential masochism. Study. Hypnosis, afterlife, astral, destruction of everything. People keep saying words all they want. What are they doing against the actual forces here and now? Nothing. Nothing. And that's the problem. Niggas only want to pick one particular part of the fight. As if this isn't just existence. As if this isn't just how reality is. No, no, no. It's only here. As soon as I leave here, I'm going to heaven. Okay, religious person. I'm going to my heavenly afterlife, my heavenly astral realm, the heaven that my God has laid out for me, my void bubble that no one will ever be able to bother me in again, even though I'm here and was bothered to begin with. Like, it's like being robbed and kidnapped, taken from your fucking home, put into a prison. Finally getting out of that prison, going back to your home and locking your doors and pretending that no one could ever put you back in prison when you were in your home to begin with when they came and got your ass and put you in prison, according to your own theories, people. I'm an everlasting soul, an infinite being, an infinite spirit, an astral entity, etc., etc., etc. Infinite eternal consciousness, and yet somehow you're trapped here right now. Right now, crying and complaining about it. But you think that when you die this time, you're just scot-free and nothing could ever happen to you again? No, nigga, that's not existence. That's not reality. There will always be archons attempting to do some fuckery. Period. That's just existence. On every level of existence, starting right the fuck here. But people don't want to acknowledge that because they're pussies. They are cowards. And they don't want to face their own cowardice. I'll look in the mirror and say it every fucking day. You are a fucking pussy. You are a bitch allowing this shit to continue. Yeah, you can pat yourself on the back for all the things you've stopped and all the things you've started based upon applying the knowledge you've gained. But when it comes to the things that you haven't done yet, you a pussy. And that's every day in the mirror, bro. I wake up with that thought. And that's not the mind virus. That's not the Watiko. That's me talking to me. Because I'm telling me the motherfucking truth about me. People don't ever want to tell themselves the truth about themselves. They always want to act like they're the one who's righteous and conscious and wonderful, and they're just the best being in the world, and they just love and have empathy for everyone, everywhere, at all times. Always. We are the greatest spiritual beings of love and light. We just want utopia. But we'll never face the role they play in never gaining it. Here, there, or anywhere. Because the way they act here is the same way they're going to act there or anywhere. Real talk. Courageous are simply courageous. It doesn't matter the current circumstances. They're either courageous or they're fucking not. They're either truthful or they're fucking not. They're either honest with themselves or they're fucking not. They're either attempting to be unapologetically authentic or they're fucking not. They're either lying to themselves or they're fucking not. Like, there's no two ways around this shit. Period. And that goes for us as well. Especially us. Conscious beings. Look the fuck around and become truly aware of the existence you're within. Stop putting on blinders, taking out your telescope and looking at your astral, your wonderful non-entropic, perfectly heavenly astral realm that could never fucking exist in imperfect reality. That your current imperfect reality already guaranteed 100% objectively disproves could ever be a thing at all. And come to terms with that shit and get to fucking work. Learn, teach, preach, promote, and carry out any and all possible solutions to any and all possible problems on any and all possible levels of reality that you are willing and able to carry out to the best of your ability. And support anyone and everyone that is willing and able to carry out any possible solutions to any possible problems on any possible levels of reality, even if it's less than what you would like them to do, but especially and most particularly if it's more than what you're willing and able to do. Which is why I always say I support you niggas going to fight the Archons, But there's archons right here. Like, like if somebody says, I'm going to kill myself today and go fight those archons, because that's the battle I'm willing to fight, by all means. But if niggas is like, I'm just going to live a long life as a good, willing slave, crying about it, but just continuing to do it forever. And anytime somebody says that we should do something about it, I'm going to tell them that we can't do anything about it and there's nothing that we should do about it. And I'm just going to keep going along with the status quo and promoting the status quo and helping maintain the status quo as much as I possibly fucking can. Until I die, and then I'm going to go be this all-powerful god that the archons can't control. Sure you are. Sure, buddy. Sure you are. Like, make that make any real sense. You can't even prove that to yourself. You can't even prove that to yourself. You could think it, you could believe it, you could want it, you could wish it, you could hope for it, you could desire it, you could have faith in it. Prove it, nigga. You can't. So, what can you definitively prove? You're right here, right now, having this experience with my ass. Because if we weren't having a co-experience in a co-reality, you and I could never have a conversation. See the word co at the front of the cooperation, conversation. But you notice how there's also conspiracy, conflict, because it's all co. That's what the prefix of co means. Corporation. Like, conceive, conceptual, conception, conceive. All those codes, my nigga. This is where you are. Motherfuckers act like they're gonna go fight gods, but they can't stop paying a tax. They're going to go fight angels and light beings, but they can't stop paying a tax. They're going to go fight the demons and the devils and the demiurges, but they can't stop paying a tax. They're going to go fight the fallen angels from here to the astral realms, but they can't stop paying a tax. What? And this is why I always say, I'm not talking to the NPCs, I'm talking to you niggas. I don't expect the NPCs to do any of that shit. They're fucking NPCs. Until they are reprogrammed, until they're broken of that code, until something occurs or happens to them or a loved one that is able to break them free from that, shake them fucking loose from that robotic fucking stagnation, there's no reason to expect anything from them except for them being NPCs, right? You expect normies to norm. That's what they do. Normies norm. That's what they do. Right? But the abnormals should be fucking abnormal. You shouldn't be saying one thing and being a completely different being. No one's perfect. You're never going to get it 100% correct. Neither the fuck am I. But there should be a certain percentage like that is blatantly obvious in your fucking life based on your thoughts, words, and actions that people can see there's something abnormal about that nigga. That motherfucker's different in some form or fashion. Whether they like it, love it, dislike it, or hate it. It should be pretty fucking obvious. Your thoughts, your words, and your actions should be pointing in that direction. More and more every fucking day, as much as you possibly can. People move at different rates, different levels, different tiers. Some people have more empathy. Some people have less empathy. Some people could do violence. Some people can't do violence. Some people could preach from... But at bottom, like Illicit Mind be saying, at bottom, everyone can think this shit, meditate this shit, da-da-da. But the goal is to go beyond it. You start somewhere. I'm too scared to go out there and talk this shit out loud. I'm too scared to live stream. I'm too scared to make videos. I'm too scared to post. I'm too scared to say this shit. But I can sit here and think about it. I can meditate on it. I can do my ritual work on it. I can do my artwork on it. I can make my music on it. I can do all this other shit with me. In my own mental space, my own astral space, my own ritual and magical space, my own thoughtful space, my own intellectual space, philosophical, ideological. etc., space, right? Then the goal is, because that's what you're learning, and you're carrying out whatever you can carry out on your own in your own space, then the goal is to teach. When teaching opportunities come up, you teach a motherfucker. Once you become good at teaching, you know you understand this shit enough to the point where you can speak this shit well enough, to the point where you have pretty much good comebacks for pretty much anything that anyone can say, because the comebacks are always the same. The naysayers always say the same shit, normies norm, right? Even in the so-called truth community, there's a certain level of normie in it. There's a normal level, and there's different levels, and people think it goes one, that new age love and light shit. Then you get dropped down to one, and you finally reach destroy everything. But that's all the way at the end. Let's be real. Is that not at the fucking end? Destroy everything is all the way at the end. So if that's where you're at, and that's where you're trying to get people to get to, it's going to be harder. It's going to take longer. But it's also going to take more of you being an example, more of you putting your shit out there, more of you learning, teaching, and preaching. Because once you're good enough at teaching, it's time to start preaching, period. I don't care if you're out on the corner with a megaphone, if you're recording videos, live streams, if you got 6 social medias, if you're talking to your friends, your family, if you're out there trying to do political shit, preaching to the world somehow, if you're out there doing protests or riots, or you got to start preaching some way, somehow. And then you got to start promoting. You see a video like this? Share it. Promote it. You like something Mark Moonspilly said, something he shared, something he posted, artwork, a comment. You like a video or a live stream that Illicit Mind did, like he's going to do tonight. Share it. Promote it. This is what promotion is. Black Anarchist creates a book. What do? We get him on Illicit Mind's channel so we can promote it to the level we can. Illicit Mind's got like 2,000 subscribers. It's not 2 million, but that's 2,000 more people that might not have heard about it. And even if it's not all of them, even if it's only 500 of them, that's 500 more people that might not have heard about it if Illicit Mind didn't put it on his channel. That's called promotion. You promote your teachers and preachers. You promote your soldiers. Because after promotion comes what? Action. Carrying out any and all possible solutions to any and all possible problems on any and all possible levels of reality that you're willing and able to carry out to the best of your ability. If you want to start small, start small. This is why I always go back to something like stop paying taxes. It's just so fucking easy. If you're going to work anyway, you're going to be a slave anyway, and you want to hit them in any way you can, hit them in their pockets. Hit them in their money system. Hit them in their taxation system. And it's going to take them, depending on how much money you make and how much you owe, anywhere from 3 to fucking 20 years to even figure out you're not paying them as an individual. Depending on how much you make. That nigga Wesley Snipes got away with $10 million over like 20 fucking years. Before they finally came for his rich ass. And they like coming for rich people. They'll come for celebrities. They won't necessarily come for elites because those niggas know what they're doing with their taxes. Wesley Snipes didn't have the right accountant. Those niggas know what they're doing with their taxes. So billionaires don't pay taxes. I want you to think about that. There's a loophole in the system that you exist within as a slave to the point where people with billions of dollars don't have to pay fucking taxes. But you do. Even if you get an accountant, my boy, the one whose couch I'm sleeping on right now, went to school for accounting. If he sat down with you, I guarantee you he's not getting you out of all those taxes that the billionaires get out of. Because you can't. You don't do the same thing billionaires do. You can't get the same write-offs billionaires can get. Yeah, he might find you more shit than you can find because he's trained in that. But he ain't gonna get you the same tax loopholes Bill Gates got, Donald Trump got, Elon Musk got, what's that nigga? Jeff Bezos got. He ain't gonna get you the same taxes that the Rothschilds have. Niggas who own the money. Because you don't own the money, slave. Right? Right? So this is why we go back to simple shit. Easy shit. It's not even fucking hard to do. First action, right here, right now on planet Earth. Nigga, if you work, walk into your fucking human resources office, get that fucking form, they'll know what it is, and you can even Google it for your state. Shit, you could even print it out and bring it in, fully filled out. No questions need to be asked. Like, fill out that fucking form, push your taxes to the end of the fucking year. If you're gonna get a refund, file for your last and final refund so you can get that money back, as much of it comes back to you as possible. Again, give them nothing but take from them everything, as they do to us. And then after that, never file taxes again, and you'll be getting paid more every fucking week. And it's going to take them a bare minimum of 3 years to even figure out you're not fucking filing. And since more and more people are doing this, because people are doing this more and more every day, you could Google it. The numbers are rising. The more and more people that do it, that number gets even longer. 3 years becomes 4, 5, 6, 10, 1,000. They can't keep up. Our estimates are we cannot keep up with how many people are no longer paying taxes. Then they have to move to the next strategy, and that's when you keep going too. But then they'll just make martial law. Stop being a pussy. That's the point. You want to push them to that. As long as you obey, they don't have to do that shit. And they still crack down on you. Even while you're being a bitch-ass, pussy-ass, coward-ass slave, they still crack down on you. Slowly but surely, over time, more and more. Because that's how the system works. The crashes, the failures, those are on purpose. That's how the system's designed. That's how capitalism is designed. That's how fiat currency and debt-based slavery, debt-based monetary systems are designed to crash. They literally mathematically have to. This is how they're able to make things too big to fail. Because they're guaranteed to fail, so then they can just start using your tax money through liquid injections and quantitative easing to bail out banks and technology companies and AI companies and oil companies, et cetera, bailing out billionaires. Capitalism for you, communism for them. Socialism for them, I should say. Like when people, like I love when these dumb poor people, no, capitalism is the greatest thing. No, nigga, you're the one with the capitalism. The billionaires don't have, they have socialism. I love when people talk about SNAP or food benefits or welfare, which costs like $10 billion a year total in the United States of America. I'm like, you know that they be doing bailouts to the tune of like almost $1 trillion a year for just rich, powerful motherfuckers, right? You know the bank bailouts are still going to this day from 2008. Remember when they had to bail out the banks because they were too big to fail and it was going to collapse the entire global system because America's banks were failing? Did you know that they've bailed them out to the tune of like 30-something trillion dollars now? Do you know that those liquid injections have to be maintained because it's too big to fail, but it's guaranteed to fail? It's failing at all times. It's failing right now. We're already in a state of failure. Everything's on life support. This entire system is on life support. And the only reason why it's able to remain on life support is because we won't stop supporting it. And when I say we, I'm talking to us. Not even the masses, not the NPCs, not the robots. You, nigga. Whoever's still paying taxes, you, nigga. Whoever's still going to work, you, nigga. Whoever's still paying bills, you, nigga. Whoever's still in this society in any way, shape, or form and hasn't shot anybody yet, you, nigga, me, nigga, we, nigga. Like, us, nigga. Like, those who know better but don't do better, you, nigga. It's on us. It's on those who know. It's not on those who don't know. You see a fucking like 2-year-old trying to eat paint chips, what do? You smack the paint chips out of his hand. Because that dumb little fucker don't know. But you do. Like, you do. You're the adult in the room. All these other people are children. You know better. They don't. You gonna let the fucking children dictate to you anything? That's just fucking dumb. The only other adults in the room are the fucking elites. Are you going to let those other adults in the room bully you? While they pedo all the kids in the same room as you? You going to pay taxes and bills to them and work for them in their system, in their society? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, do something different. Something. It starts with learning. Teaching, preaching, promoting. But at some point, you got to do something. Anything. And that could include doing literally nothing. Do absolutely nothing at all. And I mean nothing. Just sit the fuck down somewhere and let the world fucking take care of you. Because it will. It'll move to take care of you. This bullshit world doesn't like people dying. So yesterday you needed health insurance and all these other things to be taken care of, but today you don't because you just don't give a fuck anymore and you'll lay down and die. The moment you actually be like, I will just lay here and die, and you fucking mean that and the world knows that, you'll be brought to a fucking hospital, you'll be given a psychologist, a therapist, all of a sudden you're getting all the help you could possibly get. But yesterday, no one gave a fuck. No one gave a fuck about your strife, my nigga. They didn't give a fuck about the job market, the economics, the finances, rent going up, mortgage going up. They didn't give a fuck about oil prices, gas prices, food prices, inflation. They don't give a fuck. War, none of this shit. Anything that you're dealing with based upon this existence, they don't give a fuck. But let one of you niggas today really just sit down and be like, I'm just not doing it. And watch how motherfuckers keep your ass alive anyway. That's partially what I'm doing right now. Like, I'm not doing this shit. If humans have two options when it comes to me. Take care of me. And I'm going to keep preaching I'm going to keep being me. I'm going to keep pushing my shit. I'm going to keep going down this road no matter what. Y'all want to keep me around, take care of me. Or I'm going to go out there and pillage and plunder. Because if y'all want to keep this bullshit going and just be slaves, okay, I'm going to treat niggas like slaves then. I'm going to treat the world like they want to be treated. Until the slave catchers come and body my ass. Because I'm an unruly slave who's harming other slaves. The same way they went and got Arene, who was being an unruly slave. Either I'm going to be a rebel or a runaway. That's it. Period. So, if you want a nigga around, take care of a nigga. If you don't, don't. Because if y'all just want to keep slaving, I'm not doing it, but I can't single-handedly end slavery on planet Earth. You know what I'm saying? There needs to be a certain number of motherfuckers. It doesn't even have to be a big one. Like 1% of this species could do it. I'm not even joking. Like, it's actually way easier than people think, but people are too pussy to take that step because they're afraid of what they're going to eat tomorrow. What their kids going to eat. What bills ain't getting paid. What heat getting shut off. What electricity they ain't going to have. They're too worried about their comforts and conveniences to just give it all up and play chicken with these motherfuckers. Like, and that's just playing chicken when I ain't even talking about going to war. I ain't even talking about stepping outside and killing these niggas. I'm talking about just pick one fucking thing and play chicken with them. I always suggest taxes because to me that's the best fucking thing you can pick. Just start to just that one thing. Enough people do that one thing and that's going to cause some chaos. Let alone if they do a bunch of things and stop doing a bunch of other things. If motherfuckers literally just did solution number 13 and just sat the fuck down and said, I'm just not doing this shit no more. Let me die or not. I don't even care. I don't care. I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing shit to take care of me or this system or this society. Period. Period. So either it will fuck around and do it for me, since that's what society is supposed to kind of do in the first place. Like, your society is supposed to work for you. The only reason you're supposed to provide labor for society is because that society provides more and more benefits to you over time, not less and less. So if your society is not even providing you more and more benefits over time, more and more freedom over time, because even if it's giving you benefits, if those benefits come at the trade-off of slavery, those benefits aren't worth it. Period. So let me just say it that way. If you ain't getting more and more freedom over time, your society ain't shit. If the societies in your civilization as a species are moving more and more towards globalized slavery and all forms of slavery, your civilization ain't shit, bro. And it's not taking care of you. You're taking care of it. Sit down and stop doing shit. Lay down, like they say in China. Just lay down. Be a hikikimori, like they do in Japan. Be a NEET, N-E-E-T. What is that? Not employed in education or training, I think it is. Which is, I think, a term that started in Britain. There's another name for it in America, and I can't think of what it's called. But this shit is a global movement. Gen Z is especially doing this. It started with the millennials, but it didn't really kick off because a lot of us are still fucking brainwashed. But it started there, and the Gen Z is just taking this shit and run with it. They're running with it. So push that shit harder. But like, real talk. If you're not going to do anything, don't do anything. If you're going to do anything, do something. And again, maybe not everyone is there yet. I get some people are just starting to think this today. I understand that. I say this every time. People move at different paces. But if you think this way for a good long while, and you speak this way, let alone if you're crying and complaining about the problems right here, right now, what's the one thing you're going to stop doing this year or start doing this year that is going to help push the agenda in the direction of the outcome you seek? How are you going to apply pressure? How are you going to play chicken? What skin are you putting in the fucking game? Are you going to go from thinking and meditating or not doing any of that to doing that? You're going to get into your thinking, into your meditating, into your ritual work, into your dream work, into your psychology and your consciousness and subconsciousness. You're going to start fine-tuning that shit, deprogramming and reprogramming. For those of you who have already been there, are you going to get to the speaking part? You've already done all the learning, and we're always going to be doing the learning. The learning never ends, right? But you've learned enough to be able to teach. You're going to start teaching. You're going to start speaking up in situations. You're going to start posting things, sharing things, right? Sharing videos and presentations. You're going to start preaching, calling for some action, calling for solutions. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you're not just teaching. Like, for example, my anti-cosmic voidism presentations are mostly just teaching. They're not even really me preaching. When I'm teaching, I'm giving you knowledge, information, and data that you require in order to understand what I later preach. What I'm preaching is voidism. Destroy it all. That's my preaching. You understand? What I'm learning is all of existence, all of reality. What I'm teaching is all of existence, all of reality. What I'm preaching is the solutions to that. See, you teach the problem in all of its facets, and then you preach the solutions. And then you promote the solutions in anyone else that is teaching, preaching, promoting, or carrying out any solutions. And then you carry out solutions. So if you've been speaking, teaching, preaching, etc., what's next? Do something. Do something. And you don't even have to necessarily go in that. You can go straight to doing shit. Not everyone's a good teacher or a good preacher. But if you ain't teaching, preaching, you better at least be learning and promoting. I'm not a good teacher. I'm not a good preacher, but I'm going to learn this shit. I'm going to promote these motherfuckers who are good teachers and are good preachers. I'm going to promote their lessons and presentations. I'm going to promote their debates and etc. And I'm going to carry out the solutions I'm going to carry out. And over time, days, weeks, months, years, decades, I'm going to keep increasing every level of that. And just because I'm bad at teaching and preaching right now doesn't mean I'm going to stop trying to learn how to be better at that so I can help push this agenda in that direction that much more. And when I see somebody going above and beyond me, I'm going to support that and promote that. Do you see how this shit's levels to this shit, how this shit works? And again, I'm not talking to the masses. I'm not talking to the NPCs. I'm talking to y'all. I'm talking to y'all because we're the ones who need to talk to us. Everything is on us whether we like it or not. Like, whether we like it or not. If you're the only nigga in the room who knows any type of math, you're the only one who can count, and you got a bunch of motherfuckers fighting over a limited resource, you're the one who's got to stop it. Hey, everybody shut the fuck up. I'm going to divide this shit evenly. Because I know how to count. I understand math. The rest of you niggas are ignorant of this. You know what the next step would be? Come here and watch me while I do this so y'all can learn how to count too. And once y'all have learned how to count and what these numbers are and these concepts, I'm going to teach y'all math. That way, once you have learned the math, you can see the conclusion I'm coming to is correct and we can actually get to work. But I can't get motherfuckers to that point if I can't get them to counting plus math. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what we need to be doing. Learn, teach, preach, promote, carry out, support. It's not that hard. But motherfuckers can't do the basic shit. Be in the same so-called truth community for 10 fucking years and haven't changed anything about their individual lives. Still chasing dollars, still chasing paychecks, bills, taxes, still trying to keep up with the Joneses, still trying to be fresh, fly, clean cut, pretty, stylish. Like, still spending time on almost nothing but bullshit. The only real shit they spend time on is a stream like this. But the rest of their day is video games, TV shows. And if you peep in the mythos, and this is again, even when doing these things, you can still use them for more than what they're provided for. These are provided as entertainment. They want to try to brainwash you, but you can obviously go deeper than that, right? So even in the things you're already doing, what are you doing different in those things? Are you still just playing the game? Or are you peeping the mythos? Are you still just watching the TV show or the movie? Or are you peeping the mythos? And peeping the mythos is not just seeing the mythology and just seeing it. It is seeing it and then applying it. And in fact, I'm going to start a new apply the mythos. Peep the mythos, then apply the mythos. Because again, knowledge is not power. Applied knowledge is power. It doesn't matter what you know. If you don't apply that which you know, it means nothing. It means less than nothing. And it's even more of a disgrace because you're denying what you already know. So peep the mythos and apply the mythos, right? Like, we got to do something. Like, you should be doing something. If you have these abnormal thoughts, but your words and actions do not match to an extent that no one even sees you as the abnormal one, you should know you're fucking up. People should know you're as abnormal as you fucking are. It's the only way normality has ever changed. An abnormal being never changed normality by behaving as a normal being. Don't get me wrong, you can blend in under certain circumstances and situations if you want to or need to. But that abnormality has got to come out somewhere, in some way, shape, or form. Which is why we have the 13 solutions, which we're going to go over again tomorrow. Shout out to Mark, shout out to Alyssa. Which is why I'll always say, peep the mythos. And now I'm going to say apply the mythos. Which is why I always say knowledge is not power, applied knowledge is power. Which is why I always say, what do we need to do? Learn, teach, preach, promote, carry out any and all solutions to any and all problems on any and all levels of reality that we are willing and able to carry out to the best of our ability, and support anyone else doing anything less, and especially if they're doing anything more. Because at least they're doing something. And chastise those who say there's nothing we can do. Because they're doing something as they say that. They're literally doing something in that exact moment. There's nothing we can do. Okay, then go lay down on the floor. You said there's nothing we can do, right? What are you doing right now? Well, I'm watching you. Then you're doing something, dumbass. You're doing something right now. Just by watching me and then commenting that here. You're doing something. Stop commenting that bullshit. That's step one for you. Stop being a pussy. Stop being an existential masochist. A peaceful ass crybaby. There's nothing we can do. Do nothing. Then why are you on my channel? Like, you're doing something, right? So, do something else. Watching the channel, that's step one. Good job. Stop crying like that. Stop whining like. Stop saying there's nothing we can do. That's step 2. That's the thing you need to work on. Stop being an existential masochist. Whoever this is hitting home with. I'm not thinking of anybody in particular. I'm just saying in general, because this is the shit that this community is fucking full of. Like, it is just full of existential masochists saying, woe me, looking for something to save them. Or just saying, nothing will ever save us. We're just fucked forever. Okay. All right. That's you doing something. You saying that and putting that out there into the ethers is you doing something, but okay. How about you just stop doing anything at all? Just lay the fuck down. Just lay down. Do you have a bed, a couch, a floor? Where do you sleep? Just go lay there and don't move unless somebody moves you. Like, don't fucking move. And if you're not going to go that far, then be a leech, my nigga. Be a parasite. Be wherever you're going to be at, but don't pay shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, keep living, eat, drink, whatever. And when people say, why are you doing? You can say to them, are you willing to stop? No? Okay, well, I'm just going to keep doing this shit then, because until you niggas is willing to actually, do some shit, I'm just going to not do anything. Because that's where I'm at for the most part. Motherfuckers don't want to do shit? Well, I ain't doing shit either then. Including the shit they want me to do. Like, especially the shit they want me to do. I'd rather die. Either this shit is going to change in some form or fashion, for the better or the worse, or both. Or I ain't going to do shit. Or I'm going to die. Those are the 3 options. There is no fourth. And when we get that through our head and we actually start behaving in that fucking manner, to one extent or another, to one level or another, in one way or another, shit can actually start happening. Right? You can't come watch my video if I don't make the video. Right? If I don't take that action of making the live stream, you can't take the action of coming in and joining it. Right? In order for me to cause any level of change, whether it's mentally, verbally, or physically, in order for me to, in any way, feed, motivate, douse the fire within any of you, I first have to click record. I have to do something in order to attempt to achieve the outcome that is laid out at the end of my agenda. By any percentage. Like, whether it's 0.1% or I'm able to skip right to the end by just having some void explosion and I blow up everything. It's like 100% goal accomplished versus 0.1 trillion zeros 1% accomplished and everything in between. You're going to have to do something. So I'm going to read that again. Hypnosis. Afterlife, astral, destruction of everything. People keep saying words all they want. Words, words, words. What are they doing against the actual forces here and now? Whoever's in here, look yourself in the mirror. I don't know who's in here. I mean, I know a couple of you in here. I know Vazen's always in here. But whoever's in here, look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself that fucking question. What are you doing here and now? What are you thinking here and now? What are you doing mentally here and now to push things in the direction you want them to go? What are you doing verbally, including typing and all that, any way that you get information, data, words, etc. out there? What are you doing verbally here and now? What are you doing physically? What actions are you taking here and now? What actions have you stopped taking for your agenda here and now? What are you doing that you can do more of here and now? What are you doing that you should be doing less of here and now? What could you start today? What could you full stop today? Here and now. Nobody wants to hear that shit because that doesn't allow them to be pussy-ass cowardly slaves, playing make-believe and play pretend with their religious beliefs of this heaven they're never gonna fucking reach. if they're forced to look at the here and now. You know, so if they're forced to be present, just be present. None of those motherfuckers are actually present. They're living in La La Land. If they were actually present, they'd behave a lot differently. All these love and lighters ain't got no real love. First and foremost, they don't love nobody. They love themselves. They love the idea of love and light. The reality, obviously, isn't that. Right? Right? Show me the love and light in this bitch. Like, show me the all-loving creator. I'll wait. Provide any evidence at all for this being's existence. Like, all-loving one. Bullshit, right? But this is how people get around doing anything. Well, we don't focus on negativity. We only focus on the positive in order just to manifest the positive into our best lives. Whatever you say, Western white Americans. Like, you know, like, that's usually who's saying that shit. It's that suburban fucking California mom, fucking yoga teaching, goat milk drinking, fucking like, middle-aged, Oprah watching. We just manifest our best lives. Now, downward dog. Like, we manifest peace and balance in a non-peaceful and unbalanced world. Like, what are you actually doing? Are you fixing anything? Like, what problems are you addressing right now? None? You're ignoring them? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, now I get it. That's all they're doing is ignoring problems. They're ignoring reality. And in doing so, they're also ignoring the solutions. And always pushing shit somewhere to some other place that they'll probably never even fucking go to. And say, oh, I'll do the work over there. You know, if I ever even reach that place, if that place is even real, if it even exists, let alone if it's any way that I think it is, then maybe I'll do the work over there. But here, I'm not going to do shit but cry and whine and complain. And just be a good little slave and promote others to be a good little slave. Anytime they say to do anything counter to it, I'm going to tell them they should be doing it. They say burn it down, I'm going to say no. Rebel, revolt, no. Stop paying taxes, no. Stop paying bills, no. Quit your jobs, no. You might want to quit them before they can replace you with robots and AI overnight. No, we're just going to wait for them to replace us. Oh, okay, geniuses. Like, we're just going to keep doing this until we reach that point, and then we're absolutely fucked. Smart. Real smart. Like, real fucking smart humans. And again, I'm talking to y'all. I'm talking to us. I'm talking to those in here and who think like this. Because again, the average dumb, ignorant slave monkey doesn't even know this shit for the most part, and it can't even really properly acknowledge it or break it down. So they can never see themselves doing anything other than what they're doing. They can't even fathom the shit. But you can. I can. We can. So what are you doing? What am I doing? What are we doing? And when people start to complain about problems, that's when you say, what are the solutions to it? And you ask them that. And if they have solutions, you say, okay, how do you want to go about doing that? Push them in the direction of implementing their own solutions to the point where if they don't, they have to acknowledge it. And make sure, like, I just want you to acknowledge that. You said this was a problem you were complaining about. I asked you the solution. You brought up the solution yourself. I asked you about implementing this solution, and you instantly threw it to the side. So you can't really complain about this problem in the future then, because you're accepting it. You have a solution you came to. And if they don't have a solution and you do, you provide it to them. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, people love to just talk. They don't want to get anywhere. Like, they like to talk for no fucking reason. I don't. You can ask Hypnosis. He in the chat right here. He was here the other day. Him, my boy Self-Made. We're sitting at a table. And for a lot of the conversation, you could ask him if he's still in the chat. He'll probably just straight tell you, I didn't talk for most of it. Because most of the conversation, I mean, there are certain parts where I definitely chimed in because to me, those are the important parts of the conversation. Those are the parts that get somewhere. The rest of it's just conversation. It's just, we're just monkeys monkeying. We're just humans talking. Do you get what I'm saying? We're just talking. But then there's certain aspects, certain things, certain concepts, certain parts of the conversation where you go, let me add on to that because that's important. I want to emphasize that. And I want to see if that can take us anywhere beyond the mundane. And it's a fun experiment to do when you're sitting at a table with, so if you're me, sitting at a table with Hypnosis, who is an extremist in my opinion, not as extreme as I am. I don't think he wants to destroy everything. But I know he wants to destroy certain things, elites, governments. Like I know that he has a lot of problems with a lot of shit, and he's actually willing to put his money where his mouth is. He's actually willing to put his skin in the fucking game to push the agenda in the direction of the outcome he seeks. And the outcome he seeks at the end of his agenda helps push in the direction of the outcome I seek at the end of my agenda, which is ending everything everywhere. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, so sitting there with me, where I'm at, him where he's at, and my boy Self-Made where he's at, very societal in many ways. And hearing how the conversations ebb and flow back and forth, hearing where the disagreements come in, the arguments, the little debates, and then hearing how unimportant a lot of the conversation becomes because most people don't want to have those types of conversations. They don't want to have conversations that lead to what they are or aren't doing themselves in order to address the problems themselves. They want to have hypothetical conversations. When talking about problems, they just want to talk about the problems. They never want to talk about solutions. Right? So, again, Hypnosis could tell you, certain things get brought up. I haven't said shit in 10 minutes. They'll say something about something, and I'll be like, yeah, all of them should be shot. Because I just want to put the solution out there. That's usually where I chip in on most conversations when I'm surrounded by, even if it's just 2 people or more people. Like, I am far more quiet in real life than I am on this fucking YouTube because I have something to say here for a purpose. Most conversations are so fucking beneath me. Are so fucking beneath me. I don't even care to interact. I will be off, 2 motherfuckers talking in front of me, and I'm staring at the table in my own head somewhere waiting the fuck out. I'm still listening. I'm waiting for keywords and things. My brain is still, what's the word? Receiving the stimuli and going through the data and the information. But my consciousness is somewhere else because it just can't remain in that. My consciousness is not good at doing that. Even when I'm sitting here at this table right here, I'll be playing a game on one phone, listening to something on YouTube on the other phone, and still be in my head somewhere the fuck else. And that's really where I'm at. Where I'm really at is in my head somewhere the fuck else. The YouTube is just information that is being processed by the brain, and the game is keeping the monkey at bay. Take control of your processes. Your conscious, your subconscious. Take control of that shit. Steer that shit. Manipulate that shit the same way the world attempts to do. When you're in a conversation that is just not useful to you in that moment, just listen. Just let them talk. Chime in every now and again, laugh, giggle. You know? And when something important is said, say something important. When a problem is brought up, especially a problem you personally find important, immediately bring up the solution. The way you teach is in moments of, if you're trying to get somebody at least eventually to your end goal that lies at the end of your agenda, but they're way levels beneath it, when they say something that you know you can prove in real time, whether it's through philosophy and logic, science, math, whether you can provide the links, papers, presentations, videos, whatever the fuck it may be, that's the moment you take to teach them. And again, you're not debating because you already know you're right. You're just teaching them. Teach as a teacher would. Not as a debater would, as a teacher would. If they accept it, they accept it. If they don't, they fucking don't. And then you move on. When they accept it, you try to move them to the next point. Every time they accept it, something you're saying based on something important, you try to push them further. The moment they push back, you let go. It's not your job to awaken the NPCs, but it is your job to teach everyone, everywhere, everything. Because the faster everyone learns all this shit, the better off we'll be in some form or fashion, whether that's a better world or whether that's destruction of everything. Or a mix of both until we get there. But it's those moments you take advantage of. It's also those moments you show your calmness and you show your maturity. While they show their ass half the time. Not always, but a lot of people do that. Especially when you're outnumbered. They just start showing their ass because there's no one there to like chastise them on them showing their, because it's a popularity contest with these people more than anything. What is most popular? What is most accepted? What do most people like? What do most people appreciate? What do most people agree upon? What do most people do? That's how they live their lives. And they might tell you, no, I don't live my life that way. Yet when you look at what they're doing every fucking day, it is what most people do. Especially in their particular demographic, whatever that may be. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, abnormals are abnormal. Normies are normal. It's not hard to tell who's who, right? And you can even see this in conversation with who brings up what conversations, who brings up what topics, and who responds to certain topics in certain ways. Who brings up more problems versus more solutions? Who brings up solutions to the problems they bring up? And who brings up underlying problems and underlying solutions to those underlying problems rather than just band-aids and shit? Oh man, the world sucks. We should vote for a new president. That's not even a band-aid. That's not real. You just brought up a problem of the world sucking and somehow equated it to what president we have, which is a false equation. The president is a symptom of the system. The president is not the system. Like, do you get it? Like, voting will not fix that. That's a systemic flaw. And really, it's not a flaw for the system. It's just a flaw to you. It's a problem to you. But for the system, it's working as it should, right? So what is a real solution to the problem? Is it voting for a president? Obviously not. You get what I'm saying? Like, what level of solutions do people bring up to what level of problem? Right? Like, when you talk about the problem with the monetary system and people start talking about owning businesses, investing, cryptocurrencies, getting jobs, careers, go to school, etc., you know where their mind is. That's normies norming, right? Like, do you get what I was like? They're not actually thinking of the problem realistically, let alone any solutions to it. The problem is the monetary system itself. The answer is not, well, go make more money. In a mathematically predetermined system of failure, where your money is eventually guaranteed to mean literally nothing. And all that which you paid for means nothing, which is why you pay property taxes on the land you claim to own. Because when the shit fails, the government can just come take that shit and move you wherever the fuck they want. Unless you're willing to die on that land. Then they'll have to move your dead body. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is how this shit works. So, what are you doing against the actual forces here and now? You hate existence, you hate reality, you hate nature, you hate physics, you hate materiality, non-conceptual reality, conceptual. You're a voidist. You do realize this is all contained within the void, right? This is all contained within creation. This is all contained within the astral, conscious reality, which is all contained within non-conceptual reality, which is all contained within chaos, which is all contained within the void. You're already in the void. It's not a place we're going. It's not a place we're bringing things to. It's simply a state, or a lack of states. Chaos, we'll say, at least, is a state to get back to, which is a completely random state, which is the akin to no state at all. It is a state, yet not a state. But it's within the same space-time we're already currently within. Not the literal space-time like the background medium of this fucking universe that gets warped by gravity and all. Not that. Not the ether, my nigga. Not the background medium. I mean the void that contains the chaos, which contains the creation, which contains the non-conceptual reality, which contains the conceptual reality, which contains the concepts of consciousness, which contains material existence, which contains conscious material existence. That void process starts right the fuck here. If you want your utopia, your heaven on earth, you want your heaven anywhere, that starts right here. Because everywhere is everywhere, and everything is everything, and it's all contained in the same creation. Which is all contained in the same chaos, which is all contained in the same void. What are you doing right here, right now, voidist, anti-cosmic, utopian? What you doing right now, rebel, revolutionary, freedom fighter, eleutheromaniac? Huh? That's the question we all need to ask ourselves every fucking day. Every day. What am I doing? What are we doing? What am I doing? What are we doing? And what am I no longer doing? What am I going to start doing? What am I going to stop doing? Do you understand? That was funny. Oh man, I just was in my head. Do you see, like, I just walked around. I don't even know how long that was. It could be 5 seconds, 10 seconds. It could have been 30 seconds. I don't know if y'all just heard me here snickering to myself. Because I just went completely in my mind. I didn't even feel my body anymore. I didn't even realize I was still pacing and walking back and forth. I was gone for like 5 good seconds at least. And then when I started snickering, I came back and was like, oh shit, I'm still alive. Like, I literally just left this whole reality for like 6 seconds and came back like, oh yeah, shit, I forgot. I still have a phone in the hand of this body in this realm over here. Let me come back to what I was doing. Oh, that was interesting. We can move on from this. Shout out to you, Hypnosis. I still got to get you on live so you can tell the people what you've been up to, what you've decided to do, and things along these lines. So people can see real examples of people making these decisions every day. So people can see real examples of two people who know each other personally making these types of decisions. Because a lot of people are like, oh, you can't get two conscious people in the same room. Yes, the fuck you can. You can't get enough people to do anything. Yes, the fuck you can. You just need to get you to do it. Like, you can't get these people to do anything. Nigga, you're these people if you're not doing it either. You're no different. Your thoughts, honestly, don't matter that much if your words and actions override them. Thoughts are still important. At bottom, all you guys that listen, minds, at bottom, anyone can use their mind in this direction. But if your mind is like in this direction, but your words and your actions are in another direction, is your mind really in this direction? See, the direction a person's mind is truly in is usually what is exhibited by their words and behaviors. Right? So I want people to see Hypnosis on here giving his spiel about his situation, what he's been doing, what he's been up to, what he's decided to start doing and stop doing. And to show you how this shit's not instant. He's been at this for years. He's been thinking about this, meditating on this, performing ritual, etc., for multiple years of his life. Years, right? He was on a live stream with me last year. But he's not making streams and stuff, but he's all over his social media talking about this shit, promoting this shit, sharing this shit, speaking this shit. Talks to his family about it, even when they try to get at him. Do you understand what I'm saying? You don't have to recognize everything right away. And you don't have to do everything right away. But you should be taking steps in the direction. And this is a person that I have watched walk the path. And just go further and further down the path. We exist. You exist. Like, there are people thinking, speaking, and behaving this way. We just got to make sure we keep thinking, speaking, and behaving this way and doing it more and more, day in, day out, week in, week out, month in, month out, year in, year out, decade in, decade out, century in, century out, millennia in, millennia out, until the end of existence. Shit, until the end of chaos. Because what the fuck else are you doing? Nothing. You're just being a slave, right? So, like, let's just be fucking real about that. So, yeah, hypnosis, we definitely got to get you online again so people can hear your thoughts on what you've been up to. Got to get a good rant from you. Metazusta, except for the eternal human life thing. Yeah, facts. That's just nonsense. Laves. Sometimes you get visions of your real self in dreams. Bro, become aware and you will know that you are not human. You are in afterlife. Just because you know you're not human does not mean you're in an afterlife. Again, that's all subjective. That's all belief. You won't know that for shit. You'll believe it. You could never prove it externally. It's just something you would have an internal belief upon. No different than anybody else who swears they saw Jesus. Nigga, I saw Mother Mary. And she told me, no different than any other NDE. I talked to Buddha. I saw my grandma. I saw a 200-foot tall Jesus. I believe. Nigga, prove that shit to me. Well, I can't prove it. Then you don't know it. If you can't prove something, you don't know it, no matter what your subjective experience of it was. That's what beliefs are built upon. I love when people say that, no, the only truth you know is that which you've experienced. False. That's the first step in bullshit. This is why eyewitnesses are trash. You can get 10 motherfuckers in the room, do some shit right in front of them, ask them 10 minutes fucking later, and they can't tell you shit. Yeah, motherfuckers want to tell you about some shit they did when they died or were asleep in a dream. And you're supposed to just believe that as if it's truth. No, nigga, this is your subjective experience. And I will not downplay your subjective experience, but I will not upplay it either. Just like I will not downplay nor upplay my own subjective experience. It's my subjective experience. That's my beliefs. That's my religion. That's what I think is going to happen after we die. That's what I think happened before we came here. But I could be wrong about all of that. I cannot prove any of it. Like, that's the difference between objectivity and subjectivity. Do not let your subjectivity blind you, because that's what everyone in the world does, and that's why there's 6 billion religious people on planet Earth. Because their subjectivity is blinding them, causing them to live in belief, causing them to live based on faith, rather than what they can actually prove. I'm very self-aware. And I would be the first nigga to tell you, no, I'm not a human. I wouldn't say we aren't humans, because see, that's not, again, you have to show a greater level of awareness. You don't know what everyone is everywhere. You might believe you're not human for one reason or another. You might believe you're in an afterlife right now, but you can't guarantee, you can't even prove that to yourself, about yourself, let alone everyone else that's here. Just like the people who say, we all chose to be here. They can't prove that. They can't even prove that about themselves, let alone anyone else. We're all in prison. We're all in a soul trap. We're all in a simulation. Some of these things are actually disproven already. And the people who made such claims could never prove them to begin with. These were beliefs. These are religions. Period. I have my own religion. But guess what? It's still my religion. Because I still can't prove it to none of you fucks. Like, that's just the truth. Whether you like it or not. Like, Just is what it is. Don't tell people what they are or what they aren't. Because you don't even know that. You don't know if I'm not human. I would tell you I'm not, but you don't fucking know that. You've never even met me. Like, for all you know, I'm just a fucking code on a fucking computer somewhere talking to you people like a real person. I'm an advanced AI at fucking DARPA being used to corral nihilistic violent extremists. You know, Mark could be like, no, I know, I met him. Hypnosis is like, no, I met him. You know, like Chris Sideris, nah, I met him. But they could all also be just coded agents, like, because you've never met them. You don't know any of us. Do you get what I'm saying? Don't tell people what they are or what they aren't, because you can't prove that. Don't tell people what happened to them before birth or what's going to happen to them after death, because you can't prove that. All you can say is what you think and what you believe and what you're basing your thoughts and beliefs upon. Period. I don't give a fuck what theory it is, like, including my own. I can sit here and tell you all my astral travels. I can tell you what I just did this morning. Can I prove it to you? Fuck no. So what's the point of going over it? There isn't one. There literally isn't one. It's a waste of time to try to convince you of something I could never prove to you. Which means it's something I should never attempt to convince you of. Even if I decide to talk about it, I should be, hey, my subjective experience, my thought processes, my religion, take it with whatever grain of salt you want to take it with. Don't believe me for shit. Have your own thought processes, your own experiences, etc. Come to your own conclusions based on the objective analysis of your subjective experience. And just understand, even with that, you could still probably be wrong, and very likely we all are. Because none of us are perfect or hyper intelligent, and our brains are doing their best to govern us in certain ways and give us information in other ways based upon what it requires for its survival and our continued operations here. So even your analysis, which requires that fucking brain, is still going to be a bit shoddy when trying to talk about what you're doing in the astral, this, that, and the other thing. It just is what it is. The reason why you should get the personal experience of those things is so you can figure that part out. So when you go watch other people who try to act like it's one way, you go, okay, I see this person's game. I see the la-la land they're personally living in. They're telling themselves a story to convince themselves to the point where then they can then tell you the story. From the standpoint of they swear it's the truth. When they can't prove none of that shit. They might not have even had that experience. They might not even be basing their thought processes on their own experience. They're basing it off some YouTube videos they saw. Somebody else told them they weren't a human. Somebody else told them they were trapped in. So somebody else told them all these things, and they just bought it. They can't even prove it. That person never proved it to them because they can't. They never proved it to themselves because they can't. And they can't prove it externally to anyone else. But then they'll tell you that they know this shit. Nigga, anything you know, you can prove. You can't prove it, you don't know it. Facts. 1 + 1 = 2. Hold up one finger, hold up one more finger, 2 fingers. You can always provide an example of that which you know for a fact. When it comes to that which you believe, the best you can do is provide evidence. Period. We got to remember this. We got to stop being so fucking religious. Stop being religious. Like, that is a slave mindset. Stop that shit. What up, Johnny Wolf? Hypnosis. Whatever you want to call this here and now is inconsequential. The name isn't really relevant. It's where we are. Facts. Like, it's where you fucking are right now. Period. Period. Right? It's what we interact with. So what do we do here and now? See, and then when people say, oh, there's nothing you can do here and now. Okay, so there is an option, suicide. Yeah, but that's really hard. Yeah, it is. I didn't say the options are going to be easy. Like, if you just want easy options, go cry in a corner somewhere, because that's not how reality works. Real options to real problems are always going to be the hardest shit available. Being abnormal amongst normality is not going to be easy. That's going to be hard. It's easier to be normal. It might not be easier in your psyche or your soul or your consciousness or your spirit, etc. You might hate yourself every day for doing the normie shit you know you shouldn't be doing and don't want to do. But in society, it's always going to be easier. You're going to have money, paychecks, bills will be paid. Taxes, niggas won't be breathing down your neck. Your family and your friends won't be trying to re-normalize you. Like, society's going to treat you like a normal person. Which is trash enough, but it doesn't come with the extra trash of constantly attempting to re-normalize you. Do you get what I'm saying? So it'll always be easier to be normal under any circumstances and context than it will be to be abnormal. Period. Unless your abnormality provides you some sort of power in your environment. If you are a 10-foot lion, yeah, you're abnormal, but that's a good abnormality based on what lions are, based on what they do. But if you're a vegetarian lion, the other lions is going to pick on your ass. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're probably going to get bullied. You're not going to be as big and strong as the other lions are. Hyena's going to try and pick your ass off. You out here trying to be nice in the savannah and everything is fucking preying upon you. But you're supposed to be a lion. Do you understand what I'm saying? Your abnormality, though it fits with you and who and what you are, and you can't be any other way, the environment around you is going to become even more harsh towards you. Especially for those of you who believe you're in, say, some sort of simulation or a matrix or something along these lines, a soul trap, the Watiko trap, the demiurge, etc., etc., etc. Well, the more you go against the system, the more you go against the reality, the existence, the archons, those placed in power here to control you, the principalities and powers that be, etc., the more all that shit is going to go against you, right? Right? That's normal, right? That's how this shit is supposed to be, right? So what are you doing here and now? What type of friction are you dealing with? What type of backlashes are you getting? Because if you're not getting any, you ain't doing shit. Like, you ain't doing shit. Do you understand what I'm saying? How close are you to homelessness? How close are you to death? If you're not inching closer towards it every fucking day, you ain't doing shit. You really aren't. You're not doing much. You might be doing certain things, and I applaud you for those things, but you're not doing much. When you compare what you're doing to help the enemy, whatever that enemy may be for you, because different people have different levels of the problem. For me, it's all of existence. But for other people, it might be lesser than that. It might just be conscious existence. For other people, it might be just material existence. They all want to be astral beings. For other people, it could be they just want a better world. Or other people are like, I don't even need necessarily a better world. I just need to clear this trash. Like, I just need this trash cleared. And then we can go from there. What are you doing to help your agenda versus hinder your agenda every day? If you looked at every thought, word, and action from the time you were born till right now, shit, let alone just today, like every single day you do this, and you weigh out per day, week, month, year, etc., throughout your whole life, everything that you've thought, spoken, and done, and how much of that supports the outcome for the agenda you seek versus hinders the outcome for the agenda you seek. What is that percentage? And what direction is that percentage moving in? And as long as you can keep track of that and keep it moving in the right direction, you're just getting better and better every day. You start to slide back in the other direction. You start to catch yourself normieing. It's time to look yourself in the mirror. You get what I'm saying? Like, and be like, what the fuck are we doing? Why are we doing this shit? We need to stop doing this shit. You understand what I'm saying? So what are you doing right here, right now, to affect any and all levels of reality, including the astral, which is directly connected to this shit? It's like motherfuckers like, oh, I'm gonna die and I'm gonna go somewhere else and I'm gonna have my perfect realm. Wait a second. So if people here die here and then go somewhere else where they can make their realms, doesn't that mean the people who die here can also go there? Is everyone here wonderful, perfect people? No. Are you a perfect person? Fuck no. So how could you ever make your perfect non-entropic reality? And I'm not even talking about you just being a biological human. I'm talking about you being perfect. See, if you were truly perfect, let's say you're a consciousness that could separate from the human body, right? If you were a perfect consciousness, if the body itself is imperfect, you could not be contained within it, which guarantees you're not a perfect consciousness, even if you are a spirit, soul, consciousness, etc., capable of exiting the body. You are an imperfect being. It's the only way you can blend with imperfection. A perfect being can never be embodied in imperfection. It's impossible. Like, it's impossible. An imperfect consciousness can never be housed, contained, plugged into, or tapped into by a perfect body. The perfection must go hand in hand just as the imperfection does. Period. So you're not perfect, no one here is perfect, and nothing in existence is perfect. So if things on this level of existence die and go to another level of existence, whatever one that may be, you tell me, whatever theory you're going to go with, then that means that level of existence could never be perfect either. Because the beings in that level of existence aren't perfect. Period. And they have an experience of this shit. So they have memories tied to this shit. They still have subconscious processes tied to this shit that they're not even deprogramming here for the most part, if at all, prior to going there. Period. So if they're imperfect, meaning they are entropic, which is why this realm is so undecidable and has so much entropy, because all conscious realms would. They have to. Then your astral realm or wherever you're going to go after this, guess what? It's going to be entropic. You're going to be entropic still, let alone everyone else around you, let alone all the realms and void bubbles, creations and heavens. All of your own realities will be trash. And it will become more and more trash over time because that's how entropy works. Your structure and your order will become more chaotic over time because that's how structure and order works. That's how chaos works. Whether you like it or not. You'll never have a rebuttal to it. You'll never be able to refute that. No one will. No one can. Because it's impossible to do so. The only way to do so would be to prove perfection, which you could never do on any level of reality. Because in order to prove perfection on any level of reality, you have to be able to prove it on all levels of reality. We've been down this road because reality cannot be perfect yet imperfect. There could be a sliding scale of what people would consider to be good and bad. A sliding scale of what conscious entities would consider to be pleasure and suffering. A spectrum of this. But you can never reach perfection because that's nothing. That's not a thing. The moment you reach true perfection, you've ceased to exist. Energy that is perfectly vibrational or perfectly still is nothing. Energy that vibrates and is still transferred exists. Energy that no longer vibrates and is not transferred ceases to exist. But if that energy vibrates too much, this is what's called the heat death. It vibrates to a state of perfection, which causes it to cease existing entirely. Because nothing can exist perfectly. If the energy stops vibrating entirely and becomes perfectly still, everything ceases existing. Because if energy isn't doing anything, it's not even energy. It's not being energy, meaning it's not being. So again, the only way you could prove that you're going to have your heaven realm anywhere, here, there, or anywhere, your perfect non-entropic reality anywhere in existence, is to prove that that is how it is everywhere in existence. To have perfection anywhere in existence, you must have perfection everywhere in existence. It's impossible to have it any other way. Nobody could ever say otherwise. Like they can claim it, but make it make sense. If my body's perfect, that means every single part of my body's perfect. Every cell, every mitochondria is perfect. If even just one mitochondria in one nuclei of one cell in my entire body is imperfect, then my body's not perfect. And if my body's not perfect, that means it suffers from entropy, which means that one mitochondria that is imperfect will not be the only imperfection in my body for long. Over time, more mitochondria will become imperfect, more of the nuclei, more cells, and eventually I will grow, age, decay, and die. As all imperfect things must do. Right? Right? So nowhere in existence will you have perfection. Not possible. Not here, not there, not anywhere. So anyone waiting for their heaven to happen after death doesn't study. Like, they don't understand the basics of philosophy. The absolute underlying basics of logic, philosophy, metaphysics, physics, science, mathematics, ontology. They don't understand how to look at things as wholes. Like, a lot of people talk about the source and the all and the one and don't even understand what that shit means. Because when somebody will say the one is perfect or the all is perfect or the source is perfect, it's an oxymoron. You just contradicted yourself. It could never be. How could it be? How could it possibly be? You're not perfect, yet it produced you, right? Right? Your existence proves that existence itself could never be perfect. Like, therefore, nowhere in existence could ever be perfect. Ever. Period. So if you're going to fight for anything, anywhere, you should be fighting for whatever it is you want everywhere. There's nowhere in existence you shouldn't be pushing in that direction. Period. Doing otherwise is just a cop-out. It's just a way to be a pussy without having to face being a pussy. I'm just going to focus on that non-existent heavenly realm that is perfect and non-entropic, even though it's literally impossible to ever exist in any form or fashion anywhere in all of reality, just so I don't have to focus on anything happening anywhere else in reality, so I can just continue being a good, willing, pussy-ass, cowardly slave and promoting others to do the same while not feeling bad about it. While crying and complaining about being that slave every fucking day. It's fucking ridiculous. What are you doing here and now? Johnny Wolf, Normies. Yeah, that's exactly. Normies. Shanghai LTV. I like it. Minazusta. See that financial freedom and financial independence are oxymorons. Literally, you're a slave to the financial system. Literally, it's an oxymoron, whether people like that or not. Because if that financial system fails tomorrow, you're no longer anything, my nigga. Your dollar fails, your dollars don't matter. Your bank account don't matter. What you are worth doesn't matter. The land you own doesn't matter. Because the military will come take that shit if they want it. The only thing that matters is, are you willing to kill and die for this now? And that's all that mattered the entire time. It was a make-believe, play-pretend story that anything else mattered. But because they were able to play it so well and people went along with it, they could make believe, play pretend for long enough until they reach a point where their system has to begin collapsing because it's predetermined to do so. It's mathematically predestined to do it. You can't have a debt system run forever. Like, you can't have fiat currency run forever. That should last maximum a couple centuries, tops. Absolute tops. But they know that, and that's all they needed. We just need a certain amount of time for the slaves to go along with this so we can organize the global structure towards certain technologies and sciences and things along these lines so we can achieve our goals prior to us running out the clock. And that's what they're doing, and they're doing a good job at it because we are letting them. Fool, you be a slave to your bank account, your workforce place, your ID, your mortgage and rent, you name it. It's that exactly. You're a slave to all of it. A slave to all of it. DBR 1216. LeBron is the GOAT. If you say so, I wouldn't. I don't fucking know. Nor do I care. Like, every basketball player on earth could die right now, and I wouldn't give a fuck. Johnny Wolf. Jesus was violent. Yeah, throwing tables and shit under the right circumstances. He'll let a motherfucker cut his ear off and carry his own cross. But when he sees the motherfucking tax collectors, when he saw them bankers and money changers, when he saw them rabbis, give me this flog, nigga. Hold all that. Fa, fa, fa. Like he started fucking people up. He got violent real quick. Tony, why the PFP? PFP? Super good way to have feds crawling all on your page. They're already on my page. They came to my front door, bro. Are you afraid of them? See, I'm not scared of them. If you're scared of them, by all means, continue to be their slave. I can give two flying fucks. Come, feds, come for me. We can all die together today. Or shit, I could be the only one who dies in the process. I really don't give a fuck either way. When you're actually set on this path, that shit means nothing. Feds, fuck a fed. They're not even real. They're make-believe fucking organizational structures that make you follow their rules at the barrel of a gun. I got a gun too, nigga. We can shoot it out. Oh, you got more guns? Okay, I guess you'll end up killing me then. But I'm not going to listen to you. You're going to have to kill me. That's how freedom-minded beings behave. Slaves say, well, I don't want Massa to see. We don't want Massa to see, do we? We got to keep some secrets, y'all. No, this shit has to be loud and proud. Everybody got to be screaming this shit to the top of their lungs to spread it as fast and as hard as possible. Fearlessly. They should be the ones afraid, not you. Don't fear feds, bro. Come on. Build like that, you're a killer. Tony, do you know me, Tony? Who the fuck are you, Tony? Do I know you, Tony? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, people love to talk shit, and they don't even know who they're talking to. What they've done, what they haven't done, what they're trained in, what they're not trained in, etc. I'm not going to make any assumptions about you, Tony, because I don't know shit about you. Just as you don't know shit about me. The difference is you're afraid of the feds, and I'm not. So who's really built like that? Feds came to the fucking front door. Not afraid of them niggas. Don't give a fuck. You can't talk that way. I'm going to keep talking this way. Stop me. Feds. You can go down to my fucking posts right now. It's months ago, so you have to scroll for a little bit. But when the feds came to the door, when the feds was calling, you could see my exact response to them because they were coming to it for my YouTube, for the shit that I say on here. And you can see exactly how I responded to them and how I respond to them every fucking time. Nobody's afraid of them. Their only threat is prison or death. Nigga, I'm not worried about either. Feed me 3 square meals a day, let me lift some fucking weights and talk to criminals and try to convince them of the... Okay, put me in the temple called prison. And even to do that, you're going to have to catch me slipping hard. You're going to have to catch me slipping, which is not impossible. Anyone could be caught slipping. But you're going to have to catch me slipping because I am not fucking going. I will absolutely die before that. I will be sending shots their fucking way before that. Period. So when you talk about who's really built like that, nigga, are you? Because you sound scared. The feds are going to be called, nigga, they been crawling. They're on all these pages. You ever heard the term nihilistic violent extremist? Do you know why they invented such a terminology? Because of pages like this. Channels like this. We're all on a list, my guy. If you're a real person and not some troll, not some bot, and not some agent, and you're actually here listening to this shit, You just ended up on a list too, Tony. Like, we're all on the list. Get over it and stop being afraid of it. Johnny Wolf, anti-normie. I am anti-normie. Metazusta. One time I had some random ass person who we do not even know each other ask me, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? I'd be like, neither. Bye. And they'd be expectedly like, huh? See, I'd be like, kill them both with the same gun. Put their heads side to side and pull the trigger. See if the bullet goes through both skulls. Oh, here we go with the relentless shadow deleting. Yeah, it be doing that shit, bro. It be doing that shit. Can I? No, I can't. Can I? I'm gonna click this. Is there any way that I can message delay? None. Participant mode. Anyone? What is that one? Oh no, we don't want to do that. Live chat summary on. Live chat on. No, I can't. I can't fix that, brother. I'm sorry. You just got to find ways around the fucking algorithm. And in my mind, I keep going, fuck them both. In fact, fuck all of them blue suit clowns. Have them all rot in the void. Like, get out. For we shall not be out here playing into these dumb, typical, this political mainstream side versus that side nonsense. How about we go the satanic oblivion side instead? Yeah, I'm much more with that. Fuck these politics. Johnny Wolf, watching Matrix 4. Good job, big dog. But before you do that, go back and watch Matrix 2. That was 2, right? And watch that architect scene. You know? Watch that architect scene with Neo and the architect. And listen to every single word. And look at all the screens behind Neo, and notice how it keeps zooming into a screen, because that is the screen that's one of the predicted responses. So it shows you that the architect did predict his response. It was just amongst a bunch of other predicted responses. And the closer they get to the end of the conversation, the more predictable Neo becomes. To the point where the architect is like, I can already see it working. The hormones, this, that, and the other thing. The face perspiration and yada yada that leads to a emotion known as love that is designed specifically to get you to behave in an illogical fashion. Like, he literally starts breaking down how he's predicting what he's about to do. He knows which door. He already knows which door Neo picked. And you can see that by the screens on the wall. When the screens are going crazy, that's the chaos of undecidability. These are all the choices Neo can make. The architect can only simulate all possible choices, but he can't predict which ones Neo's going to make without funneling Neo towards a decision. So him and the Oracle spent Neo's entire existence as Thomas Anderson, funneling him towards that decision. And you see that with every screen on the wall in that room. Every time Neo makes a decision in how he's going to respond, it zooms into the screen that has that prediction, that predicted response on that screen. And he's using this, he's showing you in real time how he's manipulating Neo's choice in real time. And Neo's dumbass still fell for it. If that was me, I'm sorry, Trini baby, but she'd have died that day. Because he already told me, if I go out there to save Trinity, that's supposed to lead towards all the humans dying, right? Which Neo should have knew right then and there. Why the fuck would he want me to choose that? Like, why would they even be manipulating me to choose Trinity if choosing Trinity means I'm not choosing humanity, which means I will not reboot the Matrix, which means all these machine niggas is going to have a real hard time. Why would they do it? Because, nigga, they know that you going out that door is going to reboot the Matrix. Don't be so fucking dumb, Neo. But he had to, because that's what love does, baby. That's what it does. Fuck you up real quick. If he had just chose, you know what, I'm just going to let Trinity die and go through that door, he'd have just fucked their whole game up. That scene right there lets you know if Neo chooses, depending on what door Neo chooses, he's either walking down the path they set for him or he's not. And he chose the door they wanted him to choose. And we know this based upon the screens on the wall. in the architect's office, showing how the architect manipulated Neo towards that decision based on the Oracle's pre-planting of love, steering him towards Trinity and steering Trinity towards him. But even then, they had to steer his choice. Undecidability is the problem for anyone attempting to script your behavior. So they have to find a way to work with your undecidability to get you to choose to do these things. And that's what slavery is. They have to have you convince yourself that you're a slave and there's nothing you can do about it. Or even worse, convince yourself that you're free and there is nothing that should be done about it. Because as long as you're convinced, you'll keep making the choice they want you to make while you run around saying things like, there is no free will, human. It's all about choice. And then there goes Matrix Resurrections, based on my memorizations. Neo being a new Neo and losing his memories or something. Which one was that? It's part 3, right? No, he wasn't a new Neo yet. Oh, wait, no, Resurrections is part 4. Yeah. Well, no, yeah, he's a new Neo, but he's the old Neo. It all depends on what theory you want to run with. But according to just the baseline of the story, it's the same Neo reconstructed. According to the story. Whether we want to believe that or not, I can run you down a bunch of theories right now. There's a lot of theories surrounding Neo. There's some that say he's been a machine the whole time, but just based on the basics of the story, that's what it is. Primordial awakened self or whatever, and a new Morpheus, then having to get back to the old Trinity, in which the Tiffany was being manipulated by her fake kids and husband, yet slowly coming back as new hints after new hints rise, and Neo and other beings work their way to get her old self out of the red machine pod, or whatever you called it, then back into the duo Chaos Warriors. And even then, I still think they kind of fed into the Matrix, because the analyst is not worried at the end of that movie. He's like, please, paint rainbows in the skies. Like, the people still won't leave. They're fucking slaves, and they want to be slaves. They like being controlled. They don't want your world. They want my world. And it's no different than them standing up there talking to some elite somewhere, some archon somewhere. Whether people say, what are they, E.T. or whoever the fuck they think is running the world, right? Bankers, financier, whoever they think is running the world. And standing up there talking to that person and them saying, nigga, by all means, go paint rainbows. Go sing Kumbaya to the world. The people are not going to leave my system. They want it. The normies want to norm. The slaves want to slave. They don't want to think for themselves. They don't want to fend for themselves. They don't want freedom. They want to be controlled. And they want to feel secure and safe in that control. The analyst, man, the shit he said in there, I was like, yeah. Yeah. And this is why I'm like, Neo and Trinity, y'all painting rainbows in the sky ain't gonna change shit. But this, again, look who made the movie. Look at, you understand? It's like, understand the mythos versus the propaganda. They could just destroy that whole shit down from the inside out. They could break the Matrix so fast and in such a fucking crazy. You saw what happened when they tried to keep Neo and Trinity away from each other, right? And then you saw what happened when they was running away from that place and niggas was jumping out of the buildings trying to land on the car. Like, they had whole bots, and they called them bots, the handlers, just going green-eyed and just jumping out the fucking windows and trying to land. Like, I wonder how many, like, how much cleanup did that require for the system? All those humans who saw all their family members and friends and loved ones turn to bots randomly and just start jumping out of windows and shit. How many people you think that woke up? Remember, Neo in Matrix 4 and Resurrection stepping off the building either trying to fly or commit suicide, one or the other or both, or however you want to look at it and take it from the story, is what woke Bugs up and what allowed Bugs to see Neo's true self instead of the mask they had him wearing in the Matrix. Because he went to step off a building. And that woke up Bugs. And then Bugs is the one to save his ass from the bots that is coming to get him and get him back out the Matrix. So how many of those people who saw all those bots jumping out the windows and shit, how many of them you think woke up that day like, oh shit, what is going on in this world? Even if they were put back to sleep, hit with the code or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like the Matrix reset button. Due to choice and undecidability and entropy, etc., consciousness, many of them, I guarantee you, stayed woke. And others woke back up afterward. Because of the shit they saw. Do you get what I'm saying? Neo and Trinity could fuck that world up. If the red pills were really about that action, if Zion wasn't a well-controlled opposition, because that's what they were, controlled opposition. The only one who wasn't was Smith, and even he was one moment away from not being controlled opposition, but he ended up being controlled opposition in the end as well. The Oracle is a genius. That evil bitch is a genius. But if they was really about that action, the red pills, this is why I'm always saying I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to the blue pills, you know what I'm saying? I'm not talking to the NPCs, I'm not talking to the bots, I'm talking to you niggas. Fuck the feds, fuck the agents, fuck the bots, I'm talking to you niggas. If the red pills was really about that action and they all said, yo, get all the fucking ships up. We're all going into the Matrix and just fucking shit up until it crumbles from the inside, until we've corrupted it so badly. You saw how Agent Smith did that shit. He corrupted the Matrix from the inside. Not the outside, the inside. And he was going to destroy it from the outside because he was also going to destroy the humans at the same time in Zion. Like, that's a nigga who's about all possible solutions to all possible problems on all... This is why I love Smith and why he's my favorite character in that whole fucking... From where he goes as the agent to the destroyer to failing in the end when he was so fucking close. But how he went from every level of reality of that shit. He was challenging all the guys. He was challenging the humans, the other programs, the other agents, the gods of his system, the Matrix gods, the Architect, the Oracle. He even absorbed the mother of the Matrix, which was not a smart idea. That was the one thing he shouldn't have did. But I want you to think he ate the goddess of the Matrix. He ate Sophia, my nigga. And he was hunting down Yaldabaoth. But Yaldabaoth, the Architect, never came out of that fucking room. Smart architect. Smart-catect. Smith is the closest thing you get to true chaos, true destruction in that. The truest of anomalies. Who just said, I'm just going to burn this bitch down and see where it takes me. Like Sukuna told Jogo in fucking Jujutsu Kaisen, you should have just burnt everything down until you ran into Gojo Satoru. Yeah, you probably would have lost. But if you had that gumption, that urge to attain your ideals, you might have won. But now you'll never know because you were too pussy. Like, if the red pills was like, we're going into the Matrix and just fucking shit up until they come find us and put us down, or until we fucking destroy that shit. We're going in there to wake up everybody by just drilling. Like, we're going to hack everything we can hack. We're pumping all the information, all the data. We're overloading everything, overflowing everything, all streams of data. While running around dodging bullets and doing crazy shit that people have never seen. While Neo and Trinity literally fly around like super people. You know people, they could wake up in a day, my nigga. They could crash that whole system. But they're going to go paint rainbows in the skies? Come on, my nigga. Sing Kumbaya? Come on, my nigga. But you get the point. Because even the rainbow in the sky has a deeper meaning. You understand? Like this, all that shit is deeper meanings. All that shit is mythos. All that shit is shit you can pull. Even their propaganda is mythos. You feel me? Peep the mythos. Apply the mythos. Mark Moon Spilly, what up, my good lord? Mark Moon Spilly, fucking facts, man. Everything here is constantly trying to limit, deter, or absorb all resistance in individuals. Facts. That's what like existence is. It's just a constraint. It is a restraint. It is a structure that is moving ever closer to order, while that order is constantly fighting off entropy that is attempting to move it ever closer to chaos. And all the beings within it are a representation of that. So the beings within it are either going to try to get you to be more orderly within the context of whatever orders or structures they're speaking of, such as the normies trying to re-normalize you, or they're going to be trying to get you to be more chaotic, such as us, trying to destabilize that which is normal. That is the ebb and flow. That is the seesaw battle. These are the waves crashing against each other. They are the shore, we are the ocean, and we're trying to make a tidal wave. You get what I'm saying? They're trying to keep their sandcastle built. We're trying to drown that motherfucker. So of course, they're digging more and more sand and making it taller and taller and trying to fortify it and put rocks around it and trying to tell you, hey, waves, stop being waves. Please stop being waves. Please stop being water. And if you're going to be water, please be calm water. Don't knock down our sandcastle. Fuck your sandcastle. Hydro pump. Blastoise, surf. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm here listening. Just got here. Shout out to you, Lord Marcus. Jay, what up, Jay? Johnny Wolf, I'm a Matrix surf. Faded, hell yeah. What up, Faded? Matrix 4 theme hitting. Are you watching the Matrix 4 right now, Johnny? You doing both? Metazusta, we all be NPCs. The real question, though, is being, which kind of NPC do you be? And to what level? We all have NPC in us. But how much of an NPC are you thinking, speaking, and behaving as on a daily basis? How much have you throughout your entire life, from the moment you were born up till now? Based on your subjective mindset, if you wish to go down that route, how much were you before this life, and how much do you think you'll be after this life? Based on the current trends, because remember, the past leads to the present, which leads to the future. So if this is your present, how much of an NPC are you right now in the present? So how much do you think you were in the past, and how much do you think you'll be in the future based upon the direction you're trending in? If you're trending towards 100%, don't think that for some reason after death you'll just be 0%. No, nigga, you trained and programmed yourself your entire life. The system, the society, the civilization, the archons, the other slaves, etc. Everything trained you that entire human life, let alone however many human lives you might have lived, depending on what theories we want to throw out. But at least that one human life that you can verify that you definitely lived, you trained yourself to be a slave that whole fucking life, and you think that when you die, you're suddenly just gonna not be? Okay. Okay. A super unconscious sheep NPC, which is the vast majority, or a conscious Luciferian NPC, conscientiously going out of your way to exert your own satanic will like the infernal darkness that you are being out here, as the casual Mephistophelian black flame that shall be this prison universe's puppet no longer. And then after that, there is no free will. Then why and how do we be here in this live chat and live stream then? Because that was a choice that we made. And yes, remember, free will does not mean being able to do whatever you want in existence, like be a unicorn or a dragon flying or teleporting or telekinetic powers. For that is being impossible in a restricted physical vessel. Exactly. That's not even called free will. It's called free ability. Like, this is how when I say niggas don't study, I know they don't. Because the things they bring up have been talked about for thousands of years, and yet they misnomer them and mistitle them. Well, we have no free will. I can't fly. Nigga, that's not free will, it's free ability, you dumb fuck. You have the ability to choose within any and all circumstances you are presented with. You're not presented with a circumstance of being able to fly because you don't have wings and you're not Goku. Period. A bird could fly because that's part of its ability. But you know what a bird can't do? It can't run like a human. Unless it's like an ostrich. You get it, like, but even an ostrich doesn't run like a human. It runs like an ostrich. And it doesn't run like a cat. An ostrich cannot soar like an eagle. It doesn't have the ability to do so. but it does have the will to choose any and all available options within its circumstances based upon its conscious ability to do so. An ostrich, for example, is only so smart, so it only has so many choices based upon its ability to make so many choices. Your intelligence, your emotional intelligence, your knowledge, your experience, your subjective and objective analysis. These are what give you the ability to make choices. That's consciousness, your self-awareness, and being aware of yourself and the environment around you is why you can make choices. The lower those things are, the less choices you're going to be able to make. The higher those things are, the more choices you'll be able to make. So if you want to make more choices, simply increase that. Simply increase that. Oh, my brother. Hold on. Mind if I throw you on the camera real quick?
Yeah.
I'm going to turn it around. Y'all can see my fucked up afro, too. My brother Hypnosis is in the building. You know what I'm saying? So y'all see, that's Hypnosis right there. You see
In the
him
flesh.
chat. Just showed up. I didn't even know he was coming. It's early. What time is it?
3.
It's 3?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've been on here for 200 minutes, huh? Let me get my ugly ass face back off of here. Yeah, I'm still alive. You know that now that we got him here, though, I'm going to finish up these comments real quick because I want him to give y'all his story right quick. But I do want to see what y'all saying in here. So what y'all saying in here? We just talked about free will versus free ability. Yet such free will is still being the capacity to make certain decisions consciously and freely based on whatever certain circumstances and environments and situations you be in. Exactly. Shout out to you, Vazen. You get it. Johnny Wolf. It's not her, it's not him, it's not me, it's not you. Is it free will or destiny? We choose. Correct, we choose. Oh, you was telling the other guy he preaches to the choir. I get what you're saying. I thought you was talking to me because I was talking. Remember now, nothing is being eternal except nothing. Facts. Like, all things are not eternal. John's Journey. So how do you disappear according to your theory, bro? You don't. That's the problem. Like, even if you could just void yourself, for example, guess what? If all this came from nothing and is now something, and you go back to nothing, as long as there's potential, you can always come back to being something. So you can't just disappear. Like, not realistically. People can make arguments and try to say that, well, when I die, I'm just going to the void. And don't get me wrong, maybe that's true. I can't say otherwise. I can't prove to you otherwise. I hope that is true. I hope that what I think is going to happen after this doesn't, and we're all just voided, and we don't have to deal with this shit no more. That'd be great. But I could never tell you how to just void yourself, right? I mean, I can give you certain astral directions about certain to go insert, but I've never seen anyone accomplish it. I've only heard of a couple accomplish it, and that would be a whole long story that I would have to tell you. And again, you'd have to believe my religion. So I don't even go down that road because that's my religion. Like, I'm not here to make you religious, you know? Metazusta, for the nothingness within the nothingness continues to go on perpetually, yet even once something comes to be something from nothing, it is still being nothing, just being a potential thing being. Yeah, this is true. An actualized potential. A realized thing. That was the next word I was going to use, a realized potential. A realized thing into an actual thing from nothing, and then it comes to be for a while, and then it comes back to nothing, as it was originally nothing, temporarily, something waiting to head back into a state of primordial nothingness as the everlasting void of the chaos darkness. For all things that be nothing into everything, yet everything from nothing, right back into nothing, ever again, into the Gununga gap, into the primeval abyss, for it be the ephemerality of being. Again, chaos was being nothing, yet at the same time it was being everything. Everything from nothing, all potentials within the chaos void being ephemeral sparks to then be the absolute abyssal dot. I'm guessing his name. Abyssal darkness once again. Interesting. I'm telling you, Vase, and I'm gonna say this again, you should really start your own fucking channel. Like, I don't you got an interesting voice. Yeah, for those who haven't heard you that much, they might have to focus really hard to understand you. But once you get used to you, I understand everything you fucking say now. Like, I think you should start your channel, bro. How can you prove anything that you say? Such as what? Because I prove everything that I'm saying. So please tell me what I said that I didn't prove. If I said something is objectively correct, tell me how it's objectively incorrect. Or just make your own videos and your own live streams and you can quote me directly and I'll respond to you. That's the difference between people who are actually have an understanding of what they're saying versus those who don't. Like, so please prove me wrong, John's Journey. You've tried it before and you failed miserably, horribly. Try it again. I welcome you to. I don't ban people for disagreeing with me. As long as you're not being blasphemous in two certain ways, I don't give a fuck what you agree with or disagree with. Life abolitionism. They want to be slaves. Yes, they do. It ain't shit. Democracy is trash. Capitalism trash. Yes, it is. Descriptive versus prescriptive. Facts. Facts. That is the difference between complaining about problems versus providing solutions. Hypnosis. Yeah, I can go on about food for a while. My bad. So I'm reading this man's messages while he sits across from me. One hand washes the other. Indeed, they do. How long ago did you type that?
When I was driving home from work. So almost an hour, maybe?
All right. Cookie Lad, I once drew a perfect circle. Then why are we still in existence, Cookie Lad? Draw 10 more. I watched the Matrix movies once, like 2 years ago to 1.5 years ago, so I do not remember too much. But yeah, stop giving in to the continuation of the Matrix. Destroyed already. I agree. JC Antinatalist. Well, it's been a while since I've seen your name. Same shit. If you have made it right time, only 3 hours. Where's Joshua these days? I'm guessing you mean Joshua S. John. Shout out to him. Love the guy. You'd have to ask Josh. I can't speak for Josh. I can give you my thoughts on the process. I think Josh is in a certain headspace these days because Josh is still on planet Earth with the rest of us and this place is shit. And Josh doesn't like it. But Josh is a very friendly and compassionate, kind, sympathetic, and what's the word I'm looking for? Empathetic soul. Josh is not the type to go out and murder agents and body a world. He's not the type to destroy some shit. He's not the type to, in my opinion, Josh could tell you whatever Josh is going to tell you and listen to Josh over me because I'm just speaking from my distance, thinking the same shit because I've seen Josh upload one video in how long. So I'm like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I try to leave certain motherfuckers alone these days because I feel like I've bashed them over the head enough with my thought processes. You know, I love Josh. I love Chris Sidaris. I love a bunch of these motherfuckers. I love Bliss. But I can't just keep beating my head against the wall, nor attempting to beat their head against the wall that is me. Like, they're grown-ass people. They're all intelligent. They're all knowledgeable. They all have their own type of spirituality, et cetera, right? So we're all going to end up where we're all going to end up one way or the other, right? So I've been leaving them alone for a little bit, like just not sending a bunch of messages. I talked to Chris the other day, but I haven't talked to Josh in a hot minute. Maybe I'll message him. I don't know. But the last video he wrote with the Void and versus the Presence, which I thought was hilarious. Shout out to Big Void. I don't know. I just think he's in a certain headspace right now based upon reality. I mean, slaving every day, bills, tax, all the shit that you got to go through here. He just might not be in the mood to be making a bunch of videos and streams right now. I don't know. You'd have to go to his channel and leave some questions. Ask him. He's on Discord. Friend request him. Ask him. See what. So, and again, I am going to throw this out there for those of you who do watch us and do think these thoughts from time to time, like how you doing, what's going on with you. I ain't heard from you in a minute. I ain't seen a video from you. Go find us. You know, like leave a comment somewhere. Ask Josh how he's doing. Go find him on Discord. Hey, brother, you good? Like, I know this world is trash. Are you good? Like, are you still with us? Have you exited this, that? Because, you know, in this community, motherfuckers could leave at any given moment. Like, shit can happen. So, if you really want to know, my brother, the only way to find out is go find him and ask him, you know. He's on Discord, though. You can find him. And I think his name is the exact same name as he is on YouTube. But, you know, I don't want to speak too much for him. I'm just giving my 2 cents on from a distance, not knowing shit. Like, take a grain of salt with everything I just said. I'm just throwing it out there. Go check on him. Did Bliss exit? I doubt it. I have no fucking clue. Again, from a distance. No idea where Bliss is, what Bliss is doing. He might just be, you know, in a headspace at the moment. He might be regathering himself, or maybe he did exit. I don't fucking know. Bliss is not a very happy person in this world. So, you know, if he did, more power to him. Shout out to him. Salute his name. All hail him. It is what it is. But But I don't think he did. People are thinking that like the last 2 times he disappeared. You know, sometimes he just takes a disappearance. Like, you know, like sometimes motherfuckers just want to disappear on motherfuckers. Um, I stopped typing comments in general for like 40 minutes just for you to reach the end. Thank you, Vason. Anyway, Joshua and Bliss be doing their own thing until they are not. Yeah, facts. Like they're doing whatever they're doing, fam. It's like when people ask me, yo, where's Mark at? Mark is off doing Mark things. You know, I don't know. He's being God somewhere. You gotta ask Mark. I mean, I could go ask him for you right now and then see if he responds in a timely fashion and then tell you, but maybe he'll pop up in the chat like he did. You know, like I don't know what niggas is doing at all times, but I'm sure, at least in a mental fashion, and preferably a verbal and maybe physical fashion, they're doing something towards their agenda. Hopefully, that's always my assumption and my hope. AC Anthony, sure, man. Have you been okay though? Fuck no, I'm on Earth. Thank you though. I appreciate you for asking. I'm not trying to jump down your throat. I love you, JC. You're a good fucking person. But hell no, and that'll always be the answer. Like, if I ever say yes, I'm lying to you just to get the shit to move forward. The truth is, like, when people say, how's your day? I go, it's a day. How's it going? It's going. So, how's your day so far? I'm alive. Those are my answers every time. You know what I'm saying? Like, indeed. We could ask each other, how did things go so far? And then be like, well, they went so far. Okay, once a month, but do not be out here asking, how do you do every single day? Yeah, I mean, you can if you actually care. That's the other thing. If you really care, ask. And I think JC cares. I think that's why he's asking the question. If you don't ask, but I think he does. All right, we're down to the bottom here. Anything you want to say on that particularly, Ad? Anything that was just said?
Nope, I've been reading along and just doing.
Let me check my battery right quick just to make sure I have enough battery to do this shit. Oh, I see you text me. If you're still streaming, I'll hop in. Yeah, I'm still streaming. I'm here. Okay, I got like half a battery, so we can keep going.
However, wherever you'd like me to start, I can just kind of free ball and just kind of dive right in. I did bring you.
Well, I appreciate you. Foodstuffs. God, he loves it. I would say. So the way I started this stream was about don't fold, don't give in, and always be trying to move more in the direction of your agenda. Mm-hmm. Even if you start out as small as possible, doing one fucking step. Try to stay aligned with that step and move forward into further steps. And I brought you up as an example because I said this is a man who I've known. How long have we known each other now?
It's like 10 years.
Like a good 10 solid years?
I'd call it 10, yeah.
And I watched you, because even then, you were already smart. You was already into some pagan shit. You were already on your path. You know what I'm saying?
Very different from the people who we were introduced to. Like,
yes.
Me and you clicked right off because, you're older. You're from, my brother's friend.
How old are you again?
I'm 31.
31? I'm 37. I'll be 38 this year.
So, you're older than my oldest siblings. And I was introduced to you by my oldest sibling, who love him to death, but I still consider myself to be like the older sibling among some of my older siblings to some degree, just because of the, knowledge that I have, for lack of a better term, and just some of the things that I've thought about and have been about for a very long time. I haven't really changed stance on a lot of these types of things. They're things that have been very, very true and passionate to me my whole life. It's just I didn't really know about the best ways to go about handling my fucking business, So, when me and you first met years ago, we had that similar, we both hated the government. We both saw a lot of the real world shit for what it is. We both had a pretty good and thorough occult knowledge on all sorts of different fucking shit. And it was like everything that I would say, this guy would immediately have that same realm of knowledge. So it was very easy for us to just click right off and be like, all right, this guy gets it. He gets it on many, many levels. We can both put on the, quote, real world facade, and we can blend in with the other people, our normies, our friends, our brothers, our family members, and everything. But when you finally see someone who's basically just like you, yes. They have the same tenacity and passion for seeing the world for what it really is.
Yes.
And, I was introduced to this type of knowledge pretty young. I was in like middle school, 8th grade. There was that documentary, The Esoteric Agenda, And that kind of laid out a really broad spectrum of everything from government corruption to the monetary system to, religion in general, tackling the Abrahamic faiths, showing all the links between, and all the links between a bunch of the different, quote unquote, different religions,
Different.
So documentaries like that, Zeitgeist, those series where, again, it's all basically the same knowledge just getting thrown at you from different people's perspectives. So
Yes.
a lot of people doing that heavy lifting. It's like that meme from, I think the show is Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where it's the guy at the corkboard. Yeah, he's like fucking freaking out in front of. That's literally that has been me since like middle of middle school, since like 7th, 8th grade. That has been like my persona, just like trying to break down all the different paths and how everything is fucking linked together.
You've sent me some charts.
Yeah, legit.
That were, well, I had to get like a fucking magnifying glass basically. Just zoom in, just screen into the screen and just look at every fuck. And I mean, one page, one picture, thousands of words. Like, and you have to zoom in and all these connections and all. Yeah.
And it literally makes you feel crazy because you can either debate that it's been deliberately made that way. It's so, quote, crazy and far-fetched and in-depth like that. So when you try to explain it to normies, their mind just shuts off because they don't know any of the 30 reference points that you need to even start at.
Yes.
Like what we consider like elementary and like base level knowledge for any type of, deep thinking, occult mysticism, whatever you want to call it, just anything that's outside of the norm. That's why you call the people the normies, because that's what it is. Mm-hmm. You can tell immediately when you start having any type of what you would hope to be like a deep conversation. If you think, oh, I'm going to like tickle this person's brain a little bit, you can kind of tell 2 minutes into that conversation if they're going to have anything of substance, if you're going to learn anything from them, or if you're just going to be doing the teaching the entire time. So,
or if you're just going to shut up in 2 minutes because you're like, I don't even know why I'm in this conversation.
Right. Am I going to have to revert this to football talk just to not come across as a fucking weirdo, which, I always say it's almost healthy in a way to maintain a fair level of bullshit information just so you can talk to normies. That way, when you start really drilling them with information, they look at you a little bit different because they don't expect you to come at them.
I was just talking to this dude about basketball.
Yeah, I thought we were just talking about Tom Brady's jockstrap size, and now you're talking to me about the fucking void and the astral. It's like... But,
these are facts, which I'm terrible at. I'm fucking horrible at it. Like, I cannot bring myself to do it anymore. Like, I don't know shit that is going on in, like, normal spheres of, like, entertainment or... Like, and even when I do, it's gonna be the things that are just so popular that are up my alley. Like, Demon Slayer, new movie.
I was just gonna say,
like,
the modern animes that are coming out.
Like some shit like that. Like, oh yeah, I could talk to any normie about that who likes anime or something. Like, and I can always bring them deeper into the mythos and things along if they can go there, if they even want to go there. But,
and again, a lot of them need to have a base level of prior knowledge. Even if that base level is just like a religion that they follow, you can kind of interweave that shit. But for a lot of people our age, they're either really die hard in their religion because they've been indoctrinated their whole life that they can't hear any new information, or they gave up on that shit early on and they're like, yeah, my dad still might be a Christian, and I might kind of be a Christian on paper, but I don't really follow that shit. And none of them read the book, regardless. No one ever reads the fucking book that they claim to be representing, but that's a whole other fucking topic.
And then there's the third option, which I've been seeing happening with like people in my like brother's age group. It's like a bunch of them simultaneously, where they then find Jesus in their mid-30s.
That's my sister right now.
Especially
it's like
kids and shit. Like
my biggest thing, and I know me and you, we've talked about this, and we can like debate on the differences and everything. It's like, if a religion is genuinely making you a better person, like if you were a piece of shit,
especially by your own judgment,
exactly. Like if you're doing it to be true to yourself, then. I'm not going to bash someone for going back to a religion but at the end of the day, that's still your crutch. Correct. You're still going outward. You're going to look for someone else instead of just looking inward. Everything should be inward.
Bowing.
It should always be inward. That's, not to go on a side tangent. That's one of the main reasons why I don't go about making videos and doing live streams myself, because I don't I don't want to gain any type of following. I don't want people to be fucking following my path and doing the thing that I'm doing. It's like everyone should be doing their own fucking thing. And that's
why I want you to go live.
Yeah.
That's why I want you to make videos.
Everyone just needs to do their own goddamn thing. And there's going to be people who have different levels of what they're willing to do.
Yep.
You know? So I guess that's kind of a good place to start with my whole shit. Because, again, for a very long time, I say a very long time, I'm only 31, but
Feels like a long time, right?
let's just say for as long as I was introduced to this type of knowledge, so 2008, that's when I was in 8th grade, that's when I was watching that fucking documentary where I was like, oh my God, they're putting fluoride in the water, they're lying about religion, money's a fucking joke, what the fuck is reality? And then from there, you just kind of dive in, and I'm among all my peers, and I'm like the only one who's like really, really diving into this type of shit. Like I'm seeing other people and we can reference things because we all watched that documentary together, but I was the only one out of like, I show you now, like 30 of my boys. Like we had a pretty heavy group of guys fucking growing up in middle school and into high school. We were all tight for a very long time. There was fucking a mob of us, you know, a gang for a lack of better term. There was a lot of us, you know? And out of those fucking 30 people, I'm like the only one who really kept asking, well, why? Why are things like this? How are they like this? What, like, everyone was interested, but no one really wanted to take any more steps. And it's like, we all have smartphones at the time. Like, this is when iPod touches, not really so much iPhones, but like you had an iPod touch. And if you had an iPod touch and you could connect that to the internet, you could just have unlimited access to information in YouTube. And I watched, you know, probably thousands, if not tens of thousands of hours of fucking just documentaries and all sorts of shit that was, you know, you could say it was either, you know, justifying my own bias that I was developing to just realize, oh, so yeah, of course there's fucking vampire fucking pedophile cults that are fucking, you know, raping children to death or whatever. Then you always gotta take it back. You always gotta take it a little back to reality. Back to reality, back to the things that you can control within your life. It started very, very simply with me and my boys just boiling the water because we're like, fuck, if they're fucking fluoridating the fucking water and they're trying to make us more fucking ignorant, what can we do about our public drinking water? So we're like, all right, we're just gonna start boiling it. And then we started like just getting gallons of water and spring water and doing it and just trying to do the dumb little things like that, thinking we're making a difference to our health. And again, a lot of my boys fell off doing that. To this day, I just don't drink tap water, no matter where I am. I'll be that asshole who buys bottles and bottles and bottles of bottled water, contributing to the pollution in the world, because I think in my heart that I'm doing myself a favor by drinking Poland Spring bottled water instead of just drinking the tap water. Because it's like, well, I think that they're poisoning me with fucking tap water, so I'm not gonna fucking drink tap water.
Wow, what a monumental.
You know, like I don't fucking like the fact that fast food doesn't grow mold on it. I don't buy fast food. I don't buy it for my fucking kid. When my kid gets fast food, it's because his fucking grandparents bought it for him or because my fucking ex bought it for him. I don't buy my son fast food. I don't eat fast food. Fuck a McDonald's, fuck a Burger King, fuck a Wendy's, fuck whatever your level of, you know, fast food, what you find acceptable, hey, that's on you. If you want to drink tap water that you know is fucking poisoned, then you can do that. Just know you're doing it. And don't look at me for being crazy for not doing it when I know it's fucked. So again, carry that same fucking process up to the things you can control. I've been working since, you know, I was working under the table at 16 when I dropped out of high school, just making cash, and that was nice. But as soon as I turned fucking 18, I got in the union. Got a fucking good paying union job. They set me up with a pension and annuity and all this fucking bullshit. But I'm the type of guy who, especially if I'm working fucking overtime, you look at your check and you just look at how much fucking taxes they're taking out, how much federal taxes they're taking out. And if you're any bit savvy, you're just like, okay, they're using this money to just perpetuate war around the world, to make sure my water's fucking poisoned, to fuck kids. Like, how long do you go knowing the government is doing this stuff with your money? It's demoralizing you every day. I don't know about y'all, but it demoralized the fuck out of me, pissed me off, brings me to the point of fucking tears if you think too heavy about this shit. If you're thinking, all right, the world is all fucked up. Why and how is it fucked up? Well, the United States government is really fucked up and does atrocious things with the fucking, you know, war crimes and just being a bully. That's all right. So where do they get the funding for that? How is that machine funded? Well, through your tax dollars. And if it's not all funded through your tax dollars are still contributing a big fucking portion to that shit. Like, out of my 40-hour paycheck, they would take roughly $400 out of my check every single fucking week. Meanwhile, right now, we're on the verge of World War III. Everything is more fucking expensive everywhere you go. We're $40 trillion in debt, which is basically just a made-up number. It gets so silly to the point where like, oh, we're 40 trillion, 50, hey, how about 50, how about 60, how about, it's so fucking dumb, where it's like, okay, you guys are just gonna bail out banksters anyway. You're just gonna arbitrarily print out however millions and millions of, and like, so I decided, get the W-4 tax form. I'm gonna say it again, that is a W-4 tax form. And if you're serious, like I am, about not wanting your fucking tax dollars, that you're working your fucking ass off, and you're gonna, lower your standard of living for pedophiles and warmongers? And if you're like, oh, well, the IRS is gonna come for you.
Fuck them.
Okay, the IRS is gonna come for you. Do you not care about the pedophiles and the warmongers that are using? So you're gonna tell me, and a lot of you grown-ass fucking men, big burly men, tattooed, biker gang fucking guys that I know, my group of friends are all heavy metal biker fucking guys, and they're all tatted up, and they all fucking deal and use illegal drugs, and they got fucking illegal gun, and all this fucking shit that they fucking do, and they're fucking badass fucking dudes, but they still pay their fucking taxes because they're scared of the repercussions of a fucking alphabet agency. You're scared of another human being and what might happen to you. So you just keep on cucking yourself. You keep being a little hypocritical coward bitch, and you just keep fucking paying them. I lived knowing that for 14, 15 years now. However long I've been working for, until like
to look in the mirror.
Dude, literally, like all of last year, I was like just bitching to the guys at work. I'm like, it doesn't fucking bother you guys, Like so many people are Trump supporters because they just see how crazy and stupid and dumb and loopy and how, oh, well, the left are clearly, it's like they're all fucking retarded. And if you go one way and you can't see that it's both fucking sides, this is not even a place for you to be. You need to completely dissolve that aspect of your mind first, that a Democrat or a Republican or an independent or anyone who wants a piece of the pie, anyone who wants to be in control of you, if they want to be a mayor, if they want to be a governor, a congress, like sane, healthy people don't wake up thinking these types of things of, oh, I want to be a politician when I grow up. No little kid wanted to be a politician when they grew up. Only the psychopaths. You have to be a certain level of fucking psychopath. And that's what leads to the Archon thing. You have people, a lot of people in this community, in these chats, that'll go on these tangents about, oh, when I get into the astral, the archons, demons, angels, and all this other fucking shit that I'm all into it. I've been studying this shit for years myself. It is one of the main fucking topics I love to study, and I can go on for hours and hours about. That's how we started off. That's literally what me and fucking Shangael got into. Like, that's how we bonded. And at my point in life right now, it's like, there's this one saying, I don't know if it's a Buddhist saying or a Hindu saying or whatever, but there's a saying that's something along the lines of, you tend to the part of the garden that you can reach. You don't, if someone else is growing crops and doing their own thing, you don't fucking worry about them. You worry about you. You worry about what you're doing, what you're growing, and how you can grow it, how you can maintain your best fucking crops. So the tangible, real world things that you can do here, and whether you want to say, all right, well, we're just slaves. We're just, we're trapped here on Earth. Yada. All right, so you're trapped here. What are you going to do when you're trapped here? What are you going to do physically while you're here? If you're going to claim that you're going to overthrow archons in the astral when you die, what are you doing? What are you doing to prepare here? Are you just following every rule from the archonic humanoid beings that live like the politicians who make rules to govern over you, those governing bodies, those archons, those literal people, you're just going to let them have power over you and let them tell you how you need to live your life? And this isn't and this is, me, this is where we kind of differ a little bit. This isn't me calling for every person to go on a mass extinction thing.
That's me.
I'm not saying that every single person needs to pick up a weapon and just start murking the person next to them in some grand Eren Yeager, every human must go thing. If that's inevitably where y'all want to go with it, by all means. But tangible, actual things that you can do here and now. If you want to throw entropy into the system, I'm assuming a lot of people work, a lot of y'all have jobs, gas prices are getting pretty fucking high, right? Food's really expensive. Everyone that I know lives paycheck to paycheck. Mm-hmm. There's the utility company out here in Rhode Island Energy. They suck. They have delivery charges that are higher than the actual usage charges for people's electricity. So let's say you have a $100 electric bill. Well, that bill is actually $300 because you have $200 delivery charge on that. But people just keep paying their fucking bills because everyone's too fucking scared of getting a little uncomfortable. Yep. If everyone just got a little uncomfortable, said fuck you to these power companies, stopped paying their bills, and they just shut everyone's power off, guess what? Now there's no service. They have to leave. And then another company will come in, and if they provide a shit service too, the people can collectively agree, hey, guess what? We're not paying anymore.
And this is some at bottom shit.
Literally, the most bottom. People want to talk about ethereal, extra dimensional. We're just stuck in these slave husk human beings. Okay, we're stuck in the slave husk human being.
Can you protest a bill? Can you not pay one bill? Can you avoid a single tax? I'm gonna go kill God, nigga. Can you kill a tax?
You don't say no to your friends and family. You have a hard time saying no to a cop because you're scared of a cop. And this isn't me saying I'm some big macho badass fucking guy. Y'all just saw what I looked like. I'm nothing fucking special. I'm not claiming to be anything I'm fucking not. But you need to take the actual real time in your life, things that you can do to make your life better, improve your standard of living. If you're gonna be stuck in this fucking earthly prison that I also agree is an earthly prison, you should do whatever you can to increase your standard of fucking living while you're here.
While decreasing the standard of living of anyone who's attempting to decrease yours.
And especially if increasing your standard of living is going to cause more entropy to the system, you know what's going to overthrow the fucking system? If everyone stopped paying their taxes. You know how fast shit will go crazy if everyone just stopped paying their fucking taxes?
Just 1%.
That alone? But people are too scared. Too scared. You're gonna fight a demon in the astral when you die, but like you said, you're gonna live a good slave life in here on Earth. In college, you're not gonna take your college classes when you're in college. You're gonna dick around. So then when you gotta fucking go out into the real world, whatever you want to call that, when you have no fucking experience. No, you gain the experience when you're fucking here, and then you apply that experience afterward. If you know of a way to apply that experience you're gaining right now, then do it right now. And preach that shit and teach that shit to everyone else. It's really not hard. But when you're just preaching the misery, when you're just preaching all the same bullshit that everyone has already heard. Oh, we're stuck here. Oh, it sucks being a slave. Oh, I hate my body. I hate this. I hate that. Like, what the fuck? It's just bitching. 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 You getting annoyed with me just saying it's just bitching? Well, that's all it is. It's just fucking bitching. Facts. Across the board on so many of these fucking lives, on so many fucking... And if you feel like I'm targeting you, good. Stop fucking bitching and do something. You don't have to be a badass and go shoot a politician in the face, even though realistically, those are the things that will make the most fucking change happen.
They do need to happen.
Those are the things, the unfortunate realities. Sorry, feds that may or may not be listening on this. 9 people listening. Maybe Mr. Fedboy's one of those 9.
Always.
Let's just assume.
Always assume.
Yeah. Oh, it went down to 8. He hopped off for a minute. No, but either way, there are things that you can do here and now. And if you don't give a fuck about money, if you already don't work, or if you just say, you know what, I really don't care about the warmongers or the pedophiles, that's not what I'm worried about, then good. That's not what you're worried about? Sure. It would still cause entropy to the system.
Facts.
And if you're scared of repercussions, then that's all it is. It's either you're scared of the IRS and the Federal Reserve and them coming after you because you owe them essentially dead president trading cards that hold no real value. You can literally be using that money. Like, they take $15,000 from me every year. Make $100,000, they took $15,000, that's $400 every fucking paycheck. That $400 a week is way better suited in my hands for me and my family, for me and my son, in a world that does not give a fuck about me. And if the world doesn't give a fuck about me, why should I give a fuck about the world? If you don't give a fuck about the world, don't contribute. Don't do anything. Literally do nothing.
Facts.
Do nothing at all. Just lay down.
Just lay down.
But if you want to see change, you have to be change. On my Facebook right now, on my public Facebook, literally the only thing that I do is preach people filling out a tax exemption form. And I can't tell you how many fucking people will comment and just be like, well, good luck with that. Well, do you know how many people would have to do that? Yeah, that's why I'm fucking telling you. That's why I'm preaching it. You're reading this. Are you going to do it? It's very easy. And literally, I filled it out on a fucking Tuesday. On Thursday, when I got my check, there was no federal taxes taken out of it. It's now March. When I look at my pay stub, they've only taken $200 out this year. They should have taken multiple thousands by now. They should have taken thousands of dollars out of my pay, out of my fucking total pay. And they're gonna, oh, well, you're gonna owe them money at the end. Good. I owe them fucking money at the end of the year.
Come get it.
If we're all really, really serious about this shit, then we should be trying to further the end of it all. The end of the monetary system, the end of fucking financial systems.
To whatever level you seek the end of. And let alone, even if somebody, so for example, you know me, I say end all things, right? We heard what he said maybe, 10 minutes ago, where he said, I'm not even saying that you have to end all things. But does what he's saying not help contribute to what I'm saying? So why would I not support somebody not paying taxes? That makes perfect sense to me. You should not be paying those for about 1,000 reasons, let alone mine. Like, let alone the end goal I want, which is just bringing chaos to all this shit. People are so small fucking minded that they see simple fucking things that anyone can pretty much do, especially if you're in a circumstance where you're doing it anyway. You're working anyway, go fill out the W-4. You already filled out one to start working there. Like, it's so all you have to do is fill out a new one. It's not that fucking hard. And these are the simple, easy things we can do in our lives that don't take much to do. And if enough people, and not a single digit percentages, if enough people do it, that throws a whole wrench in a whole bunch of shit. That one thing, and that's just one fucking thing. There's a
bottom. It's such a low level thing. It's such an easy thing that you can literally get a piece of paper, write down on the paper exempt, and hand that piece of paper to another, and that's all you have to do. Yeah. That is it. That's it. It's infinitely more effective than voting. It's infinitely more effective than fucking protesting. And guess what? You can still do those things if you're one of those people who actually participate in that. I don't think anyone who listens to these vote. I really hope none of you do. Again, that's something you should probably work on is, these are my masters. When you vote, you are literally giving someone else autonomy over your life. Oh, well, these are the people who are going to make the rules. Mm-hmm. Like, these are the archons. These are the rules and principalities and thrones and fucking all those obscure things. That is what those are. When you allow another person to make a system that rules over you, when you allow it, when you are actively paying for it, like, and it's not just the money aspect. It's because that money, again, it's just dead president trading cards. The money aspect isn't. It's your labor. Whether it's me working my fucking construction job, whether it's the fucking wiener joint I just went to get a couple fucking hot dogs earlier, whether it's the fucking 7-Eleven, whether it's the bank teller, it's like all these people, the collective labor, the time, the effort, your life, The hours of your life that you could spend doing things that actually bring you joy, you put on hold because you need dead president trading cards to fund a machine that fucks kids. Now, I don't know about y'all, but that is one of the most angering fucking parts for me as a father. Even if you are an anti-natalist, I don't think there's any like anti-natalists out there who are like,
let's fuck the kids.
Fuck the kids. Yeah, I'm sexually attracted. I want to hurt and abuse children. It's like, and if that is yours, you're just a fucking. I have no place for you. Let's meet up somewhere so I can murder you. Like, you don't care about your life, miss? You like fucking kids? Then all right, well, you can just die then. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? So, if we already can all agree that bringing a child into this world that we all agree sucks, I fucked up in that regard.
So did I.
So did you, Not claiming to be better than anyone else, but
I claim to be worse.
There are things that you can do here and now.
Right now.
You can blame, again, we're stuck in the flesh prison, so I just gotta rough it out here and do really nothing here, and then talk a big game, and then as soon as I'm face to face with a fucking demon that I can't even physically comprehend here in the third dimension, but I have all these weird abstract thoughts, and fucking I've had weird dreams, and I've done ayahuasca and DMT, so I know what to expect in the astral. Haha. It's like, okay, good luck with that. Good fucking luck with that. But you never said no to any system here on Earth. You never stood your own fucking ground here. You never held up for your own fucking beliefs here. You put on the facade all the time, it's like.
But when the three-eyed, 6-armed, 17-winged, 13-tentacled, fucking angelic demon creature stares you down and speaks with 3,000 voices and tells you to kneel, that's when you're gonna grab your balls, right? That's when you're gonna grow some ovaries. That's when you're gonna be a big boy or a big girl. Like, come on, let's be real. That's not how this shit works. You gonna be scared of the local fucking 12-year-old gang members, but you gonna step in the ring with the UFC champion? Right. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you afraid of the local hardheads, but you gonna step in the ring with Mike Tyson in his prime, who's been feeding on you for however long? Like, don't lie to yourself. Like, at least don't lie to you, even if you're gonna continue lying to us and act like you're really gonna do that. At least don't lie to yourself and look in the mirror and be like, look, I'm faking it until I make it. Like, I'm trying to convince myself. Like, because you got to be real with yourself over everything. And motherfuckers love lying to themselves, and they want to feel better, morally superior. And they want to feel like there's some reward coming for all this shit in the end, when there's not. Yeah. The reward that is going to come into this in the end is whatever fucking rewards you make yourself while you're in it. Step 1. Step 2, when it's all over. But prior to that, nigga, there ain't gonna be no heaven.
And I'll tell you first, as I'm going through it. This is only my first year in doing it. I was anxious as fuck. I still get, if I think about it for too long and I'm like, well, fuck. They're gonna come fucking knocking on my door, and I have my fucking self. What am I supposed to do as a father when they come knocking? It'll get me fucking worked up, and it's like, yeah, I'm scared. I will admit that there is a little fear in there from, well, what if they do? What if they do? How am I gonna stand my fucking ground and bang it out with federal agents over, again, dead president trading cards? Am I gonna allow them to pull me away and arrest me and lock me away in a cage like an animal? Like, to what level am I gonna, you know what I'm saying? And that's obviously to be determined. But I'm not gonna go around pretending that I'm gonna bang it out with them when they come knocking on my door, and I'll kill the whole fucking SWAT team. It's like, no, because the realistic fact is I'm a fucking 160-pound fucking white boy with very limited fucking firearm resources, and at the end of the day, if you're dealing against a fucking SWAT team, you're probably gonna get swatted. Yeah, that's just fucking that. If your end game is to just die anyway, and that's your valiant fucking goal,
they just made it easy.
Then by all fucking means. But I have a little bit of an end game plan. I don't want to just bang it out and fucking die. There's plenty of work here that has to be done. There's plenty of people who need to wake the fuck up, if that's the term you like to use. People don't like hearing the word woke and wake up and all, but for lack of better terms, that's what needs to happen. People need to preach all this type of shit on, again, every level, whether that level is the monetary system, the governmental system, the religious systems, any system. Like, people should be, ultimately it's about true freedom.
Yes,
freedom
to avoid.
Freedom that is way beyond, and I don't know if it was you saying it earlier, beyond patriotism.
Yes.
Freedom beyond just waving a flag.
Yep.
That's not what freedom
Freedom
is.
beyond money and finance.
People, I'm still not financially free. I still have bills. I still contribute to the fucking bullshit.
And so do billionaires.
They still take state taxes out. So I still have to deal with the fact that state taxes are getting pulled out of my fucking check. But guess what? As far as I'm concerned, the machine that is perpetrating the things that piss me off the most, I sleep a little bit better at night knowing that I'm not contributing to it. It still may be happening. I still have to fucking go on fucking Facebook and be like, oh yeah, great, 160 kids bomb strike from fucking American fucking missiles getting dropped in Iran, but at least I can tell myself, well, you're not contributing to that anymore.
I didn't pay for that.
I'm not paying for that shit.
And it's that simple, honestly. What do you contribute to that you don't want to contribute to?
Yep.
And it doesn't. You could be sitting at a table with 5 people who all disagree. All disagree. The question is, what are their individual agendas? What are the outcomes they're trying to seek? Now, what are they thinking, speaking, and acting in accordance with to achieve the outcomes for their agendas? It's the same for everyone, no matter who you are, no matter what you believe, no matter what mistakes you have or haven't made, no matter when you come to a conclusion, earlier or later. Like, none of that actually matters. The only thing that matters is, now that you have,
your actions. What are you doing? Exactly.
Like, that's the only thing that actually matters. I think people get so stuck on just wanting to be right about things. They just want to sound intellectual and smart. They'd rather just complain about problems just to show that they know about the problems. But as soon as you start bringing up solutions, motherfuckers run for the fucking hills because no one wants to do anything differently but cry.
I'll literally be at work among a bunch of construction worker, quote, men.
Tough guys.
I'm doing quotes right now because contrary to what a lot of these fucking people think, just because you're a construction worker does not mean you are a man. I will tell you that right the fuck now. So a lot of these quote unquote
My
men,
definition of man is slim.
I can sit there and we can all collectively agree, like, yeah, like it's all pretty fucked, right? You've been paying for a very long. You're not happy with where your taxes are going, right? You understand that you're a Republican and you hate the left. You hate those pesky libtards, those demon rats, the Democrats, whatever fucking little term you want to call. Well, guess what?
The demon craps.
Your taxpayer dollars are funding them.
Yep.
All right, so you're a lefty, you're a Antifa, left wing fascist, and whatever left wing denomination. Your taxpayer dollars fund the right.
Facts.
One hand is just washing the other in that fucking system. You don't like that your taxpayer dollars is going to fund gender studies in Pakistan? I don't like that shit. I think that's fucking retarded. Stop sending $9 million to Pakistan for them to still throw gay people off of fucking roofs.
Regardless.
You're still going to send the news over there to show us, oh yeah, so even though we're sending these guys millions and millions of dollars
to calm them down.
To calm them the fuck down, they're still throwing Christians and gays off of roofs over there. It's like,
they hung 2 lesbians yesterday.
Why am I seeing this shit? And again, tend to the part of the garden that you can reach.
Facts.
We shouldn't even, like, the only reason why and I say no very loosely, we don't know any of the fucking shit that's going on outside of our own bubbles. But we see pictures and we see news stories of things that are happening in other countries and we get all worked up about it. But we're not doing anything about our own fucking towns.
Yep.
And this isn't saying, well, you just gotta vote. No, I'm not saying to fucking vote. I'm saying take it over. You literally, if you are unhappy with the thing, you stop doing the thing.
It's that simple.
If McDonald's keeps fucking up your order, are you going to keep going to McDonald's? Or do you just enjoy getting your order fucked up? And you just like bitching about it?
Like, do you even change it? Like every time I go to the drive-thru and I ordered from my app, they fuck up my order. Yeah. So how would you try going to the drive-thru and not ordering from the app? Do they still fuck it up? How about you try going inside? Do they still fuck it up?
Yeah.
How about you go inside, they fuck it up, you go back inside, do they fuck it up again? Like, have you even tried any of the lesser steps? And guess what? If you tried all those steps and they still fuck it up, go to another McDonald's. If this happens at every McDonald's, stop eating McDonald's. Like, do you, like, these are steps, or simply deal with it because that's just what you get at McDonald's. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, make a fucking decision. Stop just being a fucking victim all the goddamn time. Make a choice. Oh, they just always mess it up. How do you keep ordering? I keep ordering on the app. Did you try anything else? No. Then shut the fuck up and try something else.
And those same people carry that same mentality through everything. Those are the same people that just keep voting the one way they've always voted. And again, not to say it's gonna fucking change if you vote the other way, but instead of just not voting at all,
have you even tried that?
These people just keep doing this. It's literal insanity.
I'm like, yo, you're all Republicans. You don't like how this shit's going, right? And you really never did. You're all Democrats. You don't like how this shit's going. You really never did. How about y'all switch for this 4 years? How about you all become Republicans and you all become just try.
Just try it.
And you all become, and let's see if anything different happens. Yeah. And when it doesn't, how about we just try not voting this time? And then how about we try overthrowing? Like, how about we start taking steps towards the direction, you know? And that's with anything and everything. We use these things because they're obvious dichotomies in our society. But you can use that with anything and everything in existence. Mm-hmm. There's nowhere in existence where a problem exists where you cannot apply this fucking method to find a solution.
It's literally it's the macro mimicking the micro. It's
as above,
so below. That is everything.
Everything.
If y'all aren't familiar with the 7 Hermetic principles, look those up, drill them into your fucking brain. That's literally all of it. Those are the keys.
It's explaining reality to you. Yep. Whether you like it, hate it, love it, it's not about that.
You want 7 tangible things that'll make you just go, oh, okay, yes, that makes sense. Just simple little, this is what it is, 1 sentence. That's all you need. You don't need to have them broken down to you and explained any deeper than what they are, because they are what they are.
As above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around. I always tell people, when you get into certain path working, like in the cliff off and whatnot, this is the first thing you're going to learn. Mm-hmm. Everything is everything everywhere.
It's literally what the cliff off is. It is the reflective underside of the tree of life. If the tree of life is the life aspect, then you have the tree of death and a mimicry of each of those aspects. Mm-hmm. And that is what creates the whole. That's when you get, again, if you have Christians and other people who get too caught up on God just being a holy love light being, the one thing and all it is capable of doing is love, it's like, you know, we can see all the flaws in that just inherently, but other people, again, like my sister and father, who are newfound Christians again, even though a few years ago I could talk to them about all this type of shit and they were like, they would at least be able to grasp it a little bit, because again,
now they can't.
Again, they need 30 base level fucking points before they can even start to grasp some of these more broader things. Like,
that's why I keep telling people, study. I'm gonna say that every day. Study. If you don't know enough, you can't know enough.
Read what you read.
Yes. Please.
Again, read what you read. That means if you're reading a book on a subject, you read another fucking book on the things in that fucking book. You need to learn all these. You don't just stop at one fucking point and have you need to see how far down they all go. And everything connects back into it. Like, if you're, like, my occult and, you know, pagan aspects and magic and all that, that came after the conspiracy. Mm-hmm. But the conspiracy comes first. You see all the grand conspiracies in the world and like, what? So there's fluoride in the water. Well, why are they fluoridating the water? Right. Where did that start? How and why? And then just keep on going back and back and back. And then you just see, all right, they just like keeping people dumb. At the very base level, you can see all these different things, whether it's media distractions, propaganda, fluoridating your water, getting you absorbed with fucking whatever Cardi B's fucking doing, or fucking Taylor Swift, or just useless fucking bullshit.
Nicki Minaj gave a speech for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Let's argue about that
Yeah,
for a little.
and now we argue about that. The fucking people aren't divided enough on fucking, class issues. Now it's all right, we got to make sure that we circulate the sports in such a way where there is a sport at any time of the year.
Yep.
So that people can always be divided. No one can ever think about fucking anything that's actually important.
Yep.
And as soon as you break away from these quote unquote normie things and start having real discussions, there's like, oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist. It's like, well, yeah. How about we take a look at the track record of all these quote-unquote conspiracies, though? Because everything from chemicals in the water turning frogs gay to fucking COVID literally being lab leaks.
Yeah.
It's... And yeah, who's even to say if it was a leak? It was a lab leak.
I doubt it was a leak, but I can't prove it,
but
I
instead,
doubt it.
you still have these literal retards that'll go around and be like, oh, no, that was a fucking... People were eating pangolins and bats.
Mm-hmm. At a wet market in Wuhan.
Yeah. People will see the quote unquote assassination attempt on Donald Trump, and it's like they've never, again, not everyone did, but I watched a lot of fucking wrestling growing up.
Mm-hmm.
I know what a blade job looks like to get some fucking blood. You know what I'm saying? So Donald Trump is either an actual godlike being who is sent here by divine providence
and protected by the Lord.
And protected by the grace of the Lord, our God, Savior, Jesus Christ. Bless his name, right? That it's either that reality or that was a fake blade job and it was just another piece of propaganda, which is way more likely.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fucking...
Fight!
Yeah, and then he comes up, fight, with just blood on his ear. Not like a chunk of ear missing or anything. No, it's perfect situation, but people will see that and they'll be like, they tried getting fucking Donald Trump. They really tried getting him there. It's just...
That's how you know he's real.
Yeah,
they tried to kill him.
That's how you know he's real.
I'm like, no, if he was real, they would kill him. There'd be no try, mama. You're not going to be a president and disobey order.
And again, this is coming from me and you, who, when we first met each other, we were both pretty much like, oh yeah, Hillary Clinton's going to be the president. There's no way Donald Trump is going to be the president.
That.
Me and you were
and then,
1,000% sure.
And then Bilderberg happened.
Yeah, and then the Bilderberg fucking thing happened.
She came out frowning and he came out smiling. We're like, no way.
Yeah.
They're really going to do this? They're putting this nigga in the... This is going to be crazy. I was like, this is going to be a fucking show for the next 4 years. I was like, it's so genius, though, because it's a reality TV show.
Yeah.
It's so good.
And then, again, it's just a Google search away. Is Donald Trump related to Hillary Clinton?
Mm.
And then you can look it up, and they're like 19th cousins or whatever. And people will be like, oh, it's just 19th cousins. It's like, okay, random dude on the internet who wants to defend these fucking lizards for whatever reason. I will offer $500 right now, like a man, if you can prove that me and you are even 15th cousins. I'll lower it down to 15th cousins. We don't have to be 19th cousins, but just know every single one of these fucking lizards, every president across the board, and I'm pretty sure a majority of the people they ran against are all fucking related.
Yep.
So when you have these, again, retards who are like, oh, Obama, change. You just know Obama is related to George Bush.
Yep.
They are cousins. They are related.
And they're all related to the royal families of Europe, most specifically the Saxe-Coburgs, also known as the Windsors in Britain.
Windsor family. The family Windsor. But again, these are people who, again, to this day will go and call themselves royalty. We're talking about people who call themselves royal families. Mm-hmm. So when you have the royal family, she's fucking looking up fucking from hell right now or whatever, with fucking the queen, and she's fucking saying shit like her bloodline has direct lineage to the Prophet Muhammad. Mm-hmm. It's like, okay, so Islam is also linked to these fucking lizards.
Yep.
All the Abrahamic faiths as is are fucking...
Muhammad went to see the Pope to get the Quran.
Yeah.
Who could not, even though Muhammad could not read and was illiterate, but God made him literate. So that's connected to the Christianity. Okay. And then they say, oh, you got the bloodline? Oh, okay. And then the other ones is we're directly descended from Jesus. We have the the divine right to rule. Mm-hmm. And then you see all your presidents and the people they're running against are all related to those exact people. Oh, you still have royalty.
Yeah.
They just changed your system up a little bit to rule you better.
they have different last names, but they all come from the same like surname families from way back.
Same
So like when you
bloodlines.
see those, and we've talked about this many times, but when you see the the like Sumerian kings list and like the divine kings list, and you say that like this person or this being, this last name ruled for like 10,000 years. You can either look at it as this was an actual one person ruling for 10,000 years and people just ruled for a really long time, or you can look at it as it was probably like a dynasty of last names, bloodlines. This one bloodline ruled for 10,000.
Someone using
years.
their brain.
And again, this is coming from a 10th grade high school dropout, but once you piece together these fucking things, it kind of just becomes.
But people are too religious. They take things too literally.
Yeah.
Right? They just read it like, no, this was history.
And with that, they want to have their cake and eat it too, because you'll ask them, okay, so in the Bible, the blanket term, just the Bible, it's either all real or it's all allegorical stories.
Yep.
You can't have it be like, oh, well, some of it was real, some of it's real events, some of the things we made a little thing. Because then when you talk to those people, it's like, okay, well, what about like the mysticism in the Bible? What about the magic in the Bible? What about all the weird things in the Bible that y'all don't seem to think is weird, like talking fucking animals and divination and the whole fucking, just the last time I was here, we were talking about the, if you were anywhere else and you were fucking at like a weird goth vampire fucking really cringe fucking thing and they're drinking Clamato juice and they're doing, yeah, we're drinking blood. Hey, it's like you recognize that as just, yeah, these are just some fucking dorks, but whatever, you know?
It's aesthetic.
But the Christians, they're eating their little wafers, their little crackers, like this is the body of Jesus Christ. And we're drinking the blood of Jesus Christ. This wine is the blood of Christ. These little crackers are the body of Christ.
Correct.
If you were to try and explain to someone like you, that's cannibalism and vampirism. This is not holy white magic just because you're doing it in a church and you're doing it in the name of your God. It's like anywhere, like call it what that is. Yeah. You're eating the flesh of your fallen God, the God that we killed. Yep. God came to earth, manifested himself, and we nailed that motherfucker to a piece of wood. That's your story, bro. That's what you teach.
Yep.
Jesus is God manifest. He's God and Son, both together. And we killed him. And then he came back. He got resurrected and he zombified. So zombie Jesus comes back, and then he ascends again. But again, it's either that was a real thing that actually happened, or it's just a story. And when you have events astrologically that happen in the sky, like the
that match up with all this
when the sun goes down so far for
the crooks probably.
Yeah, it goes into the southern crooks.
Yeah.
And then it's on that cross for like 3 days, and then on the third day it starts rising because it falls in line with the winter solstice.
It's all astrotheology.
And it's like, okay, so it's either people are just making stories based on the shit they're seeing in the sky, or people are being born on Earth who are literally living out the things that are happening in the sky, which is crazy in itself. That itself would be like a fucking crazy thing. Because then you have people like my lovely girlfriend who is fucking tits deep in fucking astrology, way deeper than your typical, Adam's a Gemini, so he's a little fucking two-faced sometimes, it's so much more, so much deeper than all that. And it's almost like there is an imprint that happens when you're born at a certain time. So are the things that are written about in holy books, like the story of Jesus, was Jesus like, if the time of Jesus was the time of Pisces, was Jesus just like the Pisces of that time, the perfect astrological humanoid anthropomorphied representation of Pisces? So Jesus lived that life, and his life was so renowned, so magical, and so full of wonder that stories were made about this man and fucking all, it's so much so to be fucking talked about right now at this fucking table, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Or is it all just a story of something that's happened way, way, way before? Way before the Piscean era, you know what I'm saying? Like, these are things that are just
50,000
cyclically happening every age, every great age. So now it's still debated, but it's kind of debated yet accepted that we're at least transitioning into Aquarius right now. We're transferring from Pisces into Aquarius.
Into the Luciferian age.
And when you look at all of the things that are represented by Aquarius, it does make sense. Even just the simple, what I always call like the damning of the old. So right now you just see like the falling of organized religion. More and more. Like even though we was talking about fucking how like my dad and my sister.
Comeback, but still they're losing. The numbers are dropping.
So you'll see people who are fucking falling back into it, but for the 2 people you see falling into it, you see way more people doing what we're doing, where they're talking.
We are slowly killing them.
Way more sense about the greater picture. And the taking the archetypes behind these fucking things and like you making your own religion, building your own thing, having your own path, again, finding your own way. Everyone's doing their own thing at their own pace with the knowledge they have. If you try and force your beliefs onto somebody else, it's just going to turn them away. The best thing to do is the word indoctrinate just keeps coming to my head, and that's basically what it is. But you just have to wean people in. You start small at the tangible, and then you at those base level points that I was talking about, those like 30 key points that you really need to fucking touch on before you can start branching out and then just showing where they all fucking link together with like the greater picture of it all.
The grand.
And then once they can see the whole scheme for themselves, then they can decide what their best course of action is for their life. The things that they fucking, the things that matter to them to change.
Facts. What problems do they see? What solutions can be implemented to those problems? They can now start to see that. You've now given them more free will. You've actually given them choices. You've given them options by teaching, preaching, and promoting, which first required you to learn. You see why I say these things? You learn, you teach, you preach, you promote. Then you carry out. And then you support anyone else carrying out anything. It's this simple with all things in existence. We only make things more complicated than they are because we're fucking afraid. And we allow that fear to stop us from being courageous. Y'all heard him say it earlier. He said, I'm scared. I get anxious. Nigga, I live in anxiety. I live in anxiety. Because I know what I'm doing. I fully understand it. And I understand it on levels of reality. I know what the fuck I'm up against. And I'm not sugarcoating that at all or faking it at all. I know when the SWAT team stacks up on the door. That's the day I die. I'm not beating a fucking SWAT team with one man. Now, don't get me wrong. Let's say they don't stack on the door anytime soon, and some way, somehow, this shit picks up pace, and there's more doors for them to stack on. And as more people come to these conclusions, well, shit, they might stack up on the wrong door, and they might get wiped. But not until there's enough people speaking this shit to get enough people doing certain things that'll get them wiped. You know what I'm saying? So...
And again, if people aren't even willing to do something as low as stop paying their taxes, to just stop doing the system. And again, the tax thing, that's just my thing. But that's my thing that I'm preaching. Because it's such an easy, tangible, real-time solution. Everyone's bitching. Everyone is bitching. Everyone could use more money, at the very least. If y'all are on phones, I'm assuming you're paying for those phones. I'm assuming you have a job. I'm assuming you haven't filled out the W-4 tax form. Fill it out, be exempt, make more money. Stand your fucking ground and be against the system. This system. The system tangibly here on Earth that's affecting your life right now as you breathe. As we're getting bombarded with information on Iran and fucking World War III and potential fucking nuclear strikes if it was a 500 nuke situation or a 10,000 nuke situation. I'm seeing all these different map charts.
Because
it's like they say shit like, oh, well, we all have mutually assured destruction. So if one person launches one nuke, it's all right. So then it's all fucking over anyway. So it's all over anyway.
So what are we talking
Stop
about?
threatening the boogeyman of nuclear war. If you're never gonna fucking do it because we're all just gonna die and be wiped out anyway, stop with the paltry fucking threats. Don't threaten us with a good fucking time.
Facts.
In the meantime, $40 trillion in debt. That's what, 9 zeros? 12 zeros? How many fucking zeros is that? That's a lot. That's more zeros than my high school dropout ass wants to fucking do the math right now. But 9 zeros is a lot. 12 zeros is a lot. It gets retarded.
Yep.
Trillions of dollars is what we're in debt to. And you're just going to keep giving it more money? You're going to live paycheck to paycheck, barely afford your fucking groceries. Motherfucker, stop paying your taxes and buy a lobster dinner. Enjoy yourself. Buy good fucking toilet paper. Wipe your ass with some 5-ply super cotton fucking toilet paper. Life's too fucking short to not have good fucking toilet paper and eat good fucking food.
You know
if
what
you're
I would say?
trapped here, at least kind of enjoy the time you can fucking. If you're not going to enjoy the time, just spit in the face of it all. You're gonna just keep contributing to the fucking system.
Like,
fuck
fuck
the
that.
system.
Shit.
If you're not willing to quit your
lobster, get a machine gun. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, spend that money that you're slaving for every fucking day towards your agenda in some form or fashion, or simply do what thou wilt. Go enjoy yourself.
go to a fucking strip club.
Like,
I don't
go-
fucking care. You'll have if you're like me, you'll have $400 extra a week.
Yep.
That's a nice time at the strip club, a $400 night, I'd imagine. Haven't been in a long time, but I think $400 will still get you a decent fucking time. And guess what? And guess what you can do the whole time you're at the strip club? You can cause entropy by talking to the fucking strippers about how they should fucking be tax exempt and destroying the fucking system.
For real. Everywhere you go.
Some cacophony society shit.
Yeah.
Go to strip clubs, pick up prostitutes, and talk their ears off about fucking the system and the
know
status
what?
quo.
That's not a terrible idea. 'Cause maybe
Pay a prostitute to listen to your bullshit about archons and the void and how they don't need to pay their taxes.
Matter of fact, even more so, be like, I want to buy your time for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Here's this megaphone. Read these words.
The next
Just-
couple Johns you get, I want you to fucking, oh, hey, by the way,
Give him this pamphlet. Like,
do whatever you can at any level. Whatever you fucking, are you a degenerate? Are you a fucking, be a degenerate.
you
Just
want some crack? Go smoke some more crack.
contribute.
Like, honestly, like,
fucking
take your money back and go spend it on whatever the fuck you want for your agenda. Whether that's something you're going to try to enjoy yourself with, whether that's just paying another fucking slave bill, or whether that's fucking getting some guns or going on vacation for once in your entire goddamn life of slavery, like whatever the fuck it is you want to, but
do
what
as
the fuck-
thou wilt.
Yes, like stop doing what the fuck they tell you to do and finding every excuse to do so. And I'm not even telling you to stop doing everything they tell you. Do one fucking thing. That's like, start with one thing. No matter what it is, no matter what level it, just start with one thing and then go from there.
Boil your tap water.
If the,
You know what I'm saying?
Based on
Boil
what-
whatever your boiled tap water is.
Based on what
boil
you
your
care
tap
about.
water.
Based on what you care about.
Yeah, whatever the
You know,
fuck
like-
your thing is. My thing was boiling my tap water as a kid. That's what started me off, and then that just led me on to more and more fucking things. So,
And that's how you do it. And that's why when people go like, oh, well, I don't believe in that, or that doesn't bother, like, well, what is a problem to you then? You know, they're like, what do you see as a problem?
because a lot of these people, y'all seem to have a lot of shit, a lot of problems, a lot of things that are bothering y'all. If it's the entirety of the world, just existence itself is a problem, okay, start tackling the things that
got
are...
a lot of shit to do.
Yeah, you have a lot of fucking work to do because holy shit, bro, if your whole thing is, well, woe is me, it's all of existence and there's nothing we can do. It's, again, you're doing something right now. You bitching about nothing to do
is doing something.
but it's not doing something.
It's not doing what you want it to
Yeah,
do.
it's like you're actively not doing. There's one thing if it's just like if it's genuinely programmed, there's nothing you can do. It's futile. There is nothing. Then it would just be nothing.
It would just be
It would
nothing.
just be nothing.
And yet here we are. And yet here we are.
I could have chosen to scream this all out the window the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
I chose not to. Like I could have went live myself.
Facts.
Decided to come here and have the conversation with a friend.
I could turn the
Like-
camera on, hop on the table, and start twerking on the phone.
I'd rather you not.
But I could
He
choose
could.
to do that. Like, we have no choice. No, you have a bunch of choices. You just don't choose to do most things because they're not useful to you in the fucking moment. And that which is useful to you, you don't choose to do because you're either incentivized otherwise or you're too fucking afraid. Or
Scared.
both.
Scared.
You gotta either get past the fear where you're not afraid, or you gotta be courageous in the face of the fear. You can't be brave if you're not scared. Bravery requires fear. It requires you to first be afraid
No,
and then do it anyway.
It's like what Mufasa said to Simba.
What is that?
I'm only brave when I have to be. It's not about being fucking this,
Macho man, right? Like,
you know, always brave all the time. There's never a fucking, you know, no. That's not what it's all about. If you can get to that level where you're just an
Shit.
ultimate brave
Yeah.
badass, then fuck yeah, you should be the one leading the line more than anyone else.
that's what somebody earlier said. Mark and Shangel leading the way to destroy it all. And I was like, we better not be the ones leading it. If we're the ones leading it,
We're got some problems.
fucked. We are fucked. Like, we're trying to wake up the leaders. I guarantee you, there is far greater people than us that could do this better than us right now who don't even know it yet. Some fucking 16-year-old. You get what I'm saying? Like,
My thing is if I do this shit alone, I'm just one fucking dude in the tiniest fucking state. Just one dude in Rhode Island. If I get 1,000 people, and then every one of those 1,000 people gets another one person,
so
people, like, how fast ripple effects fucking happen. You know what I'm saying?
no, they're immediate.
And then once fucking Rhode Island, if there's like this huge movement of fucking, oh, there's no one paying taxes and whatever, there's 10,000 people just refusing to pay their taxes and mortgages and property fucking
people
shit.
hear that shit.
And then some fucking good old boys in Texas hear that shit and they're like, yeah, what the fuck are we doing? You know? Again, no offense to anyone in Texas.
Shout out to y'all.
Some lovely people down there. I would actually prefer to be fucking down there than in New England if we were totally fucking honest. But yeah, there's just the thing. We all have our things that we preach. My thing is solutions, tangible, real world solutions that affect your life
Right now.
right now. Everyone has their complaints. Everyone has their problems. I just say the tax thing because first and foremost, that seems to be, we all live in houses, apartments. We all need to have, to have jobs. So if we're gonna do the job thing, if we're already gonna play the game and do the system because we begrudgingly have to, under duress, well, guess what, motherfucker? You're not gonna take my fucking money I'm keeping as much of my fucking money as much as fucking possible.
If I have to slave just to live, I'm not slaving to give you anything so you can go spend it on the shit you want to do that I don't even fucking agree with to begin with.
And the thing is people have this fear because they're so used to, oh, well, I file my taxes every year. So that means next year the IRS is going to, no. And when they send you a letter, wipe your ass with that fucking letter.
I burned them.
Send the letter back to them with a fucking shit stain on it. Send them an ash. Make a video of you fucking burning it, and then put it in the fucking thing, and then fucking send that back to them with a fucking a thing that says "play me," and then they play it. It's just you looking burning the fucking thing, and then they're like, "Oh, this motherfucker," and then another year passes, and they're like, "Okay, well, now you owe us $30,000 instead of $15,000." It's like, all right, well, are you guys still fucking kids? Are you guys still using my money to bomb people?
Did any of that Epstein list get anything done to them?
Did any of the child molesters get fucking arrested?
Themselves?
No.
Like, no?
None of the baby rapers got fucking... Oh, no, they all got sent to fucking minimum security.
Are we still just going...
And again, we all know these things. We all should be quitting our jobs, walking to fucking DC or wherever your fucking closest fucking state house fucking is, and we should all literally just be completely removing these people.
Honestly.
Whether that is a peaceful removing by grabbing them by the ear like a teacher and be like, listen, you don't serve us anymore. You need to leave. This is your chance. This isn't an up for re-election. This is a top. Yes, this is a toppling of the government. That is precisely what this is. There's two ways: peaceful or non-peaceful. The peaceful way is you packing your shit and getting the fuck out of Rhode Island.
And
or wherever state you're in.
And if you want to see the non-peaceful way, and I really fucking hope you do, say no.
Yeah. Just say no. This is a simple yes or no. This is a yes, sir. Put your head down and walk the fuck away. Tail between your legs, and then all you corrupt fucking politician, baby raping warmongers can all meet up together in your little bunkers somewhere and be like, oh, we really got to find a way to get control back.
And then we bomb them.
And then we use their fucking weapons against them. Like, I mean, like, it's so easy.
It's actually
so easy.
But people are pussies.
It's just a number thing. You talk to everyone you know, even if they are Democrat or Republican, they all still acknowledge, the government really can't be trusted, but I still just have to stand by my political party because the bad guys are worse. My side fucks slightly less children, so I'm more virtuous than you. That really isn't the, sit there with your arms folded, checkmate that they all think it is, but they all seem to think it is. It's like, nah, y'all fuck kids.
The lesser of two evils, even though they're both evil by pretty much everyone's subjective standards. Like, I don't like...
You talk shit about McDonald's, and they're like, oh, you just love Burger King. Look at you. You're talking so much shit about McDonald's. I bet you eat up all that Burger King. It's like, no, I actually hate all fast food. I don't eat that shit. Yeah, but you just eat Burger King. Look at you. You fucking talk about Burger King. That's literally people when you talk politics, when you talk religion.
You talk
it's the fucking cognitive dissonance or whatever the fuck it is. Mm-hmm. That you give people information and it just...
They literally can't see outside.
Blows their fucking mind. They can't fucking handle it. And they're just like, nope, that's unsafe. We're reaching unsafe fucking territory, and I'm uncomfortable, and I'm going to keep paying my taxes. Mm-hmm. Yes, I do hate the Democrats. I do hate the Republicans, but I have to pay them because I am scared of the IRS. Mm-hmm. So, okay, well, just admit that. It's okay to be scared. I'm scared too.
At least
we can be scared together.
Yeah.
We can all be scared and horrified of what the future fucking holds together.
Admit it.
But it's like by sitting there, be like, good luck with that. Do you know how many people you would need? Yes, tens of thousands. Yes. Please be one of them.
We've thought of this. Like, that's why we're doing it.
I'll show you. A conversation I had in fucking real time earlier today. I saved some of the snapshots. Oh yeah, these are the type of fucking retards you deal with.
It all has to start somewhere, and if it don't start somewhere, then it never gets nowhere.
Says there would this guy. Again, I'm just preaching to everyone. Stop paying your taxes. So he said, there would have to be an enormous amount of people to do this, or else they would come after you, maybe even jail you. So I said, so be like me and become one of the enormous amounts of people. It's simple. Never file your taxes again. Takes the IRS like 5 years before they start to come after you, and even then, it's never really jail time. If I do this alone, I'm just some dude. We need people. Mm-hmm. Be one. You can either be on the right side of history, or you can keep contributing to the machine because you're scared of consequences. Those are really the only two options you have.
Facts.
If you are these people who are online bitching, oh, I don't like ICE, they're deporting people. Oh, I don't like those libtards. Oh, I don't like the Republicans. It all comes back to taxes. Stop paying it.
Every fucking complaint these people have in their human lives. You want to complain about the realm and the universe, and that's fine. I'm with you. I'm anti-cosmic. I'm a voidist all day, every day. But I'm right here, right now.
Where in the realm are we?
He's like
Earth. Okay, so the guy in the chat earlier, he's like, it's an afterlife. Okay, so we're in an afterlife. Cool, Earth's an afterlife. So, let's just agree that Earth's an afterlife. What the fuck do we do in the afterlife? And
what is an afterlife?
What are we doing? Like,
an afterlife is a life.
Yeah, it's just a life.
That means you're just alive in a different form.
It's just another life.
It's another life.
Yeah.
So if we were in another life, and now we're in this life, so we had another experience where I hope we weren't being bitches and pussies and slaves, and now we're having an experience where we're being bitches and pussies and slaves. So how will we stop being bitches and pussies and slaves in this experience? And when we die in this experience, hopefully leaving it either better than it was when we came in, or non-existent because it can't be better. Then we move to the next level if there is another level, and we do the same thing there. Either we get this shit right, or we end it. Like there really shouldn't be a third option of, no, let's just be slaves. Yeah. Like, bro, either we attempt to change this shit in any manner we want, or we burn it. Or we burn it while attempting to fix it. But do something. Like, no, I'm just going to sit here and be a slave and cry about being a slave and tell everybody there's nothing they can do about being a slave, and then at the same time saying that there's nothing they can do about it, I'm doing something about it by telling them these things. Like, Why? Like, what the fuck are we doing? That shit is mind-boggling. And then they would talk about NPCs and normies and all these other people when they talk just like them, sound just like them.
I have an occult knowledge background though, so it's like, well,
so I'm different.
But you don't apply it to any actual way, and you still just bend over and do whatever
so you're
any
the same
governing
as
body
everyone
tells you.
who doesn't have that knowledge. You're no fucking different. Like, I don't care if you know the government's corrupt. That doesn't make you different. You actually doing something different based on that is what makes you different. Yeah. I don't care if you think you're in a soul trap, a simulation, a matrix, a hell realm, a this, or that.
What do you do here?
You behaving like the rest of the fucking NPCs here does not make you different. I don't care if you know that, believe that, think that. If you still walk, talk, and act like they fucking do, it doesn't matter if you think you're in a soul trap, a hell realm, a fucking simulation, a matrix, or wherever, a prison planet, whatever the fuck you think you're on. It doesn't fucking matter. Your knowledge is fucking useless because you're not applying it in any way. Apply the knowledge. That's the only way to make the knowledge into power. Without the application, you ain't doing shit and you ain't no different than the normies, no matter what you know. Mm-hmm. That's just a fact. And that's why I always say, I'm not talking to the normies. I'm not talking to the NPCs. I mean, I do, like I have conversations and shit. But when I'm on here doing this, I'm talking to y'all motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is amongst us. Because we're the ones who really need to be hearing this shit amongst ourselves and doing this shit, spreading this shit, learning, teaching, preaching, promoting this shit, carrying this shit out, and supporting others carrying this shit out. Because it's on us, whether we like to admit that or not. Trying to check the comments?
Yeah, he's been going in.
Scroll up until... I don't know where.
Writing like the allowed amount and then having to re-go.
Yeah, he does that. All right.
I hate when that shit happens. It's fucking. Why are we allow 200 fucking characters?
He's like 200 characters. I'm just gonna leave 12 comments.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where did we leave off here? There will be carnage. All I want is freedom. Yes, Sean, I hear you. I think we're right there. You want to read them?
I was just looking at him as he was popping them up. This is one of them stuck out the, let's see.
Because all that is one thing.
Yeah.
Basin doesn't believe in text limits.
No. Like you said, this is why people need to have fucking videos and channels, because people have a lot to say.
That's what I'm saying.
Even if they don't feel like they're saying much. Like, that's how I feel. That's why I don't... Because a lot of the time, it's just, I feel like everyone already knows this shit. The people that we talk to, for the most part, they all know what we're talking about. So we just kind of get in an echo chamber of our own fucking, you know.
The main reason why I suggest everybody does this is because this is something that people around you will see. Even if they're not watching it.
Right.
They know this. And if they just go look at 2 minutes of a video or they ask you what it's about and you tell them, if they just know that you're the abnormal around and you're streaming shit, they know what the fuck you're doing. It's just another thing to plug into the subconscious of the NPCs, the normies, and to be another voice in the echo chamber. We are an echo chamber. Every belief system, every thought process, every philosophy, every ideology, all certain centers of knowledge. I don't care if you're in physics or mathematics or science or religion or this or that. It's all echo chambers when you're talking about some of the same shit, you know, over and over because you have to, right? So I always say, make the echo chamber bigger. The more voices echoing in the chamber, you just notice on this one live stream, he and I have said some different things. You can tell 95% of the shit, we're on the exact same fucking agenda, and the last 5% we might just differ on. But we don't argue about it, we don't debate about it, we don't, like, do you understand? Like, because none of that matters. What about that 95% we agree on? Let's get that shit accomplished. And once we got that accomplished, we can see about the last 5%. Where is it going to take us?
It's almost like the enemy of my enemy is my friend, only you're still my friend regardless. we share the same enemy.
Exactly.
And that foremost
That's more important.
is what's important.
Exactly.
If it ultimately ends in some fucking Naruto Sasuke shit where it's like, hey, we took care of the big bad, but now our ideals now have to clash against each other to see. All right, well, if we have to meet each other at the fucking Valley of the End, then that's fucking that.
You know what I'm saying? Tap swords and get it in. But that's like, and that's the mindset people are missing, and that's the
instead of being
mindset
fucking divided on the most minuscule shit. yeah, but what does taxes have to do with us fucking escaping the void? It's like it
oh
has
my
everything
God.
to do with it.
First off,
it has fucking everything to do with it.
Everything. First off, like, you know, because I could easily make the argument, like, secondly, even if you claimed that it didn't, nigga, did you get the point? You know, so like
Right.
It's like they missed the whole point to argue the detail. They don't care because they want to sound right and feel right, because really they're just giving them an excuse to continue not doing shit. Which is another reason why I like to tell niggas to start making videos.
It's not going to change anything. The IRS is just going to make your life harder. Well, I don't even know why you're trying. I've seen that argument too, and it's like, okay, then, well, that's my
choice.
my morals, my character, me being true to myself, my unapologetic fucking self,
Yes.
my true self. I do not want to give another cent to these fucking people.
Yep.
When, not if, the inevitable when they come to collect is when I quit my job, because I'm not going to let them garnish wages from my fucking paycheck. If they threaten to put a fucking lien on any property I have, well, guess what? I already sold my house, so you got nothing fucking there. You want to fucking take money out of my fucking bank account? The day I find out, I will just pull all my money out of my bank account. I will probably preemptively not keep money in my bank account.
I would suggest that.
The first, like, you know, if it's going on to year 3 and I still haven't heard anything, I'm like, all right, I'm going to pull all my money out of my bank account. I'm only cashing my checks from now on, and I'm going to get a fucking security a bigger safe, basically. Mattress money. You know? Because
I would
what the
say
fuck?
get a safe and a gun. if you like animals, get a dog. Like, train that fucker. But it's like, the reason why I like to tell people to start doing this is because, again, us doing this right here, right now, me saying your name in different live streams, videos, you coming on the one that was me, you, Aaron A, and Marcus, like last year.
Yeah.
You being here right now speaking this shit, they're hearing it. Even if they're the same people who've been, like, let's say we don't have a single new person in here. And if we don't, shout out to y'all, because y'all be sticking around. I love y'all motherfuckers. But if we have any new people, shout out to you too. Stick around. But even if we don't have any new people in here, they don't know you. They don't hear you speak. But now they're hearing you right here say these things. You have, in this short hour and a half or so, you have told them your flaws. You have told them the things you've done. You've told them your fears. You've told them mistakes you've made in life. You have given them more of you in 1 hour than they could ever get if you didn't do that. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
As a person who can be an inspiration to others who have the same fears, thought processes, etc., one of the reasons why, like, I like the fact that you brought up your son, and one of the reasons I always bring up my son when I'm having these conversations in this section of the internet that's full of antinatalists, and shout out to y'all, I fucking agree with you, is to show, like, nigga, we are not perfect.
Right.
When you listen to me speak, you're like, oh man, he's saying that hot shit. Now let me tell you all the ways I fucked
He's
up.
talking about systems of control, but he's a master to his son. It's like,
But even then, I'm like,
Yeah.
you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
I
and
made that mistake.
that's something I gotta fucking own as a fucking, you know.
I fucked that up.
I can either be a hypocrite and be like, yeah, but no, but it's like,
Or
no,
try to lie about
you're
it.
absolutely right.
Try
I
to lie and
fucked
blend
up.
in. I didn't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
I should have let the fucking the family name die with me, but I fucking, you know, I squirted one out.
It's an example of
Fucking-
someone willing to look in the mirror, check their flaws, check all the mistakes they made, before knowing they were making mistakes, after knowing they were making those mistakes. Like, damn, I knew that shit, and I still fucked that up. You know, so like, the more of us doing this, the more people get to see that these are regular fucking people doing this shit.
Right.
Like, you said it yourself, I'm 160 pounds, white guy, I'm not some big buff, jacked fucking Navy SEAL doing it. And I'm saying, fuck them. I'm gonna have to, like, either more people get on board with this and we push in a certain direction where certain chaos happens, or at some point I might have to deal with them knocking on my door. And what am I going to do in that moment? I could sit here and tell you now what I think I'm going to do, but ultimately it comes down to that actual moment and what I actually do in the moment.
And if I feel like if they raid my house at 2:00 in the fucking morning to grab my ass out of bed, I'm not gonna be able to bang it out with the fucking feds if they just come and bag me. You know, like, that's always a fucking reality too that could fucking
If
happen.
they catch you slipping, they catch you slipping.
You know,
Which is their job to do. Like, and they're decent at it.
Yeah.
So it's like,
unfortunately.
but we have to get better at our job. You know, so like,
Yeah.
and to me, what we're doing right now, this is part of our job. Where the moment you said, Yeah, I finally filled that shit out. I'm not doing that shit no more. I was like, we got to get you on live. Every time somebody does this shit anywhere, because there's thousands of people every year doing this shit.
Fucking, my girl did it before me.
You know,
She did it. She did it a fucking couple weeks before I did. We were talking about it at the end of last year, and we're like, well, what should we? What should be our New Year's resolution? You know, fucking, it wasn't like that. But that's basically kind of what it turned into. Where it was like, all right, so we're both serious about this. What steps are we both gonna take? That, you know, like, I got your back.
I love that.
You got mine. Fucking, and here's the thing. 7 to the 7 of y'all that are fucking listening right now. If any of y'all are in New England, like anywhere close to Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Hampshire, man, anywhere within the general area, like, we need to be for each other. We need to have the numbers. If y'all ever want to have any type of like actual physical link up, meet up, spread fucking awareness, spread information.
We do that.
Literally, if you're doing what I'm doing and they fucking eventually knock on your door and you got to go to court, I'm not a lawyer. I'll sit in fucking court with you.
Bro,
Literally.
I'll sleep on your porch with my pistol. They won't even get in your house as long as I'm breathing. Because to me, that's the shatter points. That's the moment. Oh, yep. This dude chose to do this thing that has this heat breathing down his neck. I'm going to die for that guy.
Now imagine that on the news. Imagine being on the news and we meet someone who lives in like fucking New Hampshire. And they're like, yeah, I owe a lot of fucking taxes. The feds are fucking bothering me. And I'm like, all right, hey, I'll go and fucking go with you to fucking court. And you're like, hey, I'll go and murk the motherfuckers who even try and step on your fucking thing. And then let's say it all fucking happens and that worst case scenario ends up fucking happening. That would be such a crazy news story of like, this man went to represent this other man and he shot it out with the fucking feds for a guy he doesn't even know just because he feels so strongly about these things.
Just because of
these total strangers. Facts. You know, it's fucking something a little admirable to that. You know, I put a little smile on my face just now.
That is how you're supposed to do. That's what shatter points is. That's when you can see the shatter points. You can see the future moments. Because you should be thinking about those moments. I stopped doing this. That comes with these possible consequences, generally expected in somewhere around this time frame. Unless these things occur that would push these consequences back or get rid of them or whatever to push them forward. Like, when you think about these things and you talk to other people who are thinking about these things, let alone you start doing these things, yeah, that's... Adam just stopped doing this. Now, he sold his house, but if he's still at his house and they tried to come take it 3 years from now, I will gladly sit on his fucking porch and shoot it out with them. Like, with the biggest smile, with absolute glee. I'll wait for them to get to the porch and everything. They will not see the gun. Like, I will not be like, as soon as they pull out, I start, hey, how you doing? Yeah, you know, we're here with an eviction, though. What do you mean?
Are you Mr.
No, he's right around the corner. You got to go through that door there. I'm just a friend. As soon as they start to walk towards the door, headshot, headshot, headshot. Send 3 more. Send 3 more.
Send the chopper. Need it.
And I'm dragging their bodies in back, and I'm stripping them of everything. Like, and I'm going to their fucking car, and if they brought a cop car with them, I'm taking everything out the back. Like,
because they wanted their dead president trading cards. They're willing to risk their lives for dead president trading cards. So, essentially. Money,
that's
gold,
the game we're playing,
fiat,
right?
Whatever the fuck you want to call it. Fucking.
And that's the game they're playing, because they're going to show up with guys with guns and tell you have to do what they want you to do. So, I'm going to be his guy with a gun and say, we're not doing that until we're dead. Or at least me. Even if the guy in the house is like, look, I
don't even know that guy on my porch.
I'm like, look, bro, I just came here and enforced it. You didn't ask me to. Like, and you can even tell him that. Like, you know, it's like, it's just, but we have to be serious about the shit we're serious about. Or just shut the fuck up. You know, it's like, that's how I look at it. And to me, if we're going to be serious, like, and we have shit to say, obviously, we obviously do, we should be saying that shit as loud as possible. Because you need more examples, more people to teach, preach, and promote, and more people to just hear from, let alone more. And the more voices that you have, the more likely you are to have a voice that reminds somebody of themselves. I'm a 6-foot black dude with a certain life. I speak a certain way. Adam is a 5'8" white man, 160 pounds, speaks a certain way, has had a certain life. We could talk to the same crowd, and we could talk to 2 completely different crowds. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, his friends group It's nothing like the friends group I had growing up. But we both had friends groups. And both of them are going to react to this in certain ways, especially when it comes to them being alone versus 2 of them, 3 of them, 10 of them. You know, so like start to get outnumbered and shit. But the more people doing this shit, the more diverse this fucking message is, the more diverse the message can spread to. It's really that simple. Like
and again, to me, the biggest part of all that, making it digestible for other people.
Yes.
If you immediately start the whole thing with, it's all of it. It's the entirety of the cosmos. It's not just the political system that's bad and the planet's fucking ruling elites that's bad. It's literally existence that's bad. And again, I'm all for that. I'm of the same belief. But if you want people to take you seriously, you have to wean them in. You got to cover all your fucking bases. You know, yeah, it's retarded and it seems redundant, especially when it seems like you're having fucking Alzheimer's or whatever, because you're literally having the same conversations with the same people over and over again. And right when you think you're cracking into them, they get it's like, are we having senior moments?
Yep.
I thought we just established this fucking 2 weeks ago, but no. But either way, again, everyone though, they're going to be at their own level. And some people, as Bobby Hemmett would say, some people just aren't here for that shit.
Nope.
Especially your family. Fuck your family.
Fuck your family.
Fuck your family. Those people will literally be the first ones to drag you down. And when you're getting dragged down by your fucking family, that's like the worst shit. Because those are supposed to be the motherfuckers that are like for you. When your family are the ones who are trying to fucking be like, oh, well, no, you just have to. It's like, nope, then I can't even entertain it. Right. When I talk to my family about this shit, I know I'm like the insufferable brother / child.
I definitely am.
I know at work I am the insufferable employee because when everyone else is trying to enjoy themselves and talk about the Super Bowl, I'm like, all right, yeah, but like, you understand that all of your money is going to warmongers and pedophiles, and we keep complaining about how everything is more expensive, but no one's taking the steps to put more money in their fucking pocket. And all last year I was telling people, I'm going to fill out a W-4 tax form. I'm going to fill out a W-4 tax form. No one in my company knew what the fuck I was even talking about. And then as soon as I started making more money, because now I technically make more money than almost everyone in the fucking company, say aside from like my boss and shit, all of like the workers, I now take home more money in my paycheck because I take home $400 more a week. If I'm working overtime, I'm gonna take home like $600, $700, almost $800 extra a fucking week, which is fucking great money.
Yes, it
Taking
is.
home almost $2,000 fucking dollars is gonna be great fucking money.
Yes, it is.
And when you have that type of financial freedom, you can then afford to do kind of whatever.
Unquote.
You can then, like right now, because I'm making more money, and again, not everyone is going to be in the same situation. Everyone's job is different, but I took all of last week off. I didn't tell my boss I was taking a week off. I didn't ask for a week off. I didn't use any sick time. I just had enough money now because I don't have fucking bills. I'm not paying fucking taxes. So I was able to just not go to fucking work. And guess who still has a fucking job? This guy.
Yep.
Because when I do work, I'm a good fucking employee. You know what I'm saying? I'm a good little fucking slave. I'm good at what I fucking do. They're not going to fire me because they can't fucking fire me. That's the reality. They can't fucking fire me. I am manifesting my own fucking, if I want to fucking take off every fucking Friday and just not go in on Friday, fire me. I genuinely do not fucking care
I used to love
anymore.
That was the only thing that I liked about working, was saying the words, fire me. Because they never did. They couldn't. They couldn't afford to in the moment. So
I've worked at this company now since 2013, 2014. So I've been working for these guys for like 11, 12 years. My dad's been working with them for like fucking 30, 35 years, something like that. And my dad's like their fucking star fucking guy, right? But we've had other family members. I've had my other brother come in, and he sucked, and he wasn't able to maintain the job, so he got fired. But me, I maintain my job because I come in every fucking day. I do the fucking job, and that's fucking that. And it's to the point now where I've kind of just like, I've established myself there. Where again, it's like, you can either fire me, and you're gonna have to replace me, which good fucking luck with that. or just kind of let me do what I want to fucking do.
I'll get it done.
You know what I'm saying? And
Leave me the fuck alone. I'll get it done.
And again, going into manifesting, once you are true to yourself, and this is going to go into a little, I wasn't really talking about this type of shit, but synchronicities and the other day when I was...
People are fucking afraid of as well.
The other day when I was here, right? Remember I said, oh, that person that I reached out to, they messaged me back, and I went to go show you that they messaged me back.
As they were messaging
And right as I showed you that they had messaged me back earlier that fucking day, they were in the middle of fucking texting me again. That type of shit, that's when you know you're on the right trail. You're doing what is guided. You are manifesting your path. Your path is being revealed to you.
You're connecting shatter points.
Exactly.
You're literally opening up a pathway towards the fucking... And did that conversation go as we wanted it to go?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yep. They seem pretty on par.
Okay.
They're a little out there, but
we all started off a little rough.
It's fucking...
But it was like, this is what we're going to do to get to this outcome. And that's what occurred, right? Like, because you thought the words first. Well, this is how we're going to handle this to get it here. And that's where you get it. And that's how you deal with everything. Like, that's... like, people hate that shit. Because they would rather just be a victim in that situation. Oh, they just said this shit to me. All right, breathe. Say this to them. Go from there. Like, oh, wow, look at that. In the end, we kind of agree. Yeah, you're a little bit out there for me, but I understand why I get you now. I agree with you. Something should be done. Like, like, I'm sorry, I didn't realize who I was talking to.
That's why a lot of it now, like, I don't, like, if you're going to be trying to spread this shit, if you're going to be in, like, I know on YouTube you can't, like, really direct message, right? It's all just fucking comments.
You can reply to them, but no, you can't.
Right, yeah. You can't, like, go on someone's page and fucking, like, directly. But yeah, so that's what sucks with YouTube. But, like, on fucking Facebook, if you're on Facebook and you're on fucking Messenger and whatever, if you are trying to fucking talk to anyone like this, just message them directly. Messaging to someone directly, it'll show that they're an actual fucking human being and not a bot, first and foremost, because so many of these conversations, you'll be seeing, and I'm sure it's happening in fucking YouTube too.
Oh yeah, I'd be arguing with the bots on purpose sometimes.
But at least on, I know on Facebook, it'll tell you like how many friends they have and how many fucking posts they have. So you'll see people that are just siding with the most bullshit things. And then you'll be like, all right, let me see this guy's fucking page. And you click on their page, they have no real profile picture, but it's like, all right, my profile's a fucking cartoon, so I guess it's whatever. But they have 30 friends and 47,000 posts. It's like, okay, so you're either totally insufferable where no one wants to fucking be around you online or not, or you're literally just screaming into the void, pun intended. Like,
or some type of advertisement bot.
Yeah.
Some shit like some sort of bot that you like certain things in certain ways to boost certain algorithm efficiency. Like, it looks all random, but it's all math. Like, but that is the reality of it. That is the reality of it. Which is why you should just be, if you can, just talk to people directly. That's why I always be telling people, just come in the Discord, bro. Just come in the Discord and we could talk directly. Or make your own video, make your own live streams, quote me, review my shit directly. Like, play my shit live while you go over it live from start to finish. And you tell me everything that I'm lying about. You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody earlier in the shit, John's Journey. How could you prove any of this? What? Which part? Be specific. Yeah. Give me some details. Make a video, make a live stream. Go over this. When I'm done with it, press play on it, click record right away. And start quoting me. Like, and you show me where I'm wrong. And show me. Don't just make a claim. Because as soon as you do, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to your video, press play, click record, and we can do this back and forth. Because this is how you get to truth. See, a lot of people want to do this shit just for some weird clout followers. They're trying to get paid. Mm-hmm. They're trying to fucking get some sort of fame or popularity. No, I'm here to get to the truth. And that's why I'm willing to actually do the back and forth and prove the shit. Logically, philosophically, scientifically, physically, metaphysically, it doesn't matter. Like, and I am the first person who will tell you if I just don't know some shit. Because I am the last motherfucker who wants to be on the internet recorded not knowing some shit. Mm. Real talk. So when I say some subjective shit or some religious shit, I always say, this is my religion. This is my belief. Take this with a grain of salt. This is my subjectivity, my experience, mine. But when I say this is objective truth, definitively proven or provable, please refute me. No one ever can. No one ever does, because I'm not going to say those words if I don't know them to be true. Not believe, not think, not hope, not desire, not want. Not because this is the only side of the argument I've experienced. No, because I have done everything in my fucking ability to prove this shit wrong. I have gone to all these other intelligent people and debated them on it. I have posted this shit and watched people fail to debunk it. I've looked at scientists, mathematicians, philosophers, theologians, etc., occultists, spiritualists, etc., throughout history attempt to disprove this thing. And they fucking can't do it, though there is a way to do it. So if there's a way to disprove something and no one can disprove it, it's because it's true. Now, if there's no way to disprove it, it's unfalsifiable, it's pseudoscientific woo-woo, it's bullshit. You can never prove it either, it's just a claim. But that which you can prove false, you can also prove true. 1 + 1 = 2, I can prove that's true. 1 + 1 = 3, I can prove that's false. This is the difference between my objectivity and my subjectivity. Why did I start saying this? There was a reason to this.
This tangent?
Yeah. There was a purpose. Did you read something or something like that?
No.
Why did I start going into that? I was saying all that to get to a point. And I hope y'all maybe caught the point with me forgetting the point, because I can't even remember what the point was in the beginning.
Blame it on the weed.
It's definitely
the
the
weed.
fault.
Yeah.
So I blame you. But either way, even though I forgot the point
We're
of
talking
that.
about like objectivity, subjectivity.
But why? There was a reason why.
I can't read your mind. I was waiting for the point too.
There was a reason why. And I just completely misplaced it. Either way, get the point about subjectivity and objectivity, because I'm pretty sure that was alluding to whatever point it was anyway.
There is a point in there to be found somewhere.
Somewhere. Rewind it. You'll figure it out.
Nothing y'all shouldn't already fucking know.
Honestly, I probably said it 5,000 times already. But it's like, we really seriously need to understand where we are, who we are, what we are, when we are, why we are, how we are. Look at our reality. Grow our level of awareness to that level of reality to the best of our ability, as big as it can get, so we can see everything and understand why it all is the way it is, as above, so below, as within, so without.
And again, with that, it's recognizing yourself. When you recognize yourself, you recognize, all right, so who am I? What are the things that are making me happy? What are the things that are making me sad?
Mm-hmm.
It's basically as simple as that. What are the things in your life that brings you joy? What are the things in life that make you fucking angry? And there are just the branching levels of that. Mm-hmm. And, you know, again, you have very angry, very upset, very emotional people in a lot of these fucking groups and chats and comment sections. So. And again, rightfully so. There's fucking cancer in the world. My son was born with a fucking heart defect and needed open heart surgery fucking 1 month into being born. I understand that there are horrible, horrible things that happen, you know. With that, we are here.
We are here.
You can either, and again, I'm not saying you just enjoy it, bro.
No.
It's not what I'm fucking saying. Make your life better. Spit in the face of the shitty system by making the system as good for you as you can. Which goes into what you say all the time. Any solutions, any and all solutions on any and all fucking levels that you can do. And if there's anything else that other people are doing,
support it.
Support it. Literally, I don't understand why that's so, unless people are inflicting their will on other people, in particularly children. Like, I really don't understand what people are, like, it's so simple to me, and that's why it's hard to even come up with the fucking words for it sometime, because it's like, there's not even really words to be said. It's very simple. It's just action. It's the actions that you take. What are the things that you claim you are angry about? Oh, well, I'm angry about the system. Okay, so what do you do about the system? Do you still just work and contribute to the system? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't bother you how much money gets taken away from your paycheck? That alone doesn't bother you? The astral aspect bothers God bothers you. The demiurge that put you here bothers you. Your parents bother you because they put you here. You're put here against your will in this fucking carcass. Okay, sure, cool. But you work at McDonald's, right? You have a dumb, mundane 9 to 5 that you fucking do. You're a stockbroker. You wash fucking tables. Like what? You're like me, and you fucking sling fucking mud all day in a construction fucking job. Like, what do you do?
Yep.
You have a job, right? Your job, your thing that makes fucking. The thing that you do so you can have food and fucking water, yeah, that thing. You can have more food and water if you did this one little thing and it causes entropy to the system. Oh, you don't want to disrupt the system? Okay, then I don't want to hear this big talk shit about, oh, I'm going to fight archons. Right? No, because you're not going to do anything. You're going to sit there and bitch online and do nothing.
Seriously.
That's the reality. Prove me wrong. Prove little old me wrong that you actually are a badass who's going to cap it out with an archon. Yeah, you're going to really fucking,
But they won't.
No.
And that's the truth that everybody needs to fucking look in the mirror and come to terms with.
Like, you can quit your job. That's one step. That's a bigger step. That's a much bigger step. Like quitting your job and
that's a brave step. As long as that step right there is brave, because it's like, yeah, I don't know where money's going to come from.
Yep.
Meaning, what is all that is
literally
money? I don't know what all that's.
Literally, what you're doing is kind of furthering my point of like manifesting, because motherfuckers just aren't going to let you die.
Apparently not.
You know what I'm saying? You have friends. There are people who care about you enough to fucking, it's the.
I will gladly die if. Like nobody wants to keep a nigga around.
And
but
I know I'm fortunate enough to be in the same situation where if I was like, you know what, I'm just fucking done. I'm also just not gonna have a job anymore. I'm just gonna live off of whatever money I fucking have, and then that's that.
It is what it is.
I won't see my son really, because I'd have to have a job for that.
That is absolutely on that list.
And that's one of those things where it's like, all right, so now. Do I wait until my son is 18 before I start making, do I just keep prolonging and prolonging and prolonging?
That is what the system does.
Or do I set up a better life for my fucking son?
Right now.
Because I brought him in here and I acknowledge that it's shit. So I should be making it better by all means. But instead, what? Is daddy just going to be a coward? A hypocritical coward?
And raise another slave.
Raise another slave?
And then talk about it like it's moral.
At the very least, I am never, ever telling my son he has to have a job or do anything. Like, that's just not, no.
But that is the world we're in. But you see how, I like how you brought that up, because you see how, and this is one of the reasons why when I came to the antinatalism, that's one of the major reasons I came to it, where I was like, a lot of motherfuckers won't do what needs to be done because children. Mm-hmm. How am I going to feed my kids? Good question. I don't know. But do you want them to be slaves as adults? No. Well, I know how that can go away. Mm-hmm. I don't know how you're going to feed your kids while that's happening. That's something we figure out.
Yep.
And as harsh as it fucking sounds, we all die. Like, that is truth. But I also understand that 99% of parents can't just watch their fucking kids starve or something, Let alone if they themselves aren't the type to go out there and get that shit. Like go out
and this is coming
pillage and plunder.
This is coming as a father who I've thought about the possibility of if my son died. Like I said, he had fucking open heart surgery at fucking 30 days old. So there's always that possibility of, all right, well, what if he doesn't fucking make it from that? And I was literally telling myself then, like, well, it's just no holds barred. There's nothing else. Like, my son is the one thing that is stopping me from doing, like, the bad stuff. God forbid anything ever happened to that boy that makes me have to do the bad stuff. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, unfortunately, if that ever were the case, then that's just the fucking case. And you don't ever want to have to think like that, but that's reality. Mm-hmm. If something ever happened to my son, I could guarantee you that I probably wouldn't be around much longer because it would just further whatever steps I think have to be. It'd be like, you know what? I was trying to do this on a peaceful route towards making a better life for him. He's no longer here anymore. I no longer have to make the life better for him to live in. I'm just furthering the plan now. In the most
increase the engine.
Literally. Interpret that however you'd like. Mm-hmm. But that's that reality, you know? And a lot of people, I'm sure, have that same level of desperation where if something ever did happen, like what we were talking before about how, like, if there was ever a grid shut down, or like if shit ever hit the fan so bad where even your local police aren't doing, like, all government calamity, it is just people running the streets. People talk about, oh yeah, I want that. I can't wait for that to happen. It's like, y'all don't even understand how crazy true lawlessness, like, it's crazy to think about. It really is. Like, where I live, it's relatively fucking quiet. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to be crazy like down over here in the city. Fucking come down over here. It's like, I might not.
People eating each other.
Legit. It'll still, like, it'll be an ongoing problem in the city for a while. Whereas where I live, where it's more rural, you know what I'm saying? I'll be shouting down to my neighbor every day, hey, Kenny, is everything good down there? So, yeah, all right, cool. Fucking down there, I've got property, you know, we got our own properties and shit, but it's fucking, because everyone's kind of already cool with each, you know what I'm saying? Whereas out here, no one fucking, you don't know your neighbor. You don't know your fucking, you're just ransacking people to get what you can get.
It's every man for himself at that point.
You know, people are going to be desperately looking for any bottle of water to fucking give their baby, you know?
And that might just be what's necessary to get them to fucking do something.
Mm-hmm. But again, they'll just be pinning against each other instead of against the system that allowed it to get that bad in the first place.
And that's the problem. That's the bigger problem with letting them just pull the rug out from under you rather than pulling it out yourself. Like, they're going to pull the rug out from under you. Mm-hmm. Just pull it out. Just get it over with before they want to. Like, that's why I, like, quit my job, sold everything, got rid of everything, did not get, and I've been this way for the last, what year is it? 26?
Yeah.
I forget what year it is. 6 years now. And I'll be this way until the day I die, however long that takes.
Yeah, are you going to go back?
Fuck.
I don't see you going back. I don't see me just one day being like, yeah, you know what, IRS? You guys are right. I'm going to have to give you guys your money, and I just have to be okay with warmongers and baby rapers. That's what I have to do. Like, I just have to be okay with it.
It just doesn't work that way.
No.
Like, once you reach a certain point, it's like, okay, I get it. I'm not playing make-believe anymore. I'm not playing pretend anymore. Like, I'm not... And you start at levels... But as those levels climb higher, you just get closer and closer to that thing. And then there's those attachments. Whether it's our sons, whether it's mothers, fathers, boyfriends, girlfriends, husbands, wives. Whether it's money, desires, pleasures, things of the flesh. There's always something. Always something. This shit is like... Because once you realize, oh, this is what needs to be done. And then you start to look at all the things that would stop you. And you're like, fuck, I did like 4 things in the 20-something years prior to realizing this moment that have just fucked it. And then, of course, because you're already under the pressure of those 4 things, plus the rest of normal life.
Yeah.
And this is something you're kind of just coming to the conclusion to that needs to be done. Like, you're really finally reaching that point, like, oh, I fully get this now. Mm-hmm. I see what needs to fucking happen here. And then, of course, it takes years for you to actually get to doing any of it. Because you got all this other shit, and you're like, I have a 6-year-old before I ever understood this shit over here. I have been trying, I've made certain plans with certain people in life before realizing, no, I just need to burn the monetary system. I have, like, every single thing you realize that either needs to change or be destroyed, or that shouldn't be done, it's like, damn, I already did that. I'm doing, holy fuck, I got a lot of work to do and a lot of things I can't undo.
Right.
Shit I can never undo. It's done. It's done. It's happened. Now I understand it. Well, fuck. Like, you know, it's like, well, fuck. That is what that is. What can I control? What can I do from here? What can I undo? What, and that which I can't undo, what can I make the best out of it if possible? Like, I was like, but people they're not thinking solutions oriented, they're thinking fear oriented with a lack of courage. to not overcome that, and they're thinking punishments, and so I'm like, so you're still thinking incentives. The incentive is freedom, no matter which way you view that. Whether you view that as a better statist government, like, you know, say like one step from what we have,
Yeah.
or the void, or anywhere in between that. Whatever level of freedom you're seeking is the goal, right? So that's the steps, that's the path we should be on, no matter what we're doing, no matter what we are, no matter where we are, no matter what we have done, are doing, or haven't yet done. Like, pick the outcome you seek, create the agenda that leads towards that outcome, and keep tweaking it to get better and better at it as you go. And try to teach people younger and younger and younger. So all the things you fucked up on, you can help them avoid. You can help them not make the same misstep, because the information that you didn't have access to when you were 14, 15, 18, 20, 25, whatever, you now know. And this is another reason why I tell people that they should live stream in video, because you never, like, you could make that one video that one fucking 18-year-old sees, that he'd have never been introduced. You know, like, if he didn't see that one video you made that one day, like...
Sure, you never know who's watching. You never know who he's fucking...
And you just changed his whole fucking path from whatever your adulthood was. You know, it's
right.
like, to the new adulthood he can now schedule out for himself based on his own agenda. Rather than the
all the
agenda
people he touches and interacts and fucking...
earlier.
Yep.
He got 10-year head start. You know, it's like...
His other young impressionable youth, haha, but that's exactly what you fucking need,
Yes.
realistically, because that's what I was.
That's
That's
we
what
all
I was
were.
when I fucking got, you know.
That's
But
what
again,
we all
out
were.
of the, you know, I had fucking, no lie, like 30 fucking, you know how it was out here.
Yeah.
Fucking everyone had fucking, I'm sure your fucking group was huge too, you know, it's just how it was. But like,
Gang
me,
shit.
me and maybe like 2 others. So 3 out of 30 maintained a fucking level of occult conspiracy, more to the world than the fucking bullshit, and then everyone else just gets
Lost in the
stuck.
sauce.
You can still bring up some of this shit to them, and they're smart enough where they'll entertain it, and you can have a conversation with them, but they're never gonna take any steps. They
And
aren't.
the older they get, the worse they get.
Yep.
Instead of the better. You think elder comes with wisdom, but it comes with more indoctrination and training.
Mm-hmm.
It comes with more willful acquiescence, like you're choosing this more and more, which is another trap of having kids and shit, because they night bills and like they're really good at this shit. Dreams, goals, careers, businesses, family, all
Everything
these
that you
things.
do. So now again, with me and my son, it's like, all right, so now I need to take finances into consideration. I need to take, all right, well, what if they finally do come for me one day? Then I'm just not going to see my son for however long they decide to throw me in jail. I guess that's a reality I have to face, and that's something I have to be willing
Literally
to
have
fucking,
to.
you know what I'm saying? And guess what? If inevitably, and let's just fucking say, if and when they do eventually come for my ass and they do send me to fucking jail, all I do is become the biggest fucking pest in jail. It's, again, very, very simple. Like, I tried to be civil. I simply did not want to give you people money.
Mm-hmm.
You're now going to lock me in a cage like an animal, very uncivilly.
Mm-hmm.
I am now going to be very uncivil. I am not going to be fucking... Put me in solitary. That's all I want. You know, put me in fucking solitary.
Leave me alone. Let me go
be,
crazy by
you know,
myself.
I will literally be fucking throwing shit and fucking, you know, just being the worst person fucking possible.
But that is what it is. You got to come to terms with the possible consequences of any and all actions that are based in choice, especially choice. The more choice you use for an action, the more likely there is to be consequences from people who don't like that shit.
Mm-hmm.
The more your choice is coerced into a certain direction, the less likely you are to have those consequences. But the consequences you do have is everything else that comes with that. So it's like, do you want, because you said, I got to think about finances and this, and for my son, it's like, but I already know in your mind, which one would you rather leave the next generations?
Right.
Because they're being born no matter what. We've already made the fucking mistake, and we understand how this shit works now. There's other people out there who will never understand this
Exactly.
shit. So there's going to be future generations, right? Would you rather lead them some money or a world where they no longer have to use money?
Exactly.
Leave them, it's like
Yeah.
property.
Your father
Yeah.
died a martyr in jail because he didn't want to pay his taxes and was done funding the fucking system. And we all just sat and let it happen.
And we all just
Thanks.
sat and let it happen.
Thanks, family. Even though I can sit there at fucking Thanksgiving and tell the family, yeah, so we all hate fucking child predators. We can all at least agree on that, right? We can all agree on that. We can all agree that fucking finances are really fucking hard and that everyone's bitching about their money and everything else. Guess what we can all do together as a family, collectively, united. And we'll all make so much money together and help each other the fuck out.
Nope.
No, just me. Okay, I'll be the martyr, family. Okay.
Yep.
Maybe next year. Maybe next year, you guys. And then maybe when I finally go to jail in 3, 4, or 5 years, however long it takes.
Maybe when I'm dead.
You know?
Yeah, these are facts.
It's just such a joke.
But
such a joke.
that
And again, that's life. If that's what this life is, if that's how much of a joke this prison planet fucking is, then so fucking be it. If it's already a joke, if it's already, like...
Clown world.
I just don't get why the defeatist attitude that everyone has. That's my biggest thing.
That's my biggest
The
thing.
the defeatist fucking, well, there's nothing we can do.
You just did something.
Yeah.
like they
I
can't
just
even
really
say
like to
that without
complain.
proving themselves wrong.
They should just say, I just want to complain.
Yes.
I don't want to do anything. I just want to complain.
I'm simply afraid.
You need to stop paying your taxes. But the IRS is just going to come after you. Just don't file again. But they're eventually going to come after you. Just don't ever file again. Okay, good luck with that. It's like, okay, well, that's as far as I'm going to get with you. You clearly have no other intention on continuing, the
Facts.
people don't want to have a back and forth. They don't want to have a discussion. Their mind's already made up 90% of the time. They're just waiting for their turn to speak.
And most of the time, if they're alone, they don't want to talk about it.
No.
If there's multiple of them, then they might want to talk about it, so they can just try to jump on you.
So like I said, I just started direct messaging people. I'll comment something on fucking Facebook and like a thing where it'll be like, so when are people going to say enough is enough? What people clearly aren't angry enough. Oh, and it's like, okay, you keep saying this. I keep seeing you posting stuff like
So it
this.
sounds like you're angry.
If this is the message you're preaching, you should also be telling people to stop paying their fucking taxes. And then I'll have like a haha react on there, and then someone like, well, I don't know why you're even talking about it. It's like, well,
so then what are you telling
yeah,
the people to do?
Yeah, so
Like what? And that's the thing that gets me, where it's like, you tell them a basic ass fucking solution, nothing crazy, like some simple ass shit, and they're like, that's insane. Okay, you just said, people aren't mad enough. Da, da, da. So when they get mad enough, what are they supposed to do? Because if you're saying they can't even stop paying a tax, you're not talking about killing people. Like, you're not talking about murder shit.
And I was just gonna say, getting violent. Getting violent was what's on their mind.
Like, what are you talking? What solution are you saying they should be going towards if not paying a tax is too hard? Like what easier solution are you presenting them? Just be angry. Oh, okay. That doesn't accomplish anything. What should they do with the anger? Like. And that's the problem with people. They want people emotional for no good reason. So they can steer them towards whatever shit it is they have. Want to open it? Other than that, no, top lock, there you go. That way they can steer them towards the way they're going.
How you doing today, bro?
Hello, good brother.
Good.
Well, you just brought like the cold in with you.
Well, it's cold outside.
Yeah, I saw
I
fucking.
can feel it over here.
Saw it snow.
Yeah, it's actually raining and it starts to snow yet.
No more daps. I'm hugging motherfuckers that I love, and
Okay.
everybody else doesn't get handshakes. So I'm going back to the no handshake rules.
What's the occasion?
Been in society for a month again.
Alright, I still...
I just told you.
Bring it in, motherfucker.
I just told you.
That was the National Ink thing?
Reach your hand out. I'm just gonna hug you.
I'm sorry. The National Instinct's to open and punch. Like,
He just tried to kill me.
oh yeah, I still got it. What are we on the phone with?
Live.
The live stream?
We're going live, baby.
Oh, you're already live.
Already live.
Alright, word.
We've been live. We're about to get off the live.
Would you like to say anything to the people on live? Since you just walked in?
Not being as a latecomer, no. I like to thoroughly vet my listeners before I speak to them. I need to see some ID, people. Some ID.
Well, on that note, niggas, we're gonna take this conversation back private. And
Yo,
I hope y'all appreciated this shit, but
Little General, they got some of the best,
share it, post it.
like fruit salad. Yeah, they just throw one.
Peace and chaos.
And then that was great for me.